I guess. I can't even upload a thumbnail. I can't even upload a new thumbnail. I fucked it up. Guys, I fucked it up. I done fucked it up again. I know how to stream real well. All right, I'm a real good streamer. I'm really good at this live streaming thing. Yeah, I didn't do much preparation work for this.
Me neither.
There's no intro to the live stream. We're just kind of chilling. We're pimp chimping. I don't have my camera on because I'm self-conscious about my acne right now. So we're chilling. And today we had the debate of a lifetime on Twitter. And unlike most people that I have funny back and forths with on Twitter, you came into the VC and we're doing the debate. It's going to be an intense conversation. So I put out a tweet specifically saying that if it is wrong to rape an animal, if it is morally bad to rape an animal, barring externalities, right, it's just wrong to rape an animal. We can imagine situations where we're trying to isolate the act of raping an animal. If that is a wrong action, then it is also wrong to eat beef, right? That would be, or not even eat beef, but specifically to buy it from the meat industry. That these things, for one of them to be morally wrong, the other one is necessarily morally wrong. But yeah.
And I drew issue with that because it's a false equivalence. You are implying that the person is doing the raping towards the animal, but you know very well that isn't the truth. What you're trying to say is that because cows are necessarily the product of forceful penetration, then it is always going to be sort of raping an animal to actually get the meat, which I find no issue with raping an animal for breeding purposes.
Sure. So, the problem is like I'm just not saying that I didn't even imply the person was raping the animal. I said if it is wrong to rape animals, it is also wrong to buy beef.
Yeah, but you know what you're doing when you say that statement.
Yeah,
It's
I'm saying it
rage
is wrong to
Because-
rape animals and it is wrong to buy beef. And because it is wrong to rape animals, it is wrong to buy beef.
Mhm.
I didn't say that you were
Except
raping
you
the
don't-
animal. Obviously,
you
you're not
don't-
going
you don't
down to
specify
the
the
farm,
circumstances
whipping
under
out your
which-
cock, and then plowing that fucking cow. That's not happening.
Oh,
What I did with
absolutely.
your mom last night is not
Yeah, but
happening
what I'm
to
saying
the
is-
cows there.
But
Um,
what I'm saying is that when you put that statement out there without
Mhm.
specifying the circumstances, right?
the circumstances
it
were
is
buying
intentionally
beef.
it is intentionally rage bait. You know what you're doing. You're trying to get people to respond saying, "Well, I'm not a zoophile," and then you're like, "Ah, haha, but I never meant that." And you win the
I did
debate by
specify the
default because you have
circumstances.
them off on the wrong leg.
Yeah, the problem is I did specify the circumstances. I said buying beef. I didn't say you are raping the cow. I didn't say you were going out and raping the cow by buying the beef. I am saying, however, that by buying the beef, you are causing a cow to be raped. These are true statements. All of the things I just said were true. This isn't rage bait.
Yep.
I'm not saying
And
that
I'm
like
saying
you have
that.
raped
I'm
an
saying
animal. Nobody else has understood that I said that you raped an animal.
I'm not saying that either. I'm saying
Well,
that's what the
okay.
implication.
Well, no, that's not the implication. I said
because
buying
you're
beef was
trying
wrong.
to make people mad with that statement.
Yes, it's going to make people upset
but
to
it's
say them.
ambiguous. It is correct to say that it exists in both states, right? It could mean either. It could very well mean either.
It can
but
mean
you didn't give
either
an
one or.
indication to either.
What do you mean it can mean either?
Whether or not you either it's the person doing it, or it's a farmer with a big old prod.
How
and
could it mean it's
shoving
the
it up,
person
right?
doing it? By buying beef, you're not raping a cow. What?
No, I agree.
Okay, so we're not talking
the
about that
equivalent you're
because I
trying to
said
draw
buying
there-
beef. That's not what I said in my tweet.
The thing you want people to respond to is the one you don't mean. You want people to misinterpret what you're saying.
I
so you
explicitly
left it
said what I was
ambiguous.
saying. I said buying beef was wrong.
Yeah.
That's explicit. It's in the tweet. You can read it.
Yep.
We can pull it up on stream if you'd like.
Yep, but the first
Okay,
clause
then
is
I wasn't ambiguous.
You can read that.
Yeah,
You can
raping
ask 10
animals is
people what
wrong.
they think you mean by animal rape. What do you think someone means when they say animal rape? Do you think
Probably the
they're
forceful,
thinking of
unconsensual
breeding, or do you
penetration
think
of an
they're
animal.
Thinking of zoophiles.
I think they're probably thinking the forceful penetration of an animal. Right, I cannot be attracted to
good
like.
one. Good one.
I'm sorry, I have a
You
question
very
for you.
well know that You don't mean that, and you want people to
Well, no,
respond
I
in rage to
exactly
the other
mean that. I
possibility.
exactly mean that. I don't like your tone policing bullshit, but it's super obvious what we mean. If I am like
It's
not a
not tone
zoophile,
policing.
oh my God, okay, if I'm not a zoophile and I take a dildo and I shove it up my dog's ass, it's still raping the dog. It doesn't matter whether I'm a zoophile or not, whether I enjoy it or not. It's still happening. We'd still call that rape. Nobody else would be
Yeah, but
confused if I called
zoophiles are
that
the only
rape.
people who do that.
No,
I mean, you could do it, but
I can
it
do
would be
it.
very
What
weird.
if I wanted to do it to
Why
torture the
would you do
dog?
it if you aren't a zoophile?
What if I just wanted to torture the dog? Like, there are
That's
other
kind of fucked
reasons
up,
why
and you're
you would
probably a
do it. It's not that there
psychopath,
are
but
only people who could do it.
I mean,
Everybody
that
would
would
still call it
constitute
rape,
animal
though.
abuse, right?
Yes, it would
That would
constitute animal
constitute animal
abuse.
abuse,
Of course it
which is
would.
a crime.
Okay, who cares if it's a crime? It's still, like, wrong to kill Jewish people even when we're Nazi Germany. That'd still be wrong. Doesn't matter whether it's a crime
Is
or
it
not.
really wrong to kill? No, I'm not gonna
Is
go
it
down
really
that.
wrong to
I'm
kill
just kidding.
Jewish people? I don't know shit. Maybe that's the
Yeah,
next step in your
let's have a
position.
debate on that. Why don't we?
Oh, boy. Okay, so do you have any other arguments other than the tone policing?
You still haven't addressed the fact that it's well the lab grown meat. If you have meat cells grown in a petri dish, right, that have never been a part of an organism that was fully functioning, but it's pretty much the same exact thing as the beef you would get from a cow, would you be opposed to eating that meat?
No, of course not.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, I'm a vegan. I'm
Um,
not an idiot. like, what do you mean? Like, wait, would I be opposed to
Well, what
lab-grown
I'm
meat?
saying
Now,
is
the
this is
reason
a primitive
eating meat
version of
is
that. I don't see them as sentient creatures,
well, you
this
cannot
is
see them as
basically
sentient
lab-grown
creature. You could
meat,
be wrong. You just be
but
incorrect.
with gray matter.
Okay, yeah, but
It-
they are sentient, right? You're just wrong. You're just incorrect.
How do you know that?
Sure, we have good reason to believe that they're sentient because
Should
we
I
have
consider
similar
their
brain
sentience?
structure. Well, first we're talking about whether they're sentient or not. We're not talking about whether you should consider it. Of course you should consider it. You just said they weren't sentient, though. Now you're trying to move away from the point. Well, how do you know that other human beings are sentient?
I don't, but I respect that they probably are,
Okay, so yeah, they're probably sentient,
and they
right?
have the power to
Why are they probably sentient?
harm me if I don't respect their sentience.
Yeah, so why are they probably sentient?
The reason they're probably sentient, let me think about that.
Oh shit, the first
They
bit of
have
thinking in the debate.
similar capabilities and capacities as I do, and I know come from my sentience.
Okay, yeah, so like the ability to react to like a negative stimulus, right? The ability to like cry would be things that like come from your sentience. And it's not even that, right? We can know more about
Stimulus
your
reaction
sentience.
is not necessarily an attribute of something sentient.
And it's not
I'm
necessarily an
thinking more
attribute,
along the
right? But
lines of
things that have
complex reasoning and arithmetic.
you're thinking
Something-
about
something-
arithmetic and complex reasoning. Okay, so let's say we have a disabled person, right? They're not going to be ever able to fight back against me. Is it okay for me to beat the shit out of them for my enjoyment?
Well, that's a different question from are they sentient? Are they a vegetable?
Yes, they're sentient.
mean,
they just
why do
they
we
just
call them
don't have
vegetables?
complex reasoning capabilities. They're just sentient.
Maybe
Right,
we
they have
should
the ability
reconsider
to
their
react
sentience.
to like negative stimuli like pain, right? They have a sentient experience.
Mhm.
Is it okay for me to beat the shit
They
out of that
just
person?
have-
Can I torture them at my will?
They're human, and we know them to be human, and we
Yeah,
know
they
the
are human,
structures
but they
are
also don't have the
supposed
complex
to
reasoning
be
that
able
you're
to
asking
have
for.
complex reasoning.
They
But
can, but they don't.
They are, I guess,
This person doesn't.
formed.
Yeah, they
This
don't.
person doesn't.
They don't have
that
that.
isn't a result of their brain not, or their brain being fully developed and still not being able to reason or do any of the other things that sentient beings should be able to do.
Well, so sentient beings all can't complex reason, right? That's just not a definition of sentient that exists. Like, you're just making up a definition for sentient. Everybody else understands that animals are sentient. They have very similar brain structures that we do, like produce things like sentience, even
Why
produce
does
things like
negative
consciousness.
stimulus
Wait, hold on.
reaction
Wait,
constitute
hold on.
sentience?
Hold on. I didn't completely constitute sentience. I listed a bunch of other things, right? I can have a list of things that are only going to be displayed with sentience, right? The ability to like have basic understandings of the empathy for other creatures, the ability to care for other creatures in certain ways. Again, as I said, negative stimulus, the ability to see things around you, sense things around you. These are going to be things that are going to be produced by the types of nerves and types of organs that these animals have, and then also their brain structure. It's not even that we have to guess about these types of things. We know a lot about what makes things conscious or not, right? We know that, for example, creatures that have conscious experience are going to be having a lot of the conscious experience happening in feedback systems. This is not going to be in things like feed-forward systems like the cerebellum. It's what it's going to be happening in is going to be feedback systems like the prefrontal cortex. That's where you're going to see a lot of things that produce consciousness happening. You see these things in animals. They have the necessary components that produce whatever we call this emergent property of experience. There's no good reason to not believe that they have experience, just like there's no good reason to not believe that other human beings have experience.
I'm not going to debate you on whether or not animals are sentient, because you
Yeah,
probably
you
have
should.
this debate like at least
Yeah,
500 times because you're a fucking vegan who only does this for a living.
Oh yeah,
just
I
saw you
only
fucking
debate
stick shit
veganism.
on
That's so
Twitter.
true. That's so true, dude. You look at my channel; it's all veganism debates. Let's go.
Well,
But
no, I mean like.
No, it's
you're
just I
used
know
to debating veganism from the side of a vegan, so you have these fucking.
Actually, the
scripted
only
canned
other
responses
no,
where you
actually the
go,
only
"Oh,
other
what do
vegan
you-
debate
how
I
do you define
have was
sentience?" This
anti-vegan.
is like
That was the only other debate. You know
bring it
nothing
around
about
to
me.
something
Stop
you
making
know.
assumptions about me. Everybody else can check my channel. Just actually have an
Huh?
argument. Stop doing these weird personal attacks.
Is it
Get an
wrong to
argument.
assume you're a vegan if you're saying this?
Well, no, it's wrong to assume that I just only do veganism debates.
No. I misspoke. I meant you only
Oh.
debate it from the side of a vegan, and you've done
Well,
it
no,
multiple times.
I don't only
And you
debate it
have
from the
these
side of a
canned
vegan.
responses
That's
ready.
also wrong. I've debated from the side of a meat eater before. There was a debate on my channel. That's the only other veganism debate I've done. Okay, now do you have an actual argument other than just like
Walk me
making
through this.
assumptions about
how
me?
does saying that you have debated multiple times from the side of a vegan?
No, you said that I had a
exclude the
dialogue
possibility that
tree.
you
You
have
said I
ever
do this
debated
for a
from the side of
living.
meat eater.
You said I have a dialogue tree. I do this for a living, and I only debate from the side of a vegan. These are all things you said on the VOD. I don't care to discuss with you things that have been recorded that you've said. I would like you to actually get an argument.
Okay, cool one. Anyway, sentience, I don't. Well, even if they are sentient, I shouldn't really even care if they are, because they wouldn't have been brought into the world if they weren't going to be slaughtered and then.
Okay, so
or
let's say I
breed
produce like disabled people. Let's say I grow them in a lab. Should I be able to torture them? Should I just be allowed to do that? Is that like
I mean, if you
okay?
want.
You think that I should
mean,
just be able to like
it's kinda weird.
indefinitely
a
produce
waste of resources.
low functioning people? I should just be able to do that because it gives me pleasure, right? Like I just feel like doing it. It's not even like a great amount of pleasure or anything. It's not more pleasure than these people are
Low-functioning people?
experiencing. Yeah, like people who don't have these complex reasoning capabilities, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I should just be
there's
able to
still people, though.
infinitely like holocaust these people.
I draw a distinction between humans and animals. So
Yeah, what's that distinction?
capability of complex reasoning, right
Yeah,
there.
these things don't have complex reasoning, but they're still people, right? They still have human DNA. There are humans without
Capability.
complex. No, they don't have the
Just 'cause
capability.
They
They're
don't have the
retarded.
fully formed sort of brain function.
What does
doesn't
the
mean
word
that they
capability
shouldn't
mean?
Be capable.
What do you think the word capability
Are
means,
you
my
asking for
dude?
the definition of capability.
Yeah, like the one that everybody else understands except for you, apparently. If I can't do
They are
something, that doesn't mean I'm capable of
something.
it.
It's an-
If I can't do it, that doesn't make me capable. It's the opposite of being capable.
That's ability.
Capability.
It's unrealized potential for an action. It's capable.
Do you think a paralyzed person who's been paralyzed, someone who doesn't even have legs, actually, do you think somebody who doesn't have legs, it has the capability of walking?
They probably have the neural structure to control legs, so they have.
I asked if they have the
capability to walk in the future.
You think that somebody who doesn't
Yeah, they
have
have-
legs at all, that they have the capability to walk?
They don't have the ability, but they are capable of controlling legs if they have functioning.
I didn't say that they were capable of controlling legs.
Or
You keep answering a
neurons.
question I didn't ask. Everybody else is hearing me ask the
Nerve
question. You
structure,
think that they are capable of walking, correct? You said that.
Okay, Mr. Girl. Yes, I think they are capable of walking. but
Listen, I'm not.
able.
You can't call me Mr. Girl. I'm not the one who's totally okay
You're
with
doing
infant
literally
suffering
what
because
he
they don't
does.
have.
You're taking a statement which you know isn't the full story and is lacking context, right? And then you force them on these points and just bite the bullet, man. Bite the bullet. Are they capable of walking? Yeah, they're capable because they have the
capable
nerve
of
structure
walking.
to control legs, but they don't have the legs, so they are not able to walk currently.
You can keep calling me Mr. Girl, right? I don't know if you think like being Mr. Girl is just whenever you answer questions or you get questions answered for you.
No,
If that's a
it's
Mr.
when
Girl
you
thing to do,
force-
I'm
it's
Mr.
when you
Girling you right now.
force someone to
But Whenever
to
we're
agree
talking
to a
about
singular statement that is stripped of all context when you play word games like
actually, can I just look up the word capable? Can we just look up the definition of the word capable? You can just concede the point. Can we both trust Google if I look up capable? Can we agree on that?
It's going to be lacking the connotation I'm trying to convey here.
Oh,
which is
so
capable
all the dictionaries
the
are all going to be lacking this
potential
definition
for
for
an action.
capable that you know. Okay, what do you mean by capable then? Because if it's not the word that any of us
potential
mean,
for an action. Potential ability for an action. It should be different from ability. That's what I'm trying to say
how
here.
is it
It's not
different from
necessarily
ability?
a word. Ability means you could do it right now, right?
Ability to do something. I believe it would just be the possession of the means of doing something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you think capable means?
Potential to have the ability to do something.
Okay. What if I told you, right now
that Google
capable
has the word ability in their
What if I told you that capability and ability, these are listed as similar words, right? These are
similar.
going to be listed.
They have different connotations.
Oh, what's the different connotations
that I'm trying to highlight here is that they are capable of walking if they had legs, but they're not currently.
But they
able
don't
to
have legs, and
understand
they're
the
never
difference.
gonna have legs, so they're not capable, are they?
Well, I mean,
Hold on, am I capable of flying?
Build something prosthetic, no, and then they can walk.
Am I capable of flying?
That's what I'm trying to say. The person without legs has the capability to walk, but not the current ability.
Okay, sick. Am I capable of flying right now? Not with like an airplane, but lifting myself up into the air. Am I capable of doing that?
Depends what you define as flying.
Yeah, I mean, so the ability to lift myself into the air, that's why I said that explicitly. Am I capable of doing that?
You can take a trip to Afghanistan and find an IED, start poking it. Yeah, you can go flying. You're capable of flying.
You think I'm capable of flying? Every single human being whatsoever, they're all capable of flying?
They're capable of having a propelling force underneath them that shoots them into the air, yeah?
Okay.
It depends on what you mean by flying.
You do realize this is how nobody else uses the word capable, right? Your definition of capable literally encapsulates being able to do everything. Because if you had the necessary components to do that thing, you would be able to do that thing. Literally every single thing is capable of everything under your definition.
I mean, there's ways. Would they? Really? No, I don't think so. Why would that be true? There are some things that are impossible.
If your definition of capable, okay, so we're just talking under a logical modality. What do you mean by possible?
Okay, wait. What does this even have to do with the main argument?
Oh, because you said that something being capable of complex reasoning is what made it morally valuable.
Okay,
I'm telling you that your definition of capable encapsulates everything.
The idea that I shouldn't care about a being that was brought into existence for the express purpose of breeding and harvesting.
Okay, so let's say I have a child for the express purpose of raping that kid.
Hmm?
Should I be able to do it?
No, because they're human.
Okay. So why should I care about them being
also
human?
It's illegal.
Okay, I don't care if it's illegal or not. Do you think things being illegal is what makes them not good?
No, but it's
okay, so stop bringing up legal. We're not having a legal argument. This is in a courtroom, right? We're not talking about whether it's legal to rape a kid. We're talking about whether it's morally okay to rape a kid.
Well, why is it illegal?
I think it's morally wrong to rape a kid. It's illegal because people have passed laws against it. So I think it's morally wrong to rape a kid, all right? I think it's morally wrong to bring things into existence to make them suffer. So to rape and kill my kid. If I just had a kid to rape and kill them, I think that would be wrong.
But there's no other purpose of bringing that kid in the world besides just raping them and making them suffer, right?
Yeah, I think that's wrong. I think it's wrong to be able to torture beings just because you brought them into the world. There's a genuine
reason for bringing cows into the world. It's a food source, and now you're
am I reason for
there's alternative food sources, so then you don't need. But the cows are legitimately brought in the world for more than just suffering.
Yeah, they're
And
brought
they
in the
wouldn't
world to
have been
suffer
born if they
for
weren't
a
going to be
lesser moral
harvested.
good,
So
right? So I could bring a child into the world, and it would suffer. I would be able to have an orgasm. Let's say I'm a pedophile, right? Like as I am, and I would bring a child into the world to rape it, and I would enjoy that. I would enjoy it just like you enjoy eating meat. That would still be wrong. It would still be morally not okay to do. Everybody would understand that. Just because I brought it into the world, that doesn't have any effect on whether it's morally okay to rape it.
wait. So you're trying to say that raping a human is the same as breeding cows?
I think that they're both rape. They're obviously
Uh-huh.
different. I'm raping a human. I'm raping a cow. Those are different things. I think they're both rape,
Yeah.
though. I think they're both morally wrong. Like, I think if I were to go out and dick down a cow right now, that'd be morally wrong to do. I shouldn't do it.
It would.
Okay, well, at least you have one good position.
But raping a human is different from having cows being bred, no?
Yeah, they are.
Like,
one involves a human. The other one
difference
involves
is
a cow.
why should I consider the suffering of that animal?
To be ethically
the suffering
consistent.
of all humans because I acknowledge them as equal to me in ability, but
Well, they're not all equal to you in
animals,
ability,
no.
though. They're not all equal to you in ability.
they all should
You,
be.
well, okay. All
They
animals
all could be.
No, they all couldn't be, right? There are retarded
They all
humans. There are humans who with like severe disabilities. They're not all capable, right? But you would still have a problem
But
with me
they
torturing
pretty much are,
a disabled
well,
person.
how do we even classify them as human then? How do we know they're
DNA?
human if they're retarded?
DNA?
Okay, well they shared the majority of the human DNA, right? So
Yeah,
I know that if
you
their
share the
DNA
majority
wasn't
of your DNA
damaged,
with
then they
chimps.
probably would have been a fully capable human, right?
Well, no, their DNA. What do you mean? Damage is a heavily normatively loaded word, right? Like it's non-functioning. But there are other things that also share a lot of their DNA in favor with humans, right? Like if you're just saying like, oh, it has to have a threshold of DNA. Let's say we had a being that had different DNA than you, but it had the same emergent properties, right? It had the same ability. Let's say like aliens came down. They look the exact same as humans. They act the exact same, but they have a different DNA structure. It would still be wrong for me to torture them just because you're a human and you don't share DNA with them. That doesn't mean it's okay to torture them.
Are they capable? Are they capable of doing serious harm to humanity?
Are they capable of doing serious harm? They're probably capable of it. Yeah, they have all the capabilities of humans. I'm
acknowledge
capable
them
of
as
going
equal to
outside
humans
and killing people.
Ability. So then
Okay.
I would not be able to.
Oh, so is it the capability? Is that being what do you call it? Is that being the same as you? Is that what gives them moral credence, or is it the DNA? Because you swapped between these two multiple times. I just want to get a clear statement.
No, I'm asking you, how do you even define a human if you want to exclude retards from the group?
Oh, no, you define a human using DNA. That's how we define human beings. We define human beings based on the scientific properties that they have, such as their DNA. That's how we define human beings.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with what gives things moral consideration, right? If there were beings that were just like human beings, or even if there were human beings out down right
And
now,
I morally
and I tested
consider
them,
humans as a group.
God.
Because of that.
Because they have DNA that's the same as you?
Well, I know that they're human because they have that DNA, right?
Well, do
And
you
I know that
consider...
humans as a group are as equally capable as I am.
No, they're not
So
as a
then I
group as
give
equally
them-
capable as you are, right? There are human beings that are less
As a
capable
group,
than you
yes.
are.
Individuals, probably not.
Okay, so there are individuals who
'Cause
do not
there's
possess the
exceptions to that
trait.
rule.
Yeah, so why should we consider all humans then?
Because humans as a group are capable.
Well, why should we
To my
consider them as a group? Why not consider individuals? We judge individuals by their moral value all the time. You're just slipping this in. There's no actual argument in favor of this.
Well, hold on. I guess what I'm trying to say is that other humans will defend that human, and they have value to other humans within that group, so they are linked with the rest of the group of humans, even if they aren't as capable as them. So then, as a group,
So other
they're
people caring about them is what
equally
makes them
capable and-
morally valuable? The ones who don't have the capabilities? As
The
long as
fact
other
that
people
there are
care
other
about them, they're
humans-
morally valuable?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say I live in buttfuck nowhere. All right, I repeatedly produce these like retarded kids. All right, let's say I'm a retard. I have retard genes. Every single one of them, they'll never be capable of complex reasoning. But is it okay for me to rape them? Like just all of them? Like rape and kill them en masse?
Do you care
Just
for
keep
them?
having kids?
Do you care if I rape them?
Do I care if you rape them? I thought I was the one raping them in this. I mean, I would care if you raped them.
Well, you're
'cause I have a
human, so you
position
have
that's
the ability
consistent.
to give them care. If you don't care about them, then
I have the
we
ability to
can
give
go
them
around
care,
and
but
ask
nobody
if
else.
everybody doesn't care about them. And if nobody does, and nobody really wants to acknowledge them as human, then sure.
You
Doesn't
think
matter.
that if everybody just agreed that it was okay to rape babies, it'd be okay to rape babies? If everyone was okay with raping babies, then it would be cool, right?
I mean,
Surely you understand how
depends
absurd you sound right now.
if
Like,
you
surely
wanna-
you get it. You know
if,
this is
if
ridiculous.
you could create a moral framework that sort of justified that, then what would be the difference? Nobody
Well, I
argue
wouldn't have a
against it,
moral
right?
framework that justified it, right? Because I don't have a shit moral
Exactly.
framework.
There's no moral framework that you can construct that justifies it.
Yeah,
so it's not
that's
gonna
why
happen.
you're not able to construct a
There's
moral
gonna be a
framework that
human that
justifies it
cares.
in the same way that you're not able to construct a consistent moral framework that justifies the killing of animals or the raping of them. Like,
I
it's the
just
same
think
reason.
They're not capable. They're bred
Oh, they're not
for the
capable?
express purpose of reproduction and harvesting.
Okay, so
don't care if they
because
suffer.
they're not capable, you don't care whether they suffer. Okay, so retarded human
Yeah.
beings are not
They
capable.
have no species. They have no cousins either that are capable and care for them.
Okay, so they are not capable. These human beings that we're
Mm-hmm.
breeding are not capable.
As a species.
I don't care as a species. We're talking about the individuals. Why do we care about individual beings? Why would I give a fuck if something's a part of a species that's more capable?
Because they're
I don't care
going
about
to protect you-
I'm not going to not send a rapist
What?
to prison because this as a species they all haven't committed rape. We consider people morally
What?
valuable based on the things that they do.
Rapists are a species. What are you trying to say? Rapists are a species? Is that what you said?
Okay. Rapists, individually, we will judge them, we will put them in prison. I don't care if their species, human beings, doesn't all commit rape. We're judging them individually as beings, right? When we make moral considerations,
This
we're
is a
judging
completely
individuals.
This is completely different circumstances we're judging them on.
We're
This is
judging them on
like
what we
crime.
should do with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're also judging animals on what we should do with them. Should we rape them, for example?
Well, let's think about that.
Let,
They're brought
let's
into the
think
world
about
to
it.
be raped.
Okay. So if I bring,
Right.
so again, I bring something into the
into the world to be
world
raped.
for the purpose of being
They're
raped.
they don't have a moral code. They're not breaking laws. They're just meant to be killed.
Okay, so if I bring
How's
an
that hard?
infant, if I have a kid, and I rape it,
Hmm?
because I brought it into the world for being raped and killed, is it okay?
No, because it's a human.
Why does it matter whether
And
it's a human or
humans
not?
as humans as a group deserve moral consideration because they have power equal to each human, right?
Well, no, humans as a group do not have power to each human. No, there are humans that are less powerful and humans that are more powerful, because everybody understands this. You're the only person with this
That's
delusion.
individuals.
Yes, you said individual humans have just as much power as everybody else in the group. They do not. That's wrong.
No, I said humans as a group.
Okay, so why should we care about this individual human?
Because they are part of the human group.
Why should we care if they're a part of the human group?
Because it means they are deserving of moral consideration.
Why are they deserving of moral consideration? Because they're a part of the human group.
Because the human group is capable and equal in ability.
The human
me.
group is not all capable and equal in ability. That's not true.
Because there's certain individuals that break that expectation, but you
Because
know
there
that
are
there's
certain
people in the
individuals,
group
yeah, so the
that are
human group
capable.
is
Unless
not
you wanna
all
say that
equally
I'm above all
capable.
and I should just be able to play God and kill people.
The human group is
There's
not
people
all
who are
equally
equal in
capable.
ability to me, no?
For example, you're retarded, right? Not every human being is retarded. They're not all equally capable. You're demonstrating it right now. You have no ability to actually follow this argument.
Because you keep trying to bring it back to the
Yeah, I keep
individual
trying
when
to
I'm
bring it
telling
back
you-
to
when I'm
your
telling you
argument, and
that
your
I'm not
argument's stupid and
considering whether or not
retarded.
individuals have abilities when I'm considering if I should morally consider the group.
I don't know why you extended it out and said it like a retard. Everything you say sounds like a retarded anyway. I don't know why you put on the voice.
Why are you mad?
Are you mad that I'm mad? You sound mad that I'm mad right now.
No.
I don't know. I'm just saying
pretty mad, though.
you kind of sound mad that I'm mad. Wait, aren't you coping about me being mad
You're
right
on
now?
your own show. You should have better control of this.
Wait, are you mad that I'm mad?
No.
Okay, it just kind of sounded like you were mad that I'm mad. So, essentially, your argument just fails, right? You said that all human beings are equally capable as a group. They are not equally capable as a group, right? Not the group of human beings are not all equally capable.
Human beings are equal to me, so they deserve my respect.
Well, no, they're not all equal to
That's
you.
the reasoning.
They're not all equal to you, though. That's not true.
As a group.
What do you mean the
not
group
every
is equal to
individual
you?
is equal, but the group.
What do you mean the group
Yes.
is equal to you? What do you mean by that?
The group is equal in capability or ability.
No, they're
I
not
can't
equal
use
in capability.
capability 'cause
Again, you
there's
keep
that-
failing to understand they're not all equal in capability at
not
all.
the individuals.
Yeah,
Not
the
the
human group.
individuals.
So,
There's a difference.
actually, hold on. I'm going to pull up MS Paint, okay? We're going to pull up MS Paint, and maybe I can explain to you through that, all right? Maybe that's what we have to do. We're pulling up MS Paint for the debate, guys. First time I've done this in a while, all right? Okay. Okay, do I have a main scene that I could use? Hold on, I'm just going to turn off. Here we go. Okay. Oh, shit. My face is here now. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, dude. Holy fuck. How do I turn it off? Whatever. You're just going to see me frozen. You're going to see me frozen there. All right. So, actually, no, I can't turn this off. Watch this. Bam. Okay. So, there's a group here. All right. There's an 8. There's a 7. And there's a 4. Okay. Is it a correct statement to say this group is all equal?
No.
Okay. So there's a human being. It has the mental reasoning capacity of 8. It has the mental reasoning capacity of 7. It has a mental reasoning capacity of 4. 3 human beings. Is it okay to say they're all equal as a group in capability?
No.
Okay.
They're not.
So
all
let's
equal.
put a 9 out here. Is this group equal to this 9?
Well, it depends how you're going to test for equivalence.
Oh shit. Okay, fuck, dude. Maybe there's no hope. Maybe there's no hope, dude.
Like, I don't know why this is so hard for you to understand. The
I
group
don't know.
attributes
I don't know.
are-
Maybe when I ask whether numbers are equal or not, I'm not expecting, well, what do you mean by equal?
If I asked you to just generally describe a human, you wouldn't describe a retard, would you? Just generally describe a human. Right?
Like I'd describe an
That-
average human
that-
being.
That, what you're describing, is the attributes of the
Okay.
human group, right? What we concede is the
yes.
human group has certain attributes,
Mm-hmm.
and those are equal to mine in ability. Therefore,
No.
they
They all
deserve-
have no, they don't all have equal attributes, right? Like what would if we were describing DNA? Is that what you're talking about? Because if you
No.
ask me to describe a human, I describe things with like 2 legs, 2 arms, 8, 10 fingers. But if somebody has 11 fingers, that doesn't make them not human anymore. These are just like we're describing what like your average human being would look like. Like this has nothing to do with the argument, but you're just like wrong. That's like not clearly not
I'm
what
trying
qualifies
to
thing.
tell you why I don't consider animals worthy of moral consideration, right? And I'm telling you it's because the human group is the only one capable or equally capable to me, right?
What do you mean the
Then
group is equally
I don't have to
capable
consider them because the cow group is not equally capable.
Wait, what do you mean they're not equally capable?
Because when
to
you describe a cow, the general group of cows does not have any sort of, higher
and there are
reasoning
human
or
beings
any of
that
the
do
other
not have that
fucking
higher reasoning
attributes
as
that
well,
could
but you
give to
still
humans as a
consider
group.
them because of this arbitrary group thing that doesn't make any damn sense to anybody else, right? Like this is just a delusion you have. There's no way that you can justify it, and that's why you're having such a hard time right now. Whenever it comes to specifically, like as a group, they're all equally capable. They're not all equally capable as a group. If I say like I value things with like I value numbers 5 and above, right? Like I value numbers 5 and above, and then someone to say, okay, well, why don't you value so if there was a 1, you wouldn't value it, and you said, oh, but it's a number, and there are 5s in numbers, 5 and above is in numbers, so therefore I value it. Like that would be retarded. That's obviously retarded. There's no reason to consider that group. And then additionally, you're not even describing like what a human group is. You're just saying like, oh, your average human being is going to have some kind of mental capacity.
Do I need to describe what the human group is?
No, I understand what the human group is. You don't, though, right? Like, you're fucking lost on this point.
I think there's just a severe disconnect between what I'm trying to say and what you're understanding. Because I'm not trying to say everything within the group is equal. I'm saying that the thing... So how do we group things is the question, right? We have to test them for certain attributes. And if they're going to be put into that group, then we understand that that group has...
So, actually, I have a question now. Okay, shit. So... The group of beings, generally speaking, has the capability of complex reasoning because of human beings. Should we value all beings then?
When did I agree to saying that all beings have complex reasoning?
I didn't say all beings had complex reasoning. I said the group of beings. As a group, they have the capability of complex reasoning.
Do they?
Yeah, if we involve human beings, there are going to be things within that group that have the ability of complex reasoning.
It's not within the group, it's what
no, it is within the group.
Characteristics of the group is. Beings do not have a defining characteristic.
Wait, so you think the
complex reasoning.
Hold on, do you think the defining characteristic of human beings is having the ability of complex reasoning?
Among other things.
No, it's not, because there are human beings without complex reasoning. You're just fucking retarded. You're just disabled. Like, you're still a human being, but you clearly can't reason for shit. Like, disabled or retarded human beings are still human beings. You're not human being because you're a fucking idiot and can't understand or follow a conversation.
I'm not arguing for that. I'm saying that...
No, you literally just said the defining characteristic of being a human being is complex reasoning. That's clearly not true.
The defining characteristic of what most people think of as a human is.
No, it's not. People, if you ask somebody, is a disabled person a human being, they'd say yes. Of course they're a human being.
How does that exclude them from the group?
What the fuck is this conversation?
I don't know. You seem to be unable to sort of comprehend that there...
You seem to be unable to comprehend your own fucking argument, dude.
An abstraction of a group that has different attributes of its parts. Are you unable to see that?
Are you unable to understand that human beings, a defining characteristic of them is not having complex reasoning?
Okay, some humans don't have complex reasoning.
And some humans do, yes.
Mm-hmm. But when we think of humans as a group, we think generally that they will, right? How do we know that they're deficient if other humans aren't?
We know they're deficient because... What do you mean, like, deficient? How? Like, they don't have complex reasoning? They don't have complex reasoning.
How do we know they're mentally deficient? How do we know that they're...
Because they don't have complex reasoning? That's how we know they don't have complex reasoning?
Right.
We
can
talk to them?
Humans should have.
What do you mean they should have?
Because they wouldn't be deficient, right? That's why we know they're deficient. They don't have complex reasoning.
Okay. So I could say animals are deficient beings because they don't have complex reasoning. Other animals are deficient beings, so they don't have complex reasoning.
All of them are deficient beings then. And none of them have capability.
Whoa. But human beings are animals, and they have complex reasoning. Like, we can make, like, these groups all day. We can make this group, and this group has beings that are capable of complex reasoning. It has other things that are also not capable of complex reasoning. Therefore, we should be able to value the entire group. We can draw these arbitrary lines all day.
I mean, yeah, it's hardly arbitrary, though.
No, it is incredibly arbitrary. Are you unable to, right? You don't have an argument behind why we should value these groups, right? You're just saying that we should.
Should value human groups, right? The human group.
I think we should value things that are sentient. That does involve human groups, but I could argue in favor of why that's the case, and you can't. You can't argue in favor of why your justification is the case.
Except, well, first of all, I don't agree with the statement that all sentient beings should be, moral, whatever the fuck, right?
Well, of course you don't agree with that, but like you also think that complex beings or complex reasoning human beings should be capable of...
It's one of the attributes that you think of when you think of a fully functioning human, right?
Of a fully functioning human?
Because that's what the group characteristics are.
When I think of a fully functioning human, I don't think of somebody who's like you, but that doesn't make you not a human. Doesn't make you not worthy of moral consideration. Doesn't mean I can rape you. I mean, you're kind of getting raped in the conversation, but I think it's morally wrong.
For real.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you unable to conceptualize a group with attributes that not every part
No,
every part
every
shares?
single group, defining characteristics of a group, they have to have all those characteristics. Or it could be like a homeostatic property cluster, but that's not what you're talking about either, right? You're not saying like, oh, it falling in the homeostatic property cluster is what gives it moral consideration. Then like additionally, you'd have to like justify why certain these homeostatic property clusters give things moral consideration. Like you'd have so much work to do there. But like whenever we're talking about defining characteristics of a group, I cannot think of anything within that group that does not have those defining characteristics. No.
And I guess defining characteristic is the wrong word.
Gotcha.
So what word are you looking for?
I honestly
I'm,
don't know how I'm supposed to like convey the idea I have in my head to you, because it seems pretty simple that humans as a group have sort of, you know, certain things that are definite and everybody can agree on, right?
Yeah, just not morally relevant things.
Yeah, but
doesn't
like,
seem like you have
the-
any ideas in your head.
The things that are like necessary for human beings as a group, complex reasoning is not one of them. Like when I think of what makes a human being
But
a human
when we
being,
think of
I'm thinking about the
humans-
DNA that they have, right? The DNA that they have is going to be probably what makes them a human being.
I mean, you could use that as sort of a way to
What do you
filter
think makes
what
a
is
human
and what
being
is
a
not
human being?
I think there's a lot of things that make someone not a lot of things, but it's a complex question, and when you start to get to edge cases, it becomes a little bit harder. How about a monkey hybrid? Is that a human? Is it half human? What group does it go into?
If it's a monkey hybrid, it's probably not a human.
Well, but generally, if it's you know, the offspring of a human, you can say it's a human.
If it's the offspring of a human, you can
If
say it's
it
human. That's
looks
not
like a
true.
human, walks like a human, you can say it's a human. I think it's
Okay,
kind of common
gotcha.
sense. It's not
Okay.
hard to figure out what is.
So
a
it's
human.
whatever you feel like as a human, and that's what gives it moral consideration. You feeling like it's a human.
I
Does that
mean,
not sound
sure, if you wanna
absurd
phrase it
whenever
that
you
way.
hear it out loud? Like, does that not sound a little like crazy? Does that sound like silly
mean,
to say,
it
like,
sounds
oh,
a
what
little
gives
weird,
things
but
moral
when you
consideration
really
is whether
think
I
about
feel
it,
like they're human or
I
not.
think
Right? Like
that's
something
how
cannot be
every
human, but
hybrid
like
was about it.
if I have
Whatever
like a
they-
coconut, right? And I think that coconut's human, because I'm just like a retard, right? Like I'm going and sitting on an island, I've drawn a face on it, and I think that coconut's a human. That doesn't make that coconut worthy of moral consideration. That'd be insane.
I mean,
That's clearly
you would
not what
morally
gives things
consider
moral
the coconut because you defined it as a human now, but other
You
than that,
think that
nobody
coconut's
else would
worthy
need
of
to.
moral consideration? Let's say there's a lot of people
I
on an
mean,
island and they're all
if
crazy and they all
you
think
put
the
it
coconut's
into
human.
humans, if you think it's a human, then you're probably going to consider it morally.
Okay. So I am going to consider it morally. What if I have black people and like we're in the 1500s and we don't consider them human? Are they worthy of moral
They
consideration?
barely gave them moral consideration, so
Wait,
no.
are they worthy of moral consideration?
Currently, yes, because
But back then they wouldn't have been worthy of moral consideration. Back then they wouldn't have been worthy of moral consideration. Slavery was fine until white people decided it wasn't, right?
I mean, how else was it conceptualized?
I mean, it was
how
probably
else was it
conceptualized
justified?
by them. Well, they justified it. The justification was just wrong, right? It was just incorrect. Like, unless you think that the justification
Yeah,
for slavery
but
was
that doesn't
correct,
change the fact
in which
that
case we might have a
they
debate about
did
something a little bit different than veganism. But I think most people here can agree, like, it's probably bad to have slaves, even if you don't consider them human, right? Like, just because society doesn't consider slaves human doesn't mean that they shouldn't be morally considered.
Okay, wait. So, I don't get how previous reconsiderations of what groups are, or not groups, but
Yeah,
what sort of
because-
like
Yeah, because you
races
said
are and are not a part of the human group has anything to do with this.
Yeah, so because you said that something being considered human by other people, that's what gives it moral consideration, right? I said, well, there have been times where other
Not universal.
beings...
Not universal. Whatever a person considers human, they're going to give them moral consideration.
Okay,
That's what I said.
what should we give moral consideration then? Because you're just making a descriptive claim now. What should we do?
Groups that are capable, to you. Easy.
Capable to me?
Or have ability equal to you, right?
So, okay, so capable human beings would be a group that is capable to me, right? Not retarded human beings. That's the group. In fact, there's going to be
I mean,
a
if you
very
wanna make
specific
that
subset
distinction.
of human beings. Yeah, no, I do want to make that distinction. So why can't I rape kids? Because there's a group. That
Well,
group is
because
actually a
most-
better.
the
That'd be a better
society
classification.
as a whole has considered disabled people as a part of the whole human group.
Okay, so
Right.
if we just all agreed that raping kids was okay, it'd be okay then, right? Like
Yeah.
if everybody who wasn't retarded.
Yes. Actually, yes. If everybody agreed, then yeah, it'd be okay. What? Are you trying to say that there's like objective morality and it's not all subjective?
What?
Are you like a?
Do you think that
What?
raping kids would be okay so long as everybody agreed in it? You actually just said that?
Well, how else would you be able to determine what is
Are you
wrong and
fucking insane? You were calling me Mr. Girly in this conversation. Well, how the turntables? What the fuck? Yes, I do think there's objective morality. For a fact. But also I think it's bad to rape kids, even if everybody around you's a pedophile. I suppose we're not going to be getting too far in this conversation. Do you want to make a closing statement? I'll let you get last
would it be
word.
okay? But would it be okay?
I'm going to waive. No, it would not be okay to rape kids.
Nobody would care.
No, it would not be okay to
Maybe
rape
to you.
kids. No, it's not okay to rape kids. No, it's not.
Well, how would you justify
I'm gonna
that?
waive my because kids have some sentient experience, and it's bad to rape kids because of that sentient
Okay,
experience.
tell other people. Maybe they'll care. Tell other people that exact
okay.
reason. Maybe they'll care.
Maybe
And then
they'll
suddenly
care. Yeah, so
people start to care. Not everybody's a pedophile.
Okay, so but it would
if
be
everybody
okay.
has
But it would be
that idea,
okay
then-
if everybody agreed raping kids. Okay, so we're not gonna get anywhere in this conversation. I'd like to waive my closing statement. I don't think you need any more of a beatdown. I'll let you get last word in this conversation.
Let me think.
Go for it, buddy.
Isaac, after you're done thinking of your closing statement, are you cool if I ask you some questions about the debate?
Sure.
Okay. Go on. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
So, I still don't care if cows are raped, slaughtered. Though it is a bit weird if the guy is like torturing them, but still, that's their prerogative. I don't give a shit. I justify it by seeing them as incapable of doing anything to me. So, I guess might makes right. That sort of reasoning. Not a fucking sternerist, whatever the fuck, but it's like they can't. So, I don't care. Easy.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a step away. I'm gonna get a drink of water. You guys are gonna be at stream still. Go ahead to ask some statements then.
Okay. I've got some questions for you. Is it Isaac? Is that your name?
Isaac, sure, just call me that.
Okay. So, do you think that when we sort of think about our think about the actions that we shouldn't do, when we start thinking about morals, do you think that we ever, upon further deliberation, change our position? Like we think more about it and change our minds about what's right to do?
If a person finds something that, I don't know, contradicts their previous framework, then yeah, they can change.
Even without contradicting it, we can just think about things in the moment, right? And start thinking about these aspects of the action, and it can change our minds about it, right? We can deliberate on an action.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we agree that we can deliberate on the actions, clearly it's not the case that we're just appealing to our preferences. Otherwise, there'd be no process of deliberation, right? When we're thinking about what we should and shouldn't do, there's no process of thinking about what we should and shouldn't do if all we're trying to think about is just our preferences.
Sure.
Okay. That would mean that you'd be a moral realist. You just agreed that there are stance-independent reasons. You just don't understand how that works, I guess. So let's imagine, right, that we have a society where everyone thinks it's okay to rape kids to death for fun, right? This is what everyone thinks is okay. When people rape kids to death for fun, it's way worse for that kid than it is for the person, than the good the person who's raping them gets, right? The kid feels much more, like obviously in the case of child rape, they feel much more traumatized than the good the orgasm feels for the rapist, right? That's a descriptive concern. We both agree with that descriptively.
Could you repeat that?
What I'm saying is
I
just
didn't-
descriptively. Do we agree that when an adult rapes a child, it's worse for the child than it is good for the rapist adult. Like the good feeling they get is not enough. It's not better than the bad feeling the child gets is bad, right?
Maybe. I've never
Like if
raped
you were
or
to,
been raped.
well, let's imagine that you're being like, let's imagine you're rational, right? And you're not born yet, and you could choose 2 lives. One of those lives is the one where let's imagine it's in like the rapist society you mentioned earlier, right? Let's imagine you could pick 2 lives. One life is you're raped as a child, right? And then you grow up and you get to rape one child and feel good from having raped them. Or the other one is that you don't get raped as a child, right? And also you don't get to rape one person. Which one of those do you think would be, if you're just being like a cold serial killer type who only cares about their own self-interest? Which one of those do you think would make you feel better?
Well, obviously the one where I get to rape and feel good.
You get to, so you're confused, right? You get to rape, but you also get raped.
Oh, if I also
maybe,
get raped.
maybe you're into that.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty much equivalent, but
You think they're equivalent?
well, I mean, from the amount of like happiness you get out of it. Actually, you know what? You'd probably be fucked in the head in the second one. So
Yeah,
that's
probably feel
not
really
gonna
bad to
be
get
great
raped.
outcomes later in life. So
Yeah.
than the one without any raping.
I don't know. I think it sounds
Okay,
kind of hot,
so-
but
If we were considering everyone impartially, and we weren't preferring some individuals over other individuals, we would say that that rape society is worse off on aggregate. It's worse off for everyone overall. The society where there
everybody
aren't people raping
Then
is
nobody
better
would care.
off.
And
'Cause
you wouldn't be
it-
fucked in the head if everybody's fucked in the head.
That's not true. That's just a contradiction.
Like if everybody's a rapist, who cares?
That's just going to be a contradiction. You said that you wouldn't be fucked in the head if everyone was fucked in the head. But you'd be someone, and so you'd be fucked in the head if everyone was fucked in the head. If every human being had schizophrenia, you'd also have schizophrenia. And you'd be better off if you didn't have it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, so
But how would you know you have schizophrenia if everybody?
it's
has
irrelevant. We're not
schizophrenia?
talking about what you know, right? We're not talking about epistemics right now. We're just talking about the facts of the matter. I'm telling you, right? In the case of the rape society, on aggregate, people are worse off, right? Because every time there's an instance of rape, people are worse off.
Well, if it's the entire society, then probably no.
You think people aren't worse off in the rape society? You think people would feel more good than people feel bad?
I think it would be about equal.
You think it'd be about equal?
Mhm.
You think that the experience of being raped is about inversely proportional to the experience of raping people? You don't think it's more bad than good?
Probably.
Why do you think this?
It's probably about equal.
Why do you think this?
Well, it's I guess gauging it from.
Like if you were to imagine that you were like that, we just kind of know this isn't true, right? Because in the case where you were to imagine you would be raped, right, and also you'd get to rape one person, you agree that you're worse off, right? It's better to not have to have neither happen than it is to have both happen.
I said I would be fucked in the head compared to everyone else, right?
No, you didn't say compared to everyone else. 'Cause we
Everybody
don't
in
care.
the society is also doing.
No, you didn't, and I did. Yeah, I talked about your rapist society. So no, you didn't say compared to everyone else, and it wouldn't matter because we're not saying compared to anyone. We're talking about what's good for you and what's bad for you, not what puts you above or below average. You can be an average person in in fucking Equatorial Guinea or something, right? You can be an average person in like fucking sub-Saharan Africa. You can be an average person in fucking Pol Pot's Cambodia, right? And the average person there is not very well off. Even if it was the case that everyone was right there, it'd be better off if instead of everyone being in a society like Cambodia, they were in a society like I don't know, like Norway. So the average is irrelevant to talking about if people are good off or poorly off. We're not talking about how good people are on average or if you're above or below the average. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Okay. So trying to stick here, right, and focus and don't rewind, right? So sticking with what we've already established, it would be the case that you would be more poorly off if you were both a rapist and a rape victim than if you were neither. You'd be better off if you were neither of these two things, right, than if you were both of these two things. Even in the rape society, even where rape is normalized.
Even in the rape, no.
I mean, the rape
That's
society
the
sounds
difference.
hot, though,
I think
so.
it would actually be better.
No,
Really?
you
I
think
think
you'd be
it-
better off if you had
actually-
if you were both raped and a rapist in the rape
In the
society?
rape society. In the
Why?
Rape society. Well, because then you're kind of normal. And
Oh my
well,
God! You rewound. You just rewounded the target. I just told you why this is wrong. Like, just remember back to why I told you why this is wrong.
you said
remember
something
the
about
response.
averages, and there's comparative happiness in Cambodia and Norway, and
What I'm telling you is the average doesn't matter. Being normal doesn't matter. You can be above average and below average, right? Being above average is better than being below average.
yeah.
I would rather feel more happiness than average than be normal in terms of how much happiness I'm feeling. You're rewinding back to points that we've already talked about. You just the reason I said don't rewind, it's kind of felt like this was going to happen because I watched it happen for like an hour straight while you were talking to Bunk. You just kept looping. Like, just remember the things that people say. Just think back to them.
Yeah, I'm still sticking with the rapist society, rape and get raped.
Oh my God. So in the rapist society, you think you'd be better off if you were both a rape victim and a rapist than if you were neither.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I asked you if it was the case that you were in this society. You said it would make you fucked up in the head, but the argument you gave for this one is that it would make you fucked up in the head, but that would just be normal, and so it doesn't matter.
It would make you fucked up in the head comparative to compared to everyone
and
else.
yeah,
So
no, it doesn't. That doesn't matter, right?
Denied a
If
lot of avenues.
if it was the case that everyone was schizophrenic, do you think you'd rather be schizophrenic than not?
Would it give me an advantage over people to not be schizophrenic?
Of course it does.
How is this society structured? If it gives
It
me
would
an
give you
advantage,
adva-
then yes, I would like to.
Yeah, of course it would. The advantage is not being schizophrenic. Okay. The
But what if
advantage.
they have like hallucination tests and people who have
You
higher
don't get-
degrees
oh my
of
God.
hallucination?
Are there
Right?
in this society are there tests to make sure that you're average intelligence that punish you if you're too smart?
Why would in the schizophrenic society?
In the real society that you're currently in, do people get
No.
punished for being too smart? Okay, I don't think so either.
No.
Maybe in some weird metaphorical sense, like somebody could argue that, right? But
Yeah,
you're
I'm
not
like,
punished
when you're
for
dark
being
like
above
Rick
average.
Sanchez. Yeah, that's like me.
Real, yeah.
That is me.
You're just like Rick Sanchez. For
I am exactly like Rick Sanchez.
But not Isaac. So, in the case of societies, right? They don't generally punish people for being above average or better off than average. There's no good reason to think that it's preferable to be average than it is to be above average. Not being a rapist or a rape victim would mean you're above average in your quality of life.
How do you know that?
Because you've already agreed that it's the case, that it makes you fucked in the head, and then you said you'd be just as fucked in the head as average. The same is true for the schizophrenia argument. You'd be just
okay, apparently you didn't understand what I said when I...
No,
when
you
I-
must have misspoken.
What I meant by saying fucked in the head, I meant other people would view you as a rapist because I thought this was still a normal society.
You think that... No, you were talking about being a rape victim. It makes you... The trauma of being a rape victim makes you fucked in the head. That's what you were talking about.
No, I was talking about...
Yes,
being
you were. You
rapist.
just forgot your own argument.
No,
You have
I
dementia.
never meant that.
Okay.
I literally.
I don't know.
never
This
meant
is a
that. I
this
meant
is this is
fucked
a
in the head
pointless
because
route.
you
There's
are a rapist.
this route is pointless because there are too many moving parts. I have to give you really simple arguments, right? I'm just gonna ask you, why is it that the species matters? Why is it the species matters?
Which species? Our species, the human
When
species.
you're in a
Do they
discussion on
have
veganism,
equal,
Isaac.
Equal.
Did you ask me a question? You want to answer the question before you like start rambling? You were in a
Okay,
discussion
so
on veganism.
how do
I'm
I
talking to you,
determine
why
if
is it
the
more?
species-
Oh my God, why is the species morally relevant? Is what I was asking you.
Do they have ability equal to mine?
Equal to yours?
This species.
I asked you, why is species morally relevant?
What?
There are a lot of ways you can group things, right? I can group things based on species. I can group things based
Okay.
on kingdom. I can
I
group
can
them
group
based
things
on
based on how
subspecies.
like they're not retarded.
I can group people based on nationality. I can group people based on IQ. I can group animals in general based on cognitive ability. Right? There are a lot of different ways you can group things. Why is species what's morally relevant?
because there's a lot of in-group protection. And so if I
This
take
is
a
the
fight
case
with one
for
of them,
any
I'm going to be
group.
taking a fight with the group.
This is the case for nationality as well. It's the case for people who are
Mhm.
smart versus people who are dumb. It's the case for the rich versus the poor. This is just groups. You just named it. You named a trait that's true of every group. I'm asking you, why is species the morally relevant grouping? What's morally relevant about species?
The one thing that makes species different from the other groupings. Well, is that even an important question to ask? Because I mean, within
Oh my
groups,
God.
within our own species,
You
we
thought
don't
it was
care if
until
it's
you
a-
realized you didn't have an answer.
No, I'm considering, or I'm trying to think. Is that
Of course,
even
it's
a
a
question worth considering?
Yeah, the reason the question's relevant is because I'm asking you, why is this morally relevant in a discussion on morals? Yeah, of course the question's relevant. It's just like trivially relevant.
Okay, here you go. Because it's a lot easier to find what species, and we can all agree on it. There you go.
No, so one is we can't. Do you know what a species concept is in biology?
Species. It's fucking
No, a
in the
species concept.
taxonomy tree, the one below family. or
No, I
whatever.
asked you what a species concept is. I'm gonna take that as a no.
Species
You don't know what that
concept?
is.
Are you talking about like inability to reproduce with another species?
That's Ernst
Is that what
Mars
you're talking
species
about?
concept, right? That's Ernst Mars,
Okay.
right? That's gonna be one example of a species concept. I'm telling you that in biology, it's not the case we have one agreed upon species concept. We use different ones in different domains. In some domains, there's conflict. Like Ernst Mars is just the one that's like the most common in sexually reproducing species. It's not the case that it's used at all in non-sexually reproducing species. Like there are things that asexually reproduce, obviously wouldn't work there. And in sexually reproducing species, it's also not the case that we always use that either, right? And it's not the case we don't have anything agreed upon that we can point to. It's not the case that species are agreed upon. There's a bunch of different ways you can define species. I don't think that capacity to reproduce and capacity to produce fertile offspring through the process of sexual reproduction has anything to do with moral worth. Clearly, that's not going to be the case, right? If it was the case that somebody's infertile, they wouldn't have the capacity to reproduce and produce fertile offspring. If it was the case that somebody has like Down syndrome, right? If they'd have like chromosomal differences than you. Some percentage of, I think, Down syndrome males, I think, are generally infertile, and Down syndrome females aren't. Right, so somebody being infertile or somebody being like in some way like chromosomally fucked up, none of these lose moral value, right? These aren't going to be things that lose moral value. Speciation clearly has nothing to do with morals. That's why you couldn't answer the question, because it's just obviously irrelevant.
Because the reason why it's species, it's completely arbitrary, but it's because
That's
it's
my
the
point.
easiest to
Then it has nothing to do with
determine
morals. Completely arbitrary.
what our species is. It's easiest to determine what our species is.
No, it actually is not very easy to determine what our species is, because the same problems exist for species broadly. What you're doing is
wouldn't
a
be able to
human's
go
whatever
out
feels
on the
like a
street and
human.
figure out who
But
and who it isn't human.
can you go ahead and give me what is
So
the
we should tell
definition? What is it? What is the definition of human?
The definition of human?
Yeah, what's the definition
it's
of
hard
Homo
to
sapiens?
define, but you could say that they're offspring of other human, and then also,
Yeah, that's going to just be a recursive definition.
match
It's going to be circular.
DNA, have opposable thumbs and lack of
Monkeys.
hair and no tail, and
You have hair. Are you? I mean, are only bald people
lack
human?
of full of body hair. But
Yeah, I'm. So Italians aren't human.
True.
I mean, they have hair somewhere, but they don't have hair everywhere. They don't have
If
it
a
on
person's sufficiently hairy, they're no longer a human. This seems like a really silly definition of human. Very clearly not morally relevant, right?
Well, I mean,
You're just describing ways that you think humans generally
there's
look.
genetic diseases that could cause it, but it's not because they're human.
If somebody had a human brain, but for all intents and purposes, they have a human brain and human DNA even, right? But you look at them and on this outside they look just like a pig. Would you think they're losing moral value because they don't have the right amount of body hair and the right kinds of opposable thumbs? Do you think you lose moral value by looking a certain way?
Do other people consider them a human?
I asked you a question.
I'm asking this because that's the only way I would make the determination.
Just based on if other people consider them a human.
Morally.
So if somebody looked like a human, right, but they weren't, they were completely fake, right? They were like a robot or something. They just looked a lot like a human. You think this person would have moral value? But a person who who looks like a pig, and so people mistake them as not a human. Wouldn't be. When black people weren't considered humans, you think they didn't have moral value, but like a robot that looks like a person does have moral value, despite having
Specifically
no
only a
feelings
white
about it.
There's
person.
more than just looks
Right.
that define a human. It's hard.
You just said
It
if
is
they,
hard
if they
to
seem like a
define a
person
human.
to other people. So just how they appear to others.
For edge cases, you would have to defer to the popular majority.
That seems silly.
Because that
That seems silly and morally irrelevant. You have you have
it's
to be able
very
to
hard
hear
to
your own
justify it off
position,
morals
right?
at
Like
that
you've heard the words you're saying.
Mhm.
Okay, you've been able to reflect on the fact that your arguments are like just abominably bad, right? You had to bite like insane bullets and weren't able to structure important questions, structure or answer the important questions. Like there's some part of you has to be like experiencing a little bit of cognitive dissonance, like realizing your position might just be wrong. I mean, what's strange to me is like even during the course of the argument, you said that it would be morally wrong to rape a cow.
For a human, yeah. For a human to rape a cow.
Okay, it'd be morally wrong for a human being to rape a cow. Would it be morally wrong for me to like put my hand up the cow's ass and like align its uterus and like stick shit inside of it and like rip up its vagina? Would that be morally wrong
Hold
to
on,
do?
real quick. Bananya,
Depends
thank
on
you.
what's the purpose.
That depends on the purpose.
Yeah.
What if the purpose is that like I
I'm getting
really
two monitors
like
soon,
the
so
way
I
the
can reach
cows
out.
put? What if it's like I really like the way the cow's pussy tastes? I like
That's me.
scratching
That's
off
actually
scratching
so
off the
me.
blood from inside the cow's pussy. I just love how the blood tastes. I love how pussy blood from cows tastes. Clip that. Clip it and chip
Let's
it.
go. Let's fucking get some, man.
If this is the reason why I'm doing it, is it morally acceptable?
No.
It's not morally acceptable to rape cows for taste pleasure?
No. No. It's not.
Is it morally
It's
acceptable to
innately
pay somebody
disgusting.
else to rape cows for taste pleasure?
Okay, now you're switching the meaning of taste pleasure.
Yeah, that's the
Good
point.
Whoa, wow, that's
Good
actually pretty crazy.
Damn. I don't
Wait, how
know.
did
Is
somebody
it
die to this thing? What the fuck?
real? That's honestly that's a classic Doom Eternal moment. Like, why the fuck did people
How did you die to one of these?
So really though, Isaac, right? Does it become morally acceptable because you're paying someone else to do it?
Like, is it morally acceptable for me to like pay a hitman? Be like a good question.
No. Well,
Okay.
I actually agree.
Cool. Perfect. Then you should stop it. You should stop doing that then. I'm glad we
Except I
agree that it's
didn't
morally
agree
wrong
that
now. I'm glad you're on board
purpose
with the
of
ethics of veganism.
consuming
Let's
meat.
get on board with the action.
I didn't agree that for the purpose of consuming meat, it's.
You
morally
said
wrong.
for taste pleasure, right? The reason I mean, is there some other
No,
reason
no, no, no.
why you
I
need...
said
Yes.
fingering for taste pleasure. is
No,
No, you
we
said for
we never said
yeah,
this.
no, that's on the
unsanitary,
VOD again.
morally
Like,
disgusting, innate.
Nah, dog. You got that shit. It's recorded. I don't know what your
Yeah,
motivation is here. You know you didn't say that. You know it's recorded. You know everyone else heard what you said. The word
I do know
fingering
it's
wasn't even like a word in. Oh, the word fingering wasn't even part of the discussion. We were talking about. We said rape over and over again. We said that like you're taking the cow, you're restricting its movement, you're like scratching up the inside of its vagina because you enjoy the taste pleasure it gives you. Right? You enjoy how the cow's pussy blood tastes.
mm-hmm.
Yep. Unsanitary, disgusting, morally wrong.
Unsanitary, right, is not morally relevant. If it was the case that it was clean pussy blood,
Yeah, what,
boiled
like, what if it
pussy
was
blood,
really
it would become
clean?
morally
The
acceptable.
fuck? What did I just come back to?
We're debating.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no fucking
We
clue what
are
Isaac's on.
debating. This is the callers segment of the debate. We are
This is what
debating right
debates
now. This
Veganism debate, by the way.
This is le debate.
Yeah,
This
I
is
mean,
my 13th reason why.
real. It's fucking wild to me, Isaac.
This
right?
is
Like,
one of my favorite debates I've had.
I'm loving this. I fucking love this. I love this topic, despite the fact that it's awful that we kind of have to make this this hot topic needs to be debated. It's a fun topic to debate.
Oh, it is fun. It's a very
Because
fun
it's
topic.
just it's such a clear moral failing, right? Like there's a reason why philosophers are so
moral
broadly
failing?
in agreement on this. I'm saying it's a clear moral failing on our society that we do this practice. It's like even honestly, there are like periods and times when we've been doing like horrible shit to other human beings, and we look back on it and like, wow, that was really fucked up. But none of it is as clearly awful or clearly morally heinous as this is.
The slavery parallels are unreal, and it's like the slavery plus Holocaust.
I know, true.
Oh, so I should be in
Except-
favor of it, or like
The slavery
So-
DLC.
so-
Yeah, it's like, what if slavery was mixed with the Holocaust? And also, there was like, I mean, the issue with is that slavery already does have the rape stuff happening. But yeah, you get the point. It's like toned up to 11. It's just like really obviously morally heinous.
And imagine if we like systemically like automated it to the best of our ability, you know?
yeah,
For
like if
real,
this,
yeah.
Like
if
we
all of a
spent
sudden-
years
Base.
perfecting how to rape the most of it, like insane shit.
We've done that at its base.
True.
Isaac, if you heard that some foreign country was doing the same thing that we do to cows and pigs, but they were doing it to like dogs or something, wouldn't that make you a bit squeamish? You wouldn't think there's something morally wrong about that?
I respect all cultures. I don't care.
I'm asking you genuinely. Shit posting aside.
Mm,
Respect all cultures.
I like dogs as companions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring my dog on
Uh,
stream real quick.
Society
Hold on.
in the West
Let's
has
go.
deemed it wrong to eat dogs.
Mm-hmm.
I personally can't find any reason to not eat a dog that was made for the purpose of consumption. If it's
Jesus.
bred to be a pet, then that's wrong. Because
What if it was like a human being? What if we were like breeding the retarded people into existence for the sole purpose of eating them?
there's an overlap there between the previous thing I was talking about with they're a human. So
Yeah,
but you
but we all
don't seem
kind of
to
understand
agree
what I'm
with
saying.
the whole. You want to sort of dance around the fact that
Dance around.
the group.
Dog, you got.
We can
you,
agree
you
what a
can
group
bulldoze
of
through
humans should
twice.
have.
Dancing around is not how you can describe this.
That is actually because you keep going back to if the individuals aren't equal, then the group can never have attributes. We
The
can
group,
generally
sorry,
agree on
the
it.
group can never have attributes. I think the
I'm-
groups have attributes that are not the case. That are not like, they're not averages, right? Or they're not like traits
They're not
about the
average.
members of the group. It's not things like that, right? Those aren't what the traits of a group are. Traits of a group are things like the number that compose the group. They're things like what are the definitions of the species here. They're not going to be things like everyone having the same intellectual capacity. That's just silly.
They are not in a place where I can bring them on stream, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Brutally.
Aww.
They are not on their place.
Okay. Anyway, back to eating retarded humans in Vietnam. Yeah. No, it's wrong because they're human.
Yeah,
And
I just
Humans as a group deserve my ethical consideration.
sure. Let's say that I'm the
that's my
person
view.
eater, and I'm here arguing with you, right? What kind of arguments are you going to give me if I just say like I just don't care, right? Why would I care, right? What is what is it about these
here's the
humans,
argument.
right, that makes it I couldn't use on you for the animals?
I am also a human. I don't like that you're eating humans.
Are you a mentally
you
disabled
could eat
human?
me.
I mean,
Therefore,
yes,
I'm going
but-
to kill you.
Yeah, I'm just asking you. Are you a mentally disabled human?
Oh
Yes.
Okay, arguable, but I'm a mammal, right? And you're eating mammals, right? I just like these are clearly both things that the grouping that I'm putting them into is going to be outside of the groups that either of us are a part of. We think, right? So what is it about the mammals that makes it okay to eat, despite the fact that me and you are both mammals? But I couldn't use the same argument for people who are like intellectually disabled. Like they're humans, right? You're a human, right? I'm a mammal. You eat mammals. What's wrong about what I'm doing?
no. Not all mammals can kill me as easily as humans.
Not all animals can kill you as easily. Not people who are
Mammals.
intellectually disabled.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're gonna have a hard time killing you, like
Yeah,
disabled people. Not
Yeah,
even only
disabled people
intellectually
actually-
disabled people, like physically disabled people are also
Yeah,
gonna have a real hard
except
time
the
killing me.
government. The government will kill me if I kill them. So-
Okay, why? What if I come from a country that
Government
doesn't
protects
happen?
them. If you go to a government or country,
No, let's
where
imagine I'm
the
coming from a
government
country where that
have-
doesn't happen, where we just eat the mentally disabled. Right? This is the hypothetical I gave you earlier. You forgot about. That was the one we were operating in, right? I'm from this like
Yeah, yeah.
society where we just eat the mentally disabled. How are you going to compel me not to? What's the argument you can give me?
In my country, we kill people like you. And
Okay, I'm not from
I
your country.
find
I don't give a fuck. From my country, we kill people who
Okay.
eat pigs because we really love pigs.
Then let's wage war. Let's fucking do it. Might make
So your argument is just you don't have one.
Yeah, like we
my
should just wage
argument
war
is
against
that
each
it
other.
would
Whoever's
come
got the
down
best guns
to,
is the best moral system.
competing ethical systems, and really the only way to resolve that is through force. So
That's not true. Sorry,
Yeah.
do you have a counter argument to stance independent reasons?
there I mean, it's a completely arbitrary reason. In our country, we can
No, that's
say
the
that,
actually
well,
that's the
they're humans,
opposite of what
so
that is. It's the one reason that wouldn't be arbitrary. That's what a stance-independent reason would be. All of
the
your
one
reasons are
reason it
arbitrary,
wouldn't be
right? So if you say all of your reasons are
I
arbitrary,
believe all morals are arbitrary.
okay, you said you believe this, right? I'm asking you to give me the argument against moral realism.
I don't give a shit about moral realism. I don't even know what that is. I'm not a
You made
philosopher.
You
Yeah,
literally
made
just
the
said, "Don't
claim-
you think morals are all subjective?" And I said, "I think they're objective, like they're moral
Correct.
realism." That's moral
Oh.
realism. Moral realism is that there are objective that there are moral facts, and there are true moral facts. I believe the third part of it. What's the third part of it? There stands independently true moral facts.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
So they're not like subjectivism would have true moral facts, but they would be just about your dispositions and your feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of all derived from how people feel. I mean,
Whoa, it's derived
the
from how people
framework
feel?
is it's easiest to justify myself being happy if I make everybody else happy in the process.
It's easy to justify yourself being happy if you make other people happy in the process.
There are a lot of things that you could do that would they would make you happy, right? But they're clearly bad things, I think you'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but that's why we construct a framework that everybody can agree to. And
But
then
everyone
makes
can't
it
agree
easiest
to
for
it.
everybody to be happy, but specifically me, so I ascribe to it.
So what I'm telling you, I'm asking you for an argument against moral realism because you said it's the case they all boil down to subjective opinions, right? They're just feelings. If that's what morals are, they're just people's feelings. What's the reason for that? Why do you think that's true?
Um,
I gave you an
because there's
example earlier about
nothing
deliberation.
to base it on. There's no commandments that says that thou shalt not murder.
Do you think there are things that are irrational to do?
I
Even
mean,
if you'd like
there
to do
are
them?
there are commandments that say that.
Yeah, they are actually.
In fact, that's one of the most well-known ones, actually.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the main one.
I mean, no physical commandments,
No.
not fairy tales from the desert.
What I asked you was
base, let's go.
true. Fedora tip. Isaac
My fedora has
really
been
did.
tipped.
You
can't see
Isaac
it, but I'm
just
tipping my
reached over to
fedora.
tip Bunk's fedora on their behalf.
Let's
Isaac,
go.
Isaac, I need you to. What I need you to do is I just need you to give me the argument against moral realism. So here's a way, right? We can talk about it. So if I were to say that there are things that you might want to do, but for you to do them, they would be irrational for you to do. Do we agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So like, if we imagine that you just didn't give a fuck about it didn't give a fuck about if you were going to be tortured or not, like a week from now, right? We just didn't care about that at all.
Like, I offered you a candy bar, and in exchange, you had to be tortured a week from now. Next
Next Tuesday, maybe.
Next Tuesday. Arbitrary date we're just choosing out of random nowhere.
Okay, well.
And you
do it.
you
How
think
good
it
is
would be
candy?
irrational though to like choose like, oh yeah, I would like that candy bar, right? Like that would be an irrational thing if you didn't want to be tortured, but arbitrarily you just didn't want to be tortured, except for you don't really care what happens on Tuesday.
Oh, is it that the future Thursday arc? Tuesday or Thursday arc?
The Tuesday, Moxie.
Okay.
Thursday is about how do you know that everything was made up last
Punk is
Thursday?
like, Tuesday for no reason in particular, and then Moxie's like, wait,
Wait,
is this the Thursday argument?
Is
I
this the
love that.
Thursday argument?
But no, Isaac, what's the answer to Bunk's question, right? Like, where are there things that are irrational to do even if you'd like to do them?
This. Actually, if you define everything that is rational as an action which increases your happiness overall and leads to the best outcome for your happiness, then no. There is no rational
What if
action like that.
So what I'm asking, what if it was the case that I preferred to do something right now that wouldn't lead to my happiness overall? Would that
well,
be
then
rational?
that would be an irrational decision.
Okay, so you have some standard for irrationality other than just my own preferences. I could have a desire, and you would say it's an
Well, my
irrational
preference
desire.
is to choose the path that maximizes my happiness.
That's your preference, right? What if somebody didn't have that preference? Could they have an irrational preference? Could I prefer to beat myself with
Yeah.
a bat, even though it wouldn't make me feel very good?
Yeah, that would be irrational.
That would be irrational, right? So
But when I ask somebody else to beat me with a paddle, then that's not okay. That shouldn't
Whoa,
say it on the stream.
whoa.
Okay. Okay, I see how it is here. Gotcha.
What?
I said nothing. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what you're referring to.
All right, so Isaac,
I'm an innocent person.
real bunk.
You're
done
an
no wrong.
incel. That's what you are.
True. I am an incel.
Like Isaac. Since you agree there are things that are irrational to do outside of your preferences, that means you think that there are reasons, right, other than just what you prefer.
There are rational decisions outside of my preferences.
Yeah, which means that there are things that are rational or irrational to find outside of just your preferences. So, for example, I can prefer to do something, and you can think it's irrational. Here's another example, right? This one's really simple. Let's imagine that I would prefer pizza to cake, right? I'd prefer cake to celery, and I'd prefer celery to pizza, right? So there's A is greater than B is greater than C, and then it wraps back around. C is greater than A, like rock, paper, scissors style preferences, right? A is greater than
Okay.
B is greater than C is greater than A. That's going to be the preferences here. That's irrational, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's irrational even if you want that. So then there's
Sure.
perfect. And there's some standard for rationality outside of just your preferences, right?
This outside standard for rationality is derived from your preferences, though.
No, it isn't.
Yes.
So what I just explained to you is that it is not. It can be. There's an outside
My
standard for
preference
rationality
is to maximize happiness, so
to maximize aggregate happiness or your happiness.
aggregate.
Aggregate. So you're just a
Well,
utilitarian.
it's easiest to maximize
Wait,
my
you-
own happiness by promising aggregate happiness.
Yeah. So you don't care about that then. You just pretend to care about that so that you can like do good for yourself. Really, what you care about is just what's good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And there are cases, right, where things that can be, even to yourself, they can be irrational, even if it's just your preferences. Do you think that the
well,
Future Tuesday example, it just introduces, like, the reason that Bunk brings it up is because that introduces some issue with it being arbitrary, right? If fundamentally, you're not just basing things on, like, something, and they're just based on complete arbitrarity, they're just totally random.
well, if I do take the candy bar and then get tortured, my aggregate or my total happiness
Yes.
is going to be lower at Tuesday.
Yes.
So then that would be the rational choice.
Yes. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Right? So you just
Yeah,
the
the
whole
rational
point-
choice isn't just what you want to do.
And
That's the point.
and it's also my preference. My preference is to take the choice that leads to most happiness.
Well, no,
That's
your
your-
preference in this scenario would actually just be to take the choice that would lead to most happiness, barring Tuesday, right? Tuesday is not considered. A future Tuesday is not ever considered.
Exactly. Let's imagine that you don't like I'll just run Future Tuesday in like the standard form, right? Let's imagine that it's the case that there's like a wacky guy out there. He's some wacky guy. His name is totally not Isaac, right? He's different. He's totally different than you. He says that on future Tuesdays, he doesn't care about what happens to him. He doesn't care about the pain or suffering at all. On current Tuesdays, he does. Right? Once Tuesday rolls around and it goes from being a future Tuesday to a current Tuesday, now he cares about it. When he plans his actions, he only plans to maximize his well-being on days that aren't future Tuesdays, i.e. current Tuesdays and any day that's not Tuesday, right? So Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in the future, or just any day this today, right? Those are what he cares about. He doesn't give a fuck about future Tuesdays. So when he's planning his action, he chooses on a future Tuesday to go to Gitmo so he can get a candy bar today. He's going to Guantanamo Bay to get tortured.
Okay.
Right? Is he being irrational?
Well, if he doesn't consider Tuesday, then that's irrational. Yes, because
Perfect.
the-
Because
Yeah,
it's
so-
arbitrary.
it's not because it's arbitrary. It's because he's not considering Tuesday. It's,
What?
Wait, why is not considering Tuesday irrational?
because
Because
you're
it's
going to
Tuesday.
experience Tuesday, and it's going to decrease your happiness.
Why does that matter?
Yeah,
Because that's
like I
the
just don't care
entire-
about it. Like I just don't.
Okay, then it's rational to. It's
no, but I
irrational
just
to
don't care about
disregard
future
Tuesday, but
Tuesday.
it's not irrational if you're already disregarding Tuesday to take the candy bar.
What?
Wait, so it's irrational, but it's not?
That's what you're trying to say. It's irrational to disregard
I think it's
Tuesday in the
irrational.
first place. But if you're already operating under the
No,
complete disregard of the future, then yes, it is completely rational.
No, I think it's
to take the
irrational
candy bar.
to take the candy bar. I think that's irrational.
Yeah. But
I also think
if
it's
you're
irrational to
disregarding
disregard
Tuesday, then
future
it is rational.
Tuesdays. No, it's not. It's not rational. I don't think it's rational to take a candy bar to get tortured. I think that's an irrational action that you shouldn't do.
I think it too, but I'm considering Tuesday. If you didn't consider Tuesday, then you would think it rational.
But is it rational? Not if I, do I think it's rational? Is it rational?
As a whole, no,
Why is it not as rational as a whole?
because they're disregarding Tuesday.
Okay. Why is disregarding Tuesday rational?
Because it is going to be experienced and going to decrease their happiness once it happens.
It's going to be experienced, but why is disregarding it rational?
Because it should be considered, since
Why-
it's going to affect their happiness,
Why should it be considered?
because it's going to affect their happiness.
Yeah, it's
Why
going to
does that
affect
work
their
the
happiness.
same
They just don't care.
Because they're going to
in future
experience
Tuesday
it and be
happiness.
tortured.
This is looping. It's a circular
Yes,
argument.
because he
Isaac.
doesn't art.
Isaac, it's a
he
circular
does-
argument. You're making an obviously circular argument.
I'm not the one saying, oh, well, if you think it's irrational, then why do you need to consider Tuesday?
Yes, you are being asked the question. Oh, yeah, you are not the person saying that. I'm glad you've realized. I don't know why. I don't know why you thought to bring that up. You're instead of that, you're the person who's looping around in a circular argument. You are making a circular argument. You're saying you ought to consider it because it will affect you, and you ought to consider what affects you because you'll experience it. This is just a circle.
And you ought to
When I ask
consider
you
you'll
why that,
experience
you
it
say
because it affects you.
affects
You ought to consider it because it it will affect happiness.
You did it again.
Yeah, it'll affect happiness because you'll experience it, and you'll experience it, and it'll affect happiness when you experience it. And because you'll experience it, you're going to feel it, and that's because you're going to experience it. Yeah.
Bunk, I'm gonna run self for duck. I was gonna blow his mind. It's gonna demolish his
Go for it, Simp.
Yeah, it's gonna
Oh my
blow
God.
his
By the way,
fucking-
most of this call is going to be cut out, I think,
Is
in
he
the
on?
final VOD, because this is a very long call. I'm going to upload
yeah,
this
super
independently. I'm going to upload this
Wait, is he not here right now?
Jeez. What do you say, Phoenix?
It's
Is he not right here right now? Is there a
that's the
pause in the
basic-
debate?
Wait,
No,
wait.
that's not what we're
It's
saying.
not circular. That's the base of the
Isaac.
worldview.
Isaac, what I want to know from you, right? What is it that makes you you over time?
What is
Is
it
it
that
the
makes
cells
me
that make
over
you up?
time?
Is it the atoms in your body that make you up? Is it the atoms that replace themselves every year? Is it the memories that you have that you oftentimes forget? What is it that makes you over time?
It's the fact that I'm still looking through the same eyes. Like,
what is that? What
I'm
are you
given the choice.
I'm looking through the same eyes. So if we swapped eyes, I'd become you and you'd become me.
Well,
That is
You
actually the
switch the
craziest answer I've
memories
ever
and
heard to self-reduction.
cognitive
Most people will be like,
abilities
"Oh,
with
it's
it,
your memories.
yeah.
It's like some some continuum of consciousness." You just went with fucking. It's your eyeballs.
well, I'm trying to. I don't literally mean eyeballs, but I mean like your conscious experience is still coming from the same person, and you still have the same memories, and you still have the same
That's
cognitive
just gonna beg the
ability.
question.
And
What
you're
is it
in
that
the hot
makes-
seat when it
yeah,
comes to the
hold on,
choices.
Isaac, buddy. I asked you what makes you the same person, and you said when you're the same person. When your eyes are the same persons, when you have the same person's conscious experience. I'm asking you what makes you the same person over time.
Same person over time. I guess there's not really anything.
I agree. So I completely agree. There's no reason. There's no good reason why you should prefer your future self over anyone else's future self. You should be totally ambivalent about who you care about. So there is objectivity to morals. It's just objective.
But I'm wagering that I'll be in the same place.
You would be wagering.
I'm
Oh,
wagering
I
that I'll
assume
have the
moving.
same experience because I've had the same experience. I don't think I'll suddenly just disappear.
What? You're not having the same experience. No, you're not. You're just confused if you think so. Do you remember what it's like to be a baby? Are you currently
Snippets?
experiencing being a baby?
No.
Okay, then you're not having the same experience.
But I know it. Well, actually, I don't know if it's the same consciousness, but I can wager.
What is it?
don't know
What
if
makes
it
the
is.
consciousness the same consciousness over time?
Nothing. Well, actually,
That's what I'm. That's
it's
my
hard.
point.
It's hard to
Nothing.
say what makes the same consciousness.
There's nothing. You don't
All I
have
know is
anything.
that
You're
I'm
not pointing to deeper
currently
facts.
here and I have certain memories, and I'm willing to wager that I will be there. And
If I
I'm
had your
wrong,
memories,
then
would I become
whoever's
you?
there will take blame, but I think it's going to be me. So
If I had your
act
memories, would I
rationally.
become you, Isaac?
Yeah.
If I had your memories, I'd become you.
Well, not just my memories, but if we switch consciousness and like body, then yes, it
No,
would be me.
just your memories, right? I'm asking you what makes it the same consciousness over time. You
Just
chose
my
your
memories, no.
Cool. Then it's not your memories that make you conscious, or that makes it the same consciousness over time. Because if I had your memories, I wouldn't be your consciousness.
I wasn't arguing for that. I was
Yeah,
saying
you did. You just forgot what
pretty
you were
much
arguing
everything
again.
along with it.
You just forgot. You
I
it
did
again.
not
Michael,
forget what I
you
was
have-
arguing. I'm
you have
saying that there
amnesia.
is a
Wait,
continuous
Isaac, you
existence
can't say memories
here.
because you can't remember shit.
True.
Okay. I don't know.
I said
I've
memories,
called him for
cognitive
long enough.
ability, and body.
Isaac, do you want to get the last word in here, and then if anyone else wants to hop in, they can. Otherwise, I'm kind of like, I feel like I've gotten everything I can.
I never said the memories were the sole thing that causes someone to be the same person. I said memories, cognitive ability, and body, because that's the only thing we know to actually
wild.
define who you are currently.
Okay, that's wild. Because all those change over time. But I don't know. I enjoyed the conversation, Isaac. It doesn't sound like anybody else wants to jump in. I guess they can say so if they do now.
I did earlier, but I think you said most of the things that I was going to say. We already talked about groups. We already talked about bringing in retarded children and like raping them, if that's okay, if you brought them in to be raped and killed. We already talked about self-reduc. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't really have responses to any of those unless, I don't know if he just wants to like loop non-arguments, but I imagine those are all gone over. I did want
Anything
Bunk to
but a
pull up
concession
on
is a
stream. I don't.
loop.
What?
Anything but a concession is a loop, apparently.
No, new arguments wouldn't be looping, right? If you had like counter arguments or new arguments, those wouldn't be loops. But it is a loop when you bring up an argument and then we bring up a counter argument and then you loop back to the original argument.
Because the counter argument never disproved my original argument, and it leads me.
So you're gonna have to give a reason for that, right? You're gonna have to explain why it's not a counter argument. I mean, sure, we can go over them again if you want. We can start with why are species a relevant group?
It's convenient. There you go. That's a better word for it.
They're convenient.
It's a convenient way to group people so we know who should be morally considered.
I think it's more
think it would
convenient to
be-
group people who aren't retarded in a group and then consider them.
Yeah, it would be. I could easily make the argument that it's more convenient, right? Like more parsimonious, more convenient to just say all experiencers. That's the most convenient group.
Not my opinion.
Okay, why?
Because then we wouldn't be able to eat meat.
Okay, well, so we can go on two levels, right? One, it's not even good for humans to eat meat, right? So the existential risks of both pandemics and climate change, that's going to make it like
Cool. I'm
very,
suicidal.
very
I wanna die.
inconvenient to justify this. What was that?
What if I'm suicidal? I just
What if
wanna
you're
eat meat.
suicidal?
Yeah. Is it then like, oh, you're gonna die?
If you're suicidal, do you think that justifies killing every other person on the planet?
Not every other person, but things that are unable to harm me. Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, cool. So again, by doing this, you're increasing the existential risks of both climate change and pandemics, right? Both of which are risk wiping out every other human. So I don't know why you brought
The
up being
thing
suicidal as a
increasing
response to that.
the threat of pandemic is fucking Bunk raping all the cows. That's what's gonna increase pandemics.
Well, I think it's wrong to rape cows, but I don't know about you, dude. Maybe you're gonna go out and do some crazy shit after this combo. Like, I also think it's wrong to
You
rape
sound like you're
babies, but
gonna
you
rape
kind of
a
bit
cow.
that bullet too. So.
Christ.
Well, I'm saying that if there's a world that exists that
Oh
hasn't
shit! But, okay,
brought
well,
up the argument
I
against it, then yeah, it's fine. But as
I
soon
really
as you
hope-
bring
I
your
really
own
hope-
argument against it, then it
I
doesn't
really-
become cool.
I really hope that you don't have a bunch of yes men around you at any point in your life. Okay, that's what I hope for you.
So Do you just not know about the problem with antibiotic resistance? Are you completely
I
unfamiliar
know
with
what
it?
antibiotic resistance is. Yes,
Okay,
what,
so
what does it
you're
have to do with
in
anything, though?
because they feed antibiotics to animals, and the more animals that you eat, the worse antibiotic resistance gets, and the higher the chance that a pandemic wipes out humanity gets. The last like 3 pandemics have been zoonotic diseases.
They weren't farmed animals, were they?
Yes, they were. It was the swine flu, right? From like
Swine flu?
pigs.
Oh, actually,
Sure.
yeah, that is avian.
Yep,
Avian flu? Is that a farmed animal?
chickens.
Where did? Actually, yeah, that is.
And the
Um,
bats that they were, the bats that they were, the bats that COVID supposedly came from were farmed bats, right? They weren't wild bats.
Mhm.
Yep. Wet markets, remember? So yeah.
Okay, so it's pretty unsanitary.
Yep.
Have you seen the inside of a factory farm?
True. Actually true.
Yeah.
Cool. They're not very sanitary.
Farm animals consist of 62%, like 62% of the antibiotics that are used on farm animals, not humans. I can send you a source on that. So we want that to
okay.
stop happening. If we want to stop like killing ourselves with these pandemics, if we want to decrease the risk that one of these is so powerful, right, that it could like wipe out humanity, then that's an existential risk. Then we should probably stop eating animals. That it would be very convenient for us to can put them in our moral circle, so that the arguments for saving for lowering these existential risks are higher or better.
Or I could continue eating animals until there's an alternative that doesn't involve live animals, which actually seems to be on the horizon. And then everyone's happy?
So you just want to continue rising existential risk because antibiotic use in animals goes up every year. You want to just continue having rising existential risk until technology fixes it for you.
Temporarily, yeah.
Why?
Well, temporarily, yeah.
Why?
Because I like meat. And I don't consider
So-
animals morally or
Well, that would
in
be
any
So-
moral
If
and
you
point.
you're
like
just
you and you
not-
also like other human beings, you should probably stop doing things that lead to the end of the human race. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
But it's only temporary.
If
think
they
it-
were if they were morally irrelevant robots, the argument that Phoenix is making right now would still mean that the animals are something you shouldn't be eating, because the pandemic risk is not something that's issuesome for the animals; it's something that's issuesome for the humans. It's
How
issuesome
much
for
of
us,
a pandemic
for us.
risk are they, actually?
Very large.
Huge. Again, 62% of antibiotic resistance.
Is that
right?
from
All of the last like 3 pandemics have been again zoonotic pandemics. The risk that one of these turns into like an existential risk is pretty high. I can just show you the risks. It's according to like Toby Ord, who's like the top expert or one of the top experts on existential risks, and according to like every long-termist existential risk focused organization, pandemics are going to be at least in the top 3, if not number 2, as far as the biggest existential risk, the biggest threat to our species survival.
I agree, pandemics are pretty bad. But are those zoonotic diseases the result of safe farming techniques or cheap farming techniques?
The ones that are encouraged under capitalism, the only
Certain
ones that we
there's
can
ways to
use
do
to
it.
the cheap ones, the only ones that we can use to maintain the diets of especially the United States, the world as a whole in general, as of right now, the aggregate of the world.
Okay, so then petition the government to force farms to farm in ways that don't increase the risk of pandemic, right?
Then you'll have to stop eating as much meat, right? No matter what, they're going to increase it to some extent, right? So you could lower the existential risk somewhat by doing this, but in that case, you're probably going to have to cut meat consumption. We can look at I guess what specific methods you want to use, but you're going to have to cut meat consumption to like half to or 2/3 or something in this ballpark,
Well,
depending on what
if it's
you mean.
if it's if it's necessary to reduce the risk of pandemic, then sure, I'll reduce my meat consumption. But there isn't a reason not to eat meat with that word.
That would be a reason not to eat meat.
Yeah, that'd be definitionally a
It
reason
would
to not
be a
eat
reason
meat.
to reduce meat consumption, but okay, not eat meat
The
entirely.
reason doesn't stop working once you've reduced it by a bit, right? And it's not like if you half your meat consumption, it's the case that like the reason doesn't count anymore. Like the amount of meat you consume, no matter how small it is still gonna be something that's increasing pandemic risk. And
And that's
smaller the
just
amount of meat is, the
pandemic
less-
risk, right?
the less-
The anything that you do to reduce pandemic risk is probably going to increase greenhouse gas emissions or leave them the same.
Yep, and any amount that you reduce your consumption by, you're also reducing whatever like good aspects you get out of it as well. So the amount that counts in favor of it reduces linearly.
So
It's always
then
going to be the case that you have more that counts
make
against
it
that
equal
counts in
to
favor of it.
how much I lose.
No, my point was
Welcome
that
to capitalism,
my
my
point was that
dude.
you were
Oh,
incorrect
shit.
when you said it wasn't a reason to completely eliminate it. It is.
What the fuck?
What?
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Ghosty just gifted 50 subs to the channel.
Oh, man.
What the
Welcome to
fuck?
capitalism, my dude.
I'll blow you for that. Just for bunk.
Please.
No!
Let's go. Ghosty, I will literally suck your
Welcome
dick
to
right now.
capitalism, my
Right
dude.
here, right now.
Wait,
Thanks, Ghosty. That's
the
actually insane. Thanks, my dude.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
I'm gonna mute the alerts. I'm gonna keep them going, but I'm gonna mute the alert sound because that's gonna go off for a long time now.
Wait, the
Holy
ghosty?
shit.
Like the.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's. This is awkward.
But yeah, Isaac, the reasons are pretty strong for why you shouldn't be doing it, even if you don't.
They
if you
actually
don't
are.
just-
Yeah.
Not
Pretty
eat
good
meat, no, but
reasons.
petition the
yeah, that's
government to force farms to properly farm.
The issue is the amount of meat that you consume is already going to be like notable. It's going to be pretty notable. The increase to pandemic risk is significant enough that even small increases are ones you should care a lot about. Because if
Yeah.
that wipes out humanity, obviously, like all of the future lives that could have been lived are not going to be lived.
Yeah, that's why you would do it through regulating that sort of
It's good to do both.
process.
I agree.
Are
We
you-
should regulate out the animal agriculture industry. You also shouldn't be participating in it because it's bad.
Mhm.
Well, I want to participate in it until they find a suitable alternative
There is a suitable alternative.
that involves meat.
No.
Then it's not a suitable alternative.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. Sorry, it's only an alternative if it's also the case that it increases pandemic risk. It needs to be an alternative to increasing pandemic risk.
True. I like this position.
I'm talking about
There are things
meat
that taste like meat,
is-
that feel like meat, that look like meat. Already, the lab-grown meat is going to be like an interesting novelty. But in terms of ground beef, like we already have Impossible Chef. And the Impossible Chef's like spot on.
It is actually just better.
Yeah,
it's
but
like literally just
paying
better.
for that would be supporting the production of more non-meat alternatives. But
Correct?
paying the meat
Yeah.
industry until they eventually switch over to that sort of
The meat industry will not be the one switching
It will
over.
be more efficient.
The meat
you're
industry
not
will not be
paying
the
big
ones.
meat, okay?
The meat industry are not going to be like, damn, we're getting a lot of money off of meat. We should stop doing this.
This
Like,
is
really
No, but they're
fucked
going to
up,
say,
dude.
hey, this process has now gotten to the point where it's more efficient than having live cows, so we're just going to switch over to that.
There's no reason
Well,
for
no,
them
they,
to do
they
it.
wouldn't know
the,
that
the,
though.
The industries
by
that are
you
going to be
paying- yeah, like you
the
just be
industries that
paying
are-
them to make more meat. Like that's what they're seeing on the paper is people buying meat. Like I don't know why. Like you're not submitting a formal complaint being like, oh, I'll
Okay,
buy your
and then
product
to
if
make
you.
even more meat, they would need to switch.
How much
We-
R&D is
wait.
how much
Yeah,
R&D is
and they'll
hold on a
switch, and they'll switch if their competitors, the non-meat products, are going to be selling more. That's something that they would switch for. You
Yeah,
are
how
giving
much
an
R&D
argument in favor of my position. What?
Switch to,
How much R&D on
Switch
lab-grown
to
meat?
non-meat
How much
alternatives.
R&D on
Talking about-
lab-grown meat do you think Hormel is spending, Isaac?
probably nothing right now because it's
Nothing.
Kind of
So then none of
infancy.
the money you give Hormel is going to be encouraging lab-grown meat.
It eventually will.
It doesn't right now, does it?
The industries that are going to have an easier time switching over to lab-grown meat are one, the industries that are already working on lab-grown meat, so like science industries, right? And two, like industries that are already working on making plant-based meat, right? These two are going to be the two organizations that are going to have an easy time like having the infrastructure in place to already build these things. Whereas the meat industry is like they have farms and they have like slaughterhouses, right? They have like factory farms and slaughterhouses. Those aren't going to be like productive or easy to switch over to lab grown meat. But Impossible and beyond, these companies are going to have a very easy time switching over to lab grown meat. They already have the facilities working on that type of thing. They already have science facilities. They already have research facilities working on that type of thing.
And it tastes
For lab
really
grown
good, by the way. We're not like memeing you. Like it's actually insanely
It's
good.
so
Next time you go to
good.
like,
I'm not
Sister's
even-
a
next time you go to like,
vegetarian.
what now?
I know what it tastes like. Yeah, she buys them all the time,
Yeah, they're really good, right? Like they're actually good.
but they taste nothing like a burger.
You're
No, they-
actually just crazy. You're just lying.
Is not Isaac the person that's making the terrible arguments against veganism?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not Isaac. You know, I have a very similar stance, but yours is very poorly defended. I'm amazed you did not once bring up the fact that these cows were bred to be domestic and they could not survive in the wild.
That's what I
Literally
started the
dead.
argument with, bro.
No, you clearly didn't because
It's the first thing you
you've been
said.
backed into so many corners, and I don't know how you haven't managed to hold that one. What you could have like asked Bunk, well, would it be morally acceptable to like send all these domesticated cows out to die in the wild instead?
Well, no,
Bunk,
it would just be to
unironically,
stop
now
be
it's-
making them. Like it would just be to stop making the animals.
But these are mammals that
That's it.
reproduce on their own.
No,
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, that's the worst part. No, dairy
No,
cows
that's
are
actually
not
the-
the kind
the
of thing that
worst
exists in the
part.
wild.
Well,
Yeah, it's like
if we
the way
continue
worst part.
if we stop, well, in theory, if we stop pumping them with all this shit, they're eventually going to be capable of mating again.
No, the dairy cows that exist today are unnaturally bred.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you're right. My bad. I was thinking of different fucking animals. My bad. Cows. My bad. Yeah, the cows are so big that they have to inject like their fluids into one another. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
so
Yeah, I
true
have
for
to, like,
cows, true for domestic pigs, gonna be true for if you take a look at wild pigs versus domestic pigs, the ones that are not domesticated pigs, the ones that are
Yeah.
domesticated would not survive in the wild. Just genetically, they don't have the disposition for it.
These farm animals, they're I can agree. They're bred to be way too big to even be physically capable of mating. But even so, do naturally bred cows have fucking mating rituals?
Do naturally, what do you mean, like just cows that exist in nature, like natural cows?
Yeah, just cows in
I have no
nature. Do
idea.
they have mating rituals?
Welcome
I
to
have no
capitalism, my dude.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say they probably fucking don't. They just mate indiscriminately.
Mm-hmm.
And so, even so, we talk about. Could you explain to me how inherently like reproducing these cows is rape?
Because the process by which you reproduce them involves shoving your hand up their ass and like shoving a hook in their vagina.
Ow.
Right, but how okay, since consent is a social construct and therefore so is rape, could you define rape for me?
No, I think that we're
Let's
talking
go.
about rape,
Let's fucking go, dude.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not saying
Hold
rape
on,
isn't
have you
real,
guys
because obviously
considered
metaphysics exist, but
Wait, have
The
you
morally
cons-
relevant aspects of it, the morally relevant aspects of what rape is, are going to have nothing to do with the social construct of consent. The word rape, I agree, is a social construct. The
you
ideas
can't
that
really
makes it
have
morally
rape
wrong
if consent
are not.
doesn't exist.
I think that consent exists outside of the social construct.
Consent exists through metaphysics, and so
What do you
therefore
mean?
rape is a
That's-
metaphysical
That's a weird.
concept.
That is a okay. That is a
You hold on.
super
Can I
weird-
get? Can I physically hand
This
you
is some Mark
consent?
type shit.
Hold on.
What do
If
you-
I
what do
give
you-
you consent,
this
does it
is
exist in
monetized.
reality?
I'm going crazy.
You
I'm
give
going crazy.
donations from yes. Let's
Hold
go.
on.
Hold on, just a
I really-
second. Just a
I
second.
really
Come
have to
on,
ask,
come on,
dude.
please.
If-
No, before you ask
consent-
anything, let me say something. Hold on.
Mhm.
You are confused about what the term metaphysics means. The world's
It's
existence
something
is a
that doesn't
metaphysical
exist
statement.
physically
No,
in reality.
no, that is not what metaphysics means. That is not what metaphysics means. No,
Christ.
metaphysics is the philosophical discussion about what exists.
Okay, so
That's the specific branch of metaphysics called like the That's the specific branch of metaphysics called like ontology.
Like
And then you'll have
ontology.
the broader branch of metaphysics is talking about like the first principles of things. It's not
the
the
branch
case
of
that metaphysics
philosophy
means
that deals with the
boring
first
as shit.
principles of things, including abstract concepts such as
Yes.
being,
Being.
knowing, substance,
Yes.
cause, identity, time, and space.
Yes, several of the things
Does
physically
time
exist.
physically exist?
Yes, it's like a part of physics.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, space time.
How can you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm super sure about that actually. It's really
No. So how can
not a
you
reductive
prove?
finding.
What Einstein?
you
Who's
physically
Einstein?
prove to me-
I never heard of that.
How can you?
Space-time
No.
continuum?
You can.
What?
I recall Einstein proved that time. It proved that time is a useful utility and a very real concept, because yes, time would exist, but you can't put time in a fucking jar.
You can't put
Wait,
electrons in
what?
jars.
What kind of?
You can't
What
hold
kind
time
of-
in your hands.
What,
You can't
What
hold
kind of
electrons in your hands.
scientist was
And
Einstein?
You, in theory, you could hold electrons in your hands. Are you talking
No,
atoms?
no, you could not.
Wait,
In theory,
No, I am
in theory,
talking electrons.
in theory, when we're talking about things that exist on a molecular level, in theory, yes, you kind of can have.
No,
hold them in your hands 'cause they
electrons do
exist
not exist
around
on a
you.
molecular level.
They
No,
exist around you. You're made up of them.
No, electrons do not exist on a molecular
Sorry,
level. You know
not
what a molecule
electrons.
is?
I mean molecules. Sorry,
I said
molecules.
electrons.
Okay,
Talking
so we're
about
talking
electrons right
about
now.
electrons. We're talking about electrons. Okay,
Yes.
so
They're what's called a theoretical unobservable.
mhm.
Okay? You can't
So
we
observe
can
them
only
directly.
observe their effects. We can't
So,
directly.
Yes.
so you're telling me.
I
So
think
you're
it's correct.
telling me that consent is something that exists, not even just in our physical
you are
reality,
confused about what we're
but
talking about.
it's not. Hold on. No. Because my understanding
this
of
has to do with consent.
metaphysics
No.
is something. My understanding of metaphysics, right? And this, I'm pretty sure this kind of does have to do
Let
with
me answer
consent,
your
because you
question
can't
before
hold
you start
consent in your
elaborating.
hands. You're cutting
Okay.
me off. You can't
I am-
hold
yes,
consent in your
I'm
fucking
telling you.
hands.
Ask me a question, right? Just let me answer it. Don't keep going.
Mm.
Don't
Mhm.
ask the question, then start responding to it. Right? Responding to my answer before I give you one. I'm telling you, my whole point of bringing this up was not because consent is like an electron. That's my point. My point is that the term metaphysics doesn't mean a thing that doesn't really exist, but exists as a concept. That would just be like that wouldn't mean metaphysics. Metaphysics also talks about things that literally physically exist. Electrons are one example. Time is one example. Space is one example. Substance is one example.
Well, they might be tools we use, and well, they might be tools of not just measuring, but like things that serve certain utilities to help us in our daily lives. I don't think that means they necessarily exist on a physical
I'm telling
plane.
you. Okay, the statement you just said is about metaphysics. The one you just said is a statement
Right.
about metaphysics. Metaphysics, it deals with the beings of things.
Right.
Yeah.
So what is
when
the being?
metaphysics?
What is the being of consent?
Oh my God! Stop. The metaphysics is not about things that don't exist or things that exist only in abstract concept. Metaphysics is literally about the things that exist as well. A branch of metaphysics is the idea of dealing with the ideas of what exists. That's being, right? What exists? What is actual? What's concrete?
Right.
Just telling you that's not what the term metaphysics doesn't mean what you think it means. Right?
But consent is a social construct.
Okay. I think that the moral aspects of why it's wrong to rape people are not just social constructs.
Well, I think if we all didn't agree that we don't like being touched sexually in any manner, if we all didn't agree, then like rape really wouldn't be a concept that we could communicate exists.
Okay, being able to communicate it is irrelevant. If I couldn't speak,
I think being able to communicate it is relevant.
No, it's not relevant.
Communicate rape, then how would rape exist?
Stop. You already said your sentence. Jesus, stop speaking. Fuck. You said
I just asked you.
Yeah, I know. You asked me, and then you kept going.
So
you keep doing that. I can't. You don't shut the fuck up. Please stop. Kumo.
You're the one rambling.
I'm literally just trying to answer your question, Kumo. So you made the claim, right, that you think that it's the case that we wouldn't be able to communicate about it. But we're not talking about what we can communicate about. We're talking about what exists. Sometimes there could be things that exist that you couldn't communicate about. For example, before we had the words for electrons, before we had stop, Kuma. Before we had the words for an electron, electrons existed.
Welcome
Before we
to
had the words for
capitalism, my
atoms,
dude.
atoms existed. If somebody didn't have a word for a tree, or somebody was a non-verbal autistic, trees would still exist.
Trees would in
So
fact
we're
still
not-
exist. I agree. That's actually true.
But would rape exist?
Yes, right. The thing that makes rape morally wrong is not the definition of the word.
It's the act.
It's the impact. It's the consequences.
It's the impact. Are you sure it's not the act?
Yes, I'm 100% sure it's the consequence.
So the action. So can there be an impact without action?
Yes.
So then why isn't it the action?
What? How the fuck does that connect? So I can
What do you
give
mean?
an
How the
example.
fuck does that connect?
I mean, you are being a fucking idiot. The action is going to be irrelevant to whether or not the consequences are bad. Here's an example of a thing which is that has bad consequences, but isn't a bad action. Tornadoes, malaria. These aren't bad actions. Nobody's doing malaria. Nobody's doing tornadoes. They just fucking happen.
I know, the
They're a
malaria's
bad
looking kinda
consequence.
hot, I'm not
Without
gonna
it,
lie.
So
they're a bad consequence,
It's
but
me,
it is an
malaria.
action.
are we making the parallel
It's-
of natural disasters and like diseases to fucking rape that
Are
is
you retarded?
that is performed by one being onto another, or maybe many beings
Yes.
onto another being?
Yeah, we were making a parallel. That's how comparisons work.
Right, but one is an act that is performed by someone with a conscious.
Yes. If it was
A
the case that
conscious being.
if it was the case, a stick fell into your ass and tore your asshole open, it would be better off if that didn't happen.
So did the stick rape me?
The stick doesn't rape you. I'm telling you that the impacts
Okay.
are what we care about morally.
Okay, but the
No,
stick
I'm not saying
didn't
the
have a
only bad
conscious.
thing to happen is rape.
Is the
There are
stick
other bad things
capable
that can
of
happen.
performing? Is the stick capable of performing an action? Can
No.
the stick perform a verb?
Can you
Well, then
fall?
what's-
Oh,
then what's
yeah,
the
well,
point
yes.
of
Hold
your-
on.
fall.
Hold on.
Yes.
Yeah,
Your
yes.
parallel.
Falling is a verb. Falling is a verb.
Right, but did the stick perform that verb?
The stick doesn't do.
It fell.
The stick. Yeah, the stick
fell.
fell.
The
The stick
stick
doesn't
did.
have a sentience. It doesn't have
The
a
stick
consciousness.
did. The stick did not decide. It just did.
It did fall. Yes.
Mhm.
Sticks do fall. Are you are you a crazy person, Kumo?
No.
Okay.
No,
I wanna let you know.
So you're like, and I mean this as
Can I say something to
respectfully as
you?
possible. You've been saying a lot of things, so can I like actually like?
I want to say one. I want to say one more thing. Kumo, I wanna say one more thing.
before you get an entire monologue out again.
Yeah. No, I'm not monologuing. I say statements that are coherent and you ask
Reading
questions
the
and then answer
epilogue
them
to the
for me,
Bible.
right?
You seem
Okay,
like,
you're
I don't
interrupting
know,
right now.
Maybe
Holy
this
shit.
is the wrong term, but you appear to be
Go ahead.
fucking gish galloping, dude. I can't even.
That would be yes.
can't even-
That would be the
I-
wrong term because gish galloping is when you spread a bunch of points. I'm giving you 1
It
point at a
sounds
time.
like you're making a bunch of points.
Okay, you can tell me with the last thing I said, right, or what I'm saying right now.
Mhm.
What are the 2 points at least that I'm making?
2 points. Okay, so we started
No,
with
the last thing I
rape
just said.
being a social construct, and then you went to correct me about my usage of the term metaphysics, and then we went to.
You're not answering my
And then we
question.
went to.
You're
I am
retracting.
answering your question.
No, Kumo.
I am answering your question.
Kumo,
These are points in which you
Kumo,
need
please
new
let me help
argument.
you.
I'm just
Hold on.
enjoying Doom Eternal
Hold on.
listening to this.
Kumo, please let me help you.
I don't have
I did
anything
not
to say. I
ask
don't
you
have
to
anything
name
to
every
object.
point that I made. I asked you,
Dude.
with the last statement I made, what are 2 points embedded in that?
Okay, dude. Are you capable of communicating with me without speaking at light speed?
I don't think it's that fast. Just think faster. Fuck.
Sorry.
I'm gonna steal that response, by the way. It's mine. Mine now.
Sorry.
Just think
That's really
faster.
funny.
Just think faster. Okay.
It's kind of based and kind of red pilled.
So I'm sorry if you were oh so wise about the subject, and I have intruded on your territory. I'll apologize for that. But
so weird. Why are you doing this?
what do you mean? Why am I doing this?
This weird
dude?
performative thing.
You're like, what do you mean a performance? You're like sitting here like, well, actually, Kumo, you don't know what the fuck metaphysics are. Physics
I'm
are, Kumo.
explaining to you why you're
Actually, Kumo,
mistaken about
metaphysics,
Kirby. Oh,
metaphysics actually describe
Oh,
both
you
being
sound
and
Breathe in.
non-physical concepts.
Kumo, breathe in and breathe out. Okay, it'll be all right.
That's how you were talking to me.
Kumo,
That's how you. That's how you
Brother,
was just
this
talking,
guy
bro.
stinks.
you're real. Kumo,
All right.
right?
All right.
What I
Can
So
we
what I
can
asked
we
you-
actually get to
can
the
I-
discussion at hand instead of you like trying to pick apart my
Oh my God, please,
my
please, just
comprehension?
the
just take
only
a
way
breath.
they can
Take a
win the
deep breath.
argument,
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, Kumo.
Dude,
right?
I've been speaking slower than you. You're like
It's not about how slowly you. It's not about how slowly you speak. It's about how
I
upset
think it
you are.
is.
I'm
It's
just trying to
about how
communicate. Stop
clearly-
talking.
it's
Fuck.
about
Stop
how
speaking.
Clearly,
Fuck.
I'm trying to communicate.
Kumo, stop
with you.
speaking. Stop talking. Fuck. It's not, just wait your turn, please. Kumo, what I'm telling you, right? You said I was gish galloping. I wanted you to tell me because a gish gallop is when, in one period of speaking, somebody assaults you with a bunch of points at once. I'm going
Mhm.
1 point at a time, and so I wanted you to tell me in one thing that I had said, the last thing that I had said specifically, what are 2 points at least embedded in that? If you had 3 points embedded in that, you'd have an even stronger case of gish galloping. That was the point of me
You were
asking you
just
that.
speaking.
The fact that
you were just communicating so
you are-
clearly.
oh my
Could you-
God.
I'm gonna have to ask you to slow it down once again. You started off
None of
strong, right? You were
none of that was
coherent.
none of that was
You
hard to
were
understand.
coherent and you were clear.
All of it
and
was
then
coherent.
you just kept speeding up as you kept
All
you
of it
kept
was
going through your
coherent. You're just
sentences.
so-
you just
you're just
increased the
slow.
speed in
It's
which
not
you were
my fault
speaking.
that you're
Can you just
slow.
slow the fuck down, dude?
Okay,
You
I'm
start
gonna-
off
Kuma,
very clear and coherent, and then you just start
Stop
speeding up like
interrupting.
you're on fucking crack.
Stop bitching and whining constantly.
I'm not
Stop.
bitching and whining, dude. You're
Are.
just
You keep
impossible to have a
complaining I'm talking too
conversation
fast.
with.
I don't
You're
know. It's not my fault.
spurging.
You're stupid.
This is
Kuma. I
literally
can't let this do.
spurging. You're literally spurging right now.
I-
What do you mean?
You're just bitching and whining about like the fact that I'm talking too fast. That was a weird fake laugh. But
Weird-
Kumo, what I want to talk
what
to
do
you
you mean a
about
fake
right, is the
laugh?
substance. I was explaining to you why I wasn't gish galloping because I wasn't using. I wasn't embedding a bunch of arguments into 1 point. Right, I'm going 1 point at a time. I just make sure to make my points super clear. So I guess back on the topic, right? If you're saying that rape is a social construct, I don't think that the morally relevant part of rape is the social construct. So you asking me in the case of an animal, what about like the social construct of rape applies to it or some shit like that? It's just irrelevant because the point that I'm making.
Could I elaborate on
no,
why?
no,
I
don't
think
elaborate. Wait until I'm done talking. No, you can't elaborate. Shut the
Dude,
fuck up.
if you really
Holy
want to
shit.
get me,
Are
if
you
you
being
really
normal
want to
person?
make your point
Be a
clear, so
normal
you could
person,
shut the
stop
fuck
talking.
up, right?
No, I'm in
If
the
you
middle of
want
a
to make your
sentence.
point
Be
clear,
normal.
get your
Fuck.
fucking point out. Why
Oh
is
my
it
God,
taking
he's
you so
raging.
long to
He's
say
raging.
something?
He's raging.
Why is it taking
I
you
am
so
really
long to say?
Holy shit, he has like
No, you.
the
You're
worst
taking-
part is
you're like speaking
Kubo,
so-
I'm taking
so
too long. I'm
frantically
speaking
and
too fast.
quickly,
What
but
is
it's
it? Am I
taking you
not
so
going
long.
fast enough? Am I going
You
too fast?
Why
What do
use
with
one
you?
word? Why use one word? Why use one word when 50 will do?
Kumo, you're telling me I'm talking too
You're
fast,
just
and also I'm
impossible to
taking too
communicate
long.
with. Holy
I have
shit.
when I communicate.
Right.
Stop speaking. Fuck, you're done. Okay, stop talking. Kumo, you're saying I'm talking too fast, and also that I'm taking too long. The reason I speed up is so that I won't take as long. You're bitching about me taking too long. I'm gonna speed the fuck back up, and you can follow along if you can.
Are you incapable of shortening your sentences with words?
The sentences that I'm
that
saying
will
are
that
about.
survey
Are you
utility?
talking? We're
that
talking
survey
about.
utility to
We're talking about
shorten
ethics,
your
Kumo.
sentences.
We're literally talking about one of the most complicated areas of philosophy. We're talking about fucking meta ethics. Of course, it's gonna be wordy.
Meta ethics.
Yes.
Do you
We're talking
mind
about
if
what
I
makes
say
things.
something?
Yeah, we're talking about the natures of actions and what makes things right or wrong.
So okay. But you're automatically assuming that I'm going to agree that
No.
I'm going to agree that you're automatically assuming that I'm agreeing that the fact that it's a social construct is irrelevant to the topic.
Nope.
I don't agree with that.
I made no assumptions about your position. I'm just giving you mine.
Mhm. And you,
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
You are yet to elaborate
Kumo,
as
shut
to
up.
how.
We're about to hear his position. We're about to hear his position. Just listen to it.
So, Kumo, right?
All right,
Do you-
hold on. Let me
Good.
get the stopwatch.
Oh
real
my God,
quick.
you're still going.
Then you can
You're still
start.
going. You just can't.
I'm getting the stopwatch, and then I'm ready.
Kumo,
to
I need you to
explain.
understand the argument that you came in here and made. You know how like Isaac was getting cornered on the argument? You made the exact same argument to start out with, literally verbatim. Isaac made the exact same one, word for word. The exact same lines you're gonna go down are the ones that Isaac went down. So the issue with rape
Sorry.
has nothing to do with the social construct of rape. It has nothing to do with that. The thing that's morally bad about rape is not how people view it or what the social construct, the social constructs surrounding it are. If it was the case that everyone thought it was okay to rape and we lived in a rape society, it would still be bad to rape. This is a reductio we gave to Isaac. Are you remembering it?
Okay.
Did you see that part of the debate?
Okay, but what about that answers? You gave me the example. you gave me the explanation that shoving your hand inside the cow's ass would classify as rape, right?
Yeah.
But when I asked you,
penetration of a thing.
when I asked you, I asked you why the action wasn't of the most significance when we're discussing the topic of rape. You said that it was actually the consequence. It was the impact.
Welcome to
Yes. If it
capitalism,
was
my
the
dude.
case,
Shit.
if it was the case that by sticking your
Oh,
hand up a
shit,
cow's
dude.
ass, it actually had no impact on the cow whatsoever. And actually, when you raped cows, it didn't hurt them at all. Like it didn't hurt anyone
Right.
at all when you raped them. It didn't give anyone trauma when you raped them. It didn't violate anyone's consent when you raped them. And instead,
Okay, I
there
think
was no
I kinda
impact.
get it. I think
There was
I
no
kinda
impact
get
on
it. Just hurry
consequence.
the fuck up.
Who would give a fuck? The reason we have an issue with rape is because of the
Right.
consequences.
Okay. And then I've tried to ask you again before you started spurging even harder.
Oh my
That you
god.
tried to interrupt to
that-
ask
that-
me more questions.
that if the impact is what mattered the most, then why like wouldn't I don't see how that couldn't just be immediately flipped around with, if you weren't shoving your hand in the cow's ass, then there would be no impact in the first place.
Yeah, that's why it's not
Isn't
bad
that
to
kind
not.
of how we use?
Wait,
is
that's
that
not
kind of how
flipping it
morals
around.
work?
That's called not being an insane person. Yes, it's not bad to not shove your hand in cows' asses. It's actually okay to do that. To not shove your hand in a cow's ass.
So when we're having,
I think it's pretty good
discussion,
actually to not
so
shove your
when we're
hand in
having a
cows' asses.
discussion of morals, then why are we acting like the egg is more significant than the chicken?
What are you talking about?
Sorry, is that a terrible metaphor?
That's just
Rape
yourself
versus rape, rape the action versus the impact. We are
Yes.
more the more significant aspect is the impact rather than the action.
Yes, because we're talking. Okay, do you understand like the difference between deontic ethics and aretaic ethics?
I think those
No,
are two big
no, I would
words for them.
appreciate an
Yep,
elaboration.
Cool. So deontic ethics is about the natures of actions, and aretaic ethics are about the disposition of the actor, kind of person who does the action, right?
Mhm.
This is one way we can divide up morals. Then within deontic ethics, we have two big broad categories. One is called deontology, which is when the nature of the action itself makes it good or bad. It's the intrinsic aspects to the action, right? And
Mhm.
in the case of the other one, consequentialism, it's when the consequences are bad. The whole point of me telling you that is I am a consequentialist. I think that what morals boil down to are what we have impartial reason to do, and those are purely defined in terms of the consequences. Not in terms of
the
natures of actions, but just the nature of the consequences of the action. And I think the world is
Okay.
better off. Tornadoes don't happen, even though no person does tornadoes. People aren't doing tornadoes. People aren't
Mhm.
doing malaria, right? Malaria is a natural thing. Tornadoes are natural, and it's still bad that they happen.
Right. Okay, but those are natural things that are outside of the control of human beings, and so I personally don't get how those would have a place in a discussion of morals. I personally think that
Moral value.
when we're having a discussion of morals, I value the discussion of the action of the individual when we're making a judgment and whatnot. So when I asked you if shoving
this is just
shoving your
so you
hand
make
in the
multiple points.
cow's,
You want to talk about the first point? You want to talk about like a second point?
I'm not trying to make this an argument. I'm trying to have a discussion here. Make sure we're on the same page.
You accused me of gish galloping. Now you're gish galloping. This is actual.
I'm not
gish
making an
galloping.
argument against you. I'm trying to make sure I understand you, and maybe I can.
You did. You just made
Maybe
an
I can
argument against
explain
me. The
myself a
argument
little
is
bit better.
you don't personally value that. I'm telling you, morals are not about what you personally value.
You just explained what your personal values were.
No, I didn't. I'm talking about what is objectively right and wrong to do. I'm a moral realist, like a hard line moral realist.
She literally just said, I think what's right is what we have impartial reason to do in what she was describing.
Yes.
Right before, first she said, I'm a consequentialist because I think because morals are what we have impartial reason to do, and that's going to be purely based on consequences. Those were her words.
Correct. Yeah.
We'll rewind the tape.
Partial reason.
Okay, so they did not explain their personal values in their statement.
I'm talking about what we have impartial reason to do. I'm saying that this follows from stance independent reasons.
But you said you're a consequentialist.
Yes. My
So
consequentialism
aren't
is a
those
belief.
your personal values?
No, that's my belief. I believe that what we have impartial reason to do is
Are your
consequential.
beliefs not values? Are we just not
No,
speaking the same
of course
language
not.
here?
Of course, beliefs aren't values, right? I believe
You don't value your beliefs aren't your values.
that's affirming the consequence. You just flipped it backwards, bud. So if I say, here's an example, right? Everything is a belief, but obviously not a value, right? I
Phrasing the
believe.
question.
Hold on, Isaac. Right? So I believe that Obama was president before Trump. It's not a value of mine. That's not like a thing that I think is morally good or bad, right? That's just a statement of fact. I think that atoms have electrons in them, right? That's not a value of mine. That's a belief. Values and beliefs don't mean the same thing.
All right, but factually, the action can be deemed immoral. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can stop me if I'm wrong. So how could I be factually incorrect for thinking that in a discussion of morals, which are subjective to an extent, how am I wrong for
I
thinking
disagree.
that the
There we
action
go.
is
That's
more
where you're wrong.
significant?
I don't think morals are subjective at all.
I think they can be. I think it can be case by case depending on the discussion we're having.
No, I just don't think morals are. I think when we're talking about morals, the kind of thing that we're using when we use moral talk, we're talking about what we have impartial reason to do.
Impartial reason, but Or does that suggest that without any sort of societal influence, that all of our morals would be the same?
No.
Oh, so it could be. How would you describe it then? Would it be arbitrary, subjective?
Objective. I said this like 80 times. I'm a moral
Objective.
realist.
How would it be objective if they're all different? If they would all different and they would all vary from person to person? If
Sure.
we're
So
all
some people can
influenced
make
by society.
Some people would be making mistakes, but we have impartial reason to do it. In the same way that some people make mistakes about math, even though they're objective truths of the truth of the matter with math.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that everyone differs is irrelevant. People differ on lots of shit. People differ because they get shit wrong sometimes. That's one of the reasons people differ. People differ on descriptive matter. People differ on whether or not God exists.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. Are you capable of elaborating on everything that is immoral and that is moral? Something that you are.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, wait. Hold on. What's the modality of that word capability?
So when I say you.
They're gonna trap you into it. Don't even try to.
That was a joke.
No. We're having a conversation. I'm not trying to actually have a blood sport here. I'm trying to have a conversation because I personally believe that veganism, while it is completely fine for people to have that personal choice, I think there are a lot of other negatives that would occur if we all strictly became vegan.
That's going to be an indefensibly bad position, but we'll move on to that later. Right? Let's put a pin in that. So back on a moral realism, right? I'm telling you that you asked me, is it the case that I'm capable of elaborating on all the things that are morally good and bad to do? Could I just sum it all up? Like, could I say it in a sentence? Right? So one way I'm not saying like
you're not fucking superhuman. I'm not expecting.
I don't know. I don't think I need to be superhuman.
Would you be capable?
Yeah, I can do it in one sentence.
I don't think human beings have the brain power to do something of that scale.
It's actually super easy.
We're talking everything moral and immoral.
Okay, so I don't think I'm the smartest person to ever live, but I've certainly got the brain power to describe all of the things which are immoral, right? In words, in one sentence. One way to do it is just say the things which are immoral are the ones that are immoral, and the things that are moral are the ones that are moral. That's not the one way you can do it. That's not what you're asking for. You're asking for like more data. Right? So
if I were to give you
things that are moral are can I go ahead and finish my sentence before you butt in, Kumo? So the things that are moral to do are the ones that comply with independent reasons. The things that are immoral are the ones that don't. And here's another way I can do it, right? The things that are moral are the ones that are utility maximizing, and the ones that aren't are the things that are immoral. Wow, I must be superhuman because I recited utilitarianism.
Repeat
what? Last sentence?
Repeat your last
sentence. Sure.
Yes.
Last sentence was just the things which are moral to do are the ones that are utility maximizing, and the things that are immoral to do are the ones that are not utility maximizing.
I agree.
So when you say utility maximizing and that are not things that are not utility maximizing, are you suggesting in a similar sentiment that Bunk would say something that makes the most people happy, or something that is productive?
It's preferable experience over dispreferable experience is going to be the easiest way I can give it to you. Yeah, it's literally just like an equation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bunk is spot on.
So
so that's my position.
Okay, so why in some societies and some cultures are things like cannibal, and I'm not trying to make this a separate argument. I believe this is still relevant here. Why in some societies and cultures is cannibalism an accepted thing and a very common thing, whereas in similar, I'm assuming you and I live in a similar society where it's actually very taboo if morals aren't subjective. And
because of the fact that some people are making mistakes when they deliberate on whether or not it's moral or immoral to eat other human beings. They don't deliberate as strongly as we've deliberated. They didn't have the chance to do that. Usually because of the fact that these people are living lives where you just don't have the opportunity to. You're too busy doing other shit, like trying to make sure that you don't starve to death, right? So these are all the reasons why in these cases, these people are less likely to have deliberated more strongly. And if you take a look at studies where we actually look at people who are given more time to deliberate on a decision before making their decision, we all seem to approach the same end goal, which ends up being utilitarianism. That's what people approach.
So you mean when you say deliberate, just to make sure I understand what you're saying, when you say deliberate, do you mean like in the sentiment? Deliberate, do you mean in the sentiment that they're thinking about it before they go and do it?
Yes.
Okay.
The more time you have to deliberate, the more likely it is that your action will correlate with the morally good result. The more likely it's going to correlate with utilitarianism. We have studies on this. We don't even have to
Do you believe that we in our society have deliberated enough to actually have a solid stance on what is immoral and moral?
I think that we have general ideas about it, but I don't think we've deliberated enough because obviously we're not vegan yet, for example.
Okay. But do you think even vegans have deliberated enough?
It depends on the vegan. I think in general, no. I think that you can always deliberate more and be more likely to know more facts of the matter about the case. I think that deliberating and getting yourself to utilitarianism is actually pretty easy.
So do you think it's completely possible that if we deliberated enough to a certain point that we could be completely wrong, even people who are pro-vegan, they could turn out to be wrong to some extent? Like maybe there's a third answer and both of us were wrong.
Unironic for modality.
Yeah, is it possible? Yeah, if you give the modality, sure.
Okay.
Can you give the modality?
I was asking you, do you think that's possible?
Yeah, no, that's a modal. So the term possible, when we say what modality, the joke that we made earlier that I'm now saying seriously, like modality means like when you say possible, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that it's logically possible? That it's physically possible? So it's logically possible. There's no contradiction entailed. I mean, flapping my arms like a bird and flying. But that's physically impossible, right? Logically possible, but physically impossible. That's what modality means, right? What are we talking about when we say, is it possible?
Is it physically possible that that vegans could also be wrong and there's a third alternative?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So I think I have a better understanding of the discussion here. I'd like
now that
to
I think about it, no, it's actually not possible for there to be a third option because the options are between veganism and the negation of veganism.
Mm-hmm.
And veganism is going to be true with that.
Well, what if I proposed the argument that human beings, and they seem to be creatures of habit, and they perpetuate more harm than good, and they have all throughout their existence on this planet, from what we've observed. So, what if the third alternative was we all up and croak because it would be for the benefit of every other life force on this planet? Wouldn't that be a possible alternative?
That wouldn't be an alternative. That would just be a stupid form of veganism. You're just like a stupid vegan now.
Mm-hmm. Well, but if we're talking like in a sense of we're saying what serves, we're talking in a sense of utility, right? Wouldn't that mean more creatures on this planet would have a positive benefit? They would benefit. They'd have a more positive benefit.
Are you asking me if I think No, I think the position is wrong. Descriptive grounds.
So there are more human beings on the planet than there are. So there are more human beings on the planet than there are animals that we subject to violence and suffering.
No.
They're not.
No.
So objectively, they would not be subject to significantly less violence and suffering if humans weren't in play.
Wait, hold on. That's a different argument than what you were making earlier. Like, I agree that on net, I agree that on net, if the universe were to end in 10 minutes, then like human beings torturing animals is going to make for that last 10 minutes, it's going to be worse, right? And maybe it'd be better if that was the case for the humans to be snapped out. But in reality, humans aren't going to be snapped out in 10 minutes, right? The universe can exist for a very, very long time. Humans will probably make AGI relatively soon, even within the next 100 years or so. So I think all of these are good reasons why keeping humans around is definitely good on utility. Killing humans off is not good on utility.
So
by the way, if you were to make,
we wouldn't have a natural. Sorry,
just to help you out. If you're making if you try to make a reductio on utilitarianism, and it does stick, which is probably not going to happen. But if you do make one, it'll just be the case that our intuitions are wrong, right? I'm a moral realist, so our intuitions aren't what we think morals are.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I presume that most people go about their lives trying to figure out what is right and what is wrong, and I don't think most people have such a deep understanding of a topic of this nature, including myself. I know I didn't walk in here and pretend I was well versed on the subject. I just felt that this discussion could have gone in a much different direction, and a lot of statements were made very poorly. So if we are to get back to the discussion we were having,
well, before you move on, right, from the point you just made, to be super clear, my whole position is that people deliberate. So you've just proven my point. The fact that people have to think about the morals and come to the conclusions and figure out what morals are, as opposed to just like morals are just whatever they feel like morals are, right? This is proof that moral realism, or this is at least strong evidence for moral realism. What you'd have to say, if you're not a moral realist, is that people aren't trying to figure out what morals are. They just have a preference, they have a feeling, and morals are whatever they feel like morals are in the moment. That's what a moral subjectivist would say. People figuring out what morals are means there's something they're appealing to outside of their own feelings. It's very.
But do you think a moral subjectivist could potentially be more correct than another?
Than another person? No.
Another moral subjectivist.
Oh well, could they be more
correct?
Could they be more correct in general? Sure. On what morals are? No.
Oh, not just in general, but like. So let's say we have one that you believe is objectively incorrect and one that you believe is more incorrect, but not completely in line with your with your knowledge. Okay, all right. So you can
bake your conclusion in the hypothetical.
What?
You'd ask me, is it the case that this could happen? And you said, well, let's say this happened, right? Like you just baked it into the hypothetical.
No, I didn't. Did I say let's say this happened?
Yeah, you said let's say that we have two moral subjectivists and one.
Well, when I said let's say I'm trying to paint a picture with my words. I'm not saying this isn't an argument. I'm trying to better understand what you're talking about.
You're building the hypothetical. Okay.
Right, because I'm not necessarily in the sense that I'm building a hypothetical to make an argument. In a sense that I'm trying to how do I put it? Summarize my understanding of what you're saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong anywhere in my comprehension. Make sense?
Sure. I'm not quite sure that that's going to be the route to do that, but I'm fine with you just trying it out.
Well, that's kind of the point of a debate or a conversation, is to better understand another individual, right?
I disagree with that, but if you want to, you can go ahead and like flesh your idea out.
Okay, so there's one individual that you, according to your information, is significantly very incorrect in their beliefs. And there's another individual who also has the same, I guess they're not values, but the same beliefs, that they're a moral subjectivist. They're both individuals are moral subjectivists, but you believe that this individual is more in line with what you believe. And your belief is that morals are objective. Okay? So, if that is completely possible, right? Isn't it more possible that a moral subjectivist is more likely to find out what is objectively moral before you?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, nothing about that says that.
But if you're only looking at facts,
constructed a hypothetical, then jumped ship.
No.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, you did. You said you constructed this hypothetical where two people, where one person agrees with me more, and then that you asked like, oh, well, if one person agrees with you more, doesn't that mean that the subjectivist is more likely to be correct than you are? Like, no, that wouldn't mean that at all. It has nothing to do with that, actually.
Not more likely, but it is completely possible that a subjectivist could be more correct than you.
Well, once again, you mean logically possible?
Logically, you could say even physically, maybe the subjectivist will. Sorry, having a brain fart. I haven't slept, but I don't think that means that my brain isn't functioning. But well, I guess clearly it isn't. I'm having a brain fart. But they are deliberating more. Because they're a moral subjectivist, and so I believe that based on the conversation we're having and the concept we're discussing, it is physically and logically possible for a moral subjectivist to be more correct than you are.
Is it in general? Yeah. On moral subjectivism, no.
On moral subjectivism. Yeah. And I'm not at all making the statement that all moral subjectivists are more correct than you. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I don't think that I don't think that we can necessarily say everything is objective until we know everything, right?
I don't think we know anything.
Aren't there things in science that are up to our interpretation until someone finally gets the answer?
No. No. But I don't think we know anything.
Yeah.
So we
Do you
can't
want to go
really
down
we don't
epistemology?
spitball ideas. We don't ever spitball ideas until we finally figure out the answer.
Well, we
That's
never
the
finally
difference.
figure out the answer, right? Like we just have a good reason to believe the answer. We never know it for like 100%
Well, we
fact.
haven't figured
I'm
out
gonna go
every
piss. I'll be right
answer.
back.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
actually, you're right. That is true. We never figure out the answer because we could discover something the next day that contradicts.
Yeah,
what
it
we've
could be
learned
like
so
the
far.
case
You're
that
right.
the laws of logic just aren't true, right? Like you don't even exist. You thinking you have an experience, that you are having experience, but you're also not having an experience. Those are both the
Right.
same thing, like at the same time, and you also don't exist and you do exist. Like all these things, they seem insane, right? They're very, very, very low likelihood that they're true, but they could be true, right? Like you could imagine that like it could be the case that the laws of logic just aren't the case. You kind of have to take
Right.
them for granted. When it comes to any conclusion thereafter, any logical conclusion you follow to, they're all going to be based on these logical laws that are fundamentally, they're not justified, right? They just seem to be the case really strongly. We have really strong seemings that, for example, if you're living, like if something exists, it also doesn't not exist, right? Like it exists. These are mutually exclusive, and the reason we have straight seemings like this is they don't seem to be the case anywhere in the world that we live in. We like evolutionarily develop to best track what is true around the world. It could be the case though that like none of that is true. These seemings could be false. There are intuitive things that just aren't true. There are things that seem really, really true that aren't going to be true. When it comes to any conclusion you have, then they're all going to be like, you're never going to fundamentally know for a fact what is and is not the case. And what we just do is we just introduce new evidence. And the more evidence we have to believe a conclusion, it's probably what we should believe.
Okay, so I kind of had the same idea in my head, but I was under the impression that that would make it more subjective in a sense, simply because we don't know the answer, but we are using
Welcome
what
to
we
capitalism,
believe.
my dude.
We are using what we believe to be evidence to fuel our belief.
Yeah. So are there an objective number of atoms in the sun?
I don't know that answer.
You don't know if there are a number of atoms in the sun?
No.
You don't. Okay. So
Well, I mean, I don't know the number of atoms in the sun. I'm not sure if there's a way to
there is a number
measure.
of atoms in the sun. Would you disagree with that statement? There's a real number.
Yeah,
of atoms
yeah.
in
I
the
guess
sun.
you could say there's a number of atoms in the
Yeah,
sun. I
but
just thought we were talking about how many.
Yeah, you don't know how many there are, but there still are a number of atoms in the sun. Just because you can't know it doesn't mean it's not true. We can't know how many atoms are in the sun. Nobody knows how many atoms in the sun. We have estimates, but we don't know the exact number. But there's going to be an exact number. We just don't know it. The same, I think, would go for morality, right? We can just not know for a fact what is the true morals, but we can have really good reasons to believe that certain morals are true. I think we have really good reason to believe utilitarianism is true. Like, so we have a really good reason to believe that there are so many atoms in the sun, or the same way that like we might not know exactly how many atoms are in the sun, but we have good reason to believe that there is going to be an exact number of atoms in the sun. Just because we don't know something doesn't mean it's not going to be the case.
Right, and so with the conversation of moral subjectivists and I guess would you say moral objectivists? Would that be the other
Moral
black and
realist,
white?
yeah.
Okay, the moral realist and the moral subjectivist. You kind of have to have one in order to have the other. I can't deny that. Because you'd have to have one to bounce the ideas off of the other.
Yeah, there has to be like two different positions. It's supposed to you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
have to have,
because if we only had moral realists, then moral realists wouldn't have got past rape is bad law. We wouldn't have.
I think
we
that you
wouldn't
could
had
have. I know. I 100%
such
think you could have, but I just think like obviously the positions are like opposed to one another.
I don't think I'm necessarily opposed to moral realism. It's just I don't think I'm completely opposed. Sorry. I think there's a lot of benefit we get from moral realism, but at the same time, I think there is also some negative to having a stance where you think where everything you believe is based on a system in which could be completely flopped on its head the very next day, just logically speaking. And so I think
Well, yeah,
I'd rather
everything
be
you
a
think,
moral
though,
subjectivist.
could be flopped on its head, right? But you're not going to say,
Sure.
like, oh, the amount of atoms in the sun or whether I exist or not. Those are subjective things, right? There's probably a truth to the matter of those things.
Well, what if our understanding of atoms is has been completely like
Yeah, so like let's say atoms actually don't exist and something else makes up the universe. Even if that was true, then there'd be a truth of the matter about atoms, and that's that they're false,
Yeah.
right? They just don't. They're not real. Objectively, there wouldn't be atoms in that case.
Right. And so at any point we could make that one discovery that completely mind fucks all of us, right? And so I think moral subjectivism from a day-to-day standpoint, not someone that frequently tries to educate other people on the internet or just in the world about this sort of topic, especially people that are very ill-informed. Moral subjectivists. I think, like, once again, I think being a moral realist is very important. It's important that we have people that think like that. Simply because there are people that are moral subjectivists that do need correction, do have moral realists there for that correction, right? But I don't think we would be able to come up with new ideas and come up with new answers for what is moral and what is immoral if we did not have moral subjectivists, right? And so I don't think saying everything is right and everything, and saying something is X thing is right and Y thing is wrong, not inherently outright, is necessarily the best approach to a discussion.
That's not the case, right? With moral subjectivism or moral objective, that doesn't shut down discussion, right? In fact, I think I'm more likely to say that people who believe morality is completely subjective are going to be less likely to find moral truths, right? They don't even believe that. Well, I suppose it depends on which kind of anti-realism you're talking about. For example, error theory proposes that there are moral truths. It's just that every single moral statement is false, right? That's what's objectively true. No moral statements are true. But when it comes to, like, if you could just say, like, between two moral realists, they're just going to disagree on what's the real moral, like, truth. Two moral realists, one of them being a deontologist and the other one being utilitarian, they can both argue and be moral realists at the same time. They can both agree upon stance-independent reasons for belief, or not stance-independent reasons for action. But they can both agree on that. They can still deliberate. It's not like you can't come up with new moral ideas because morals are objective. In fact, I think you probably come up with more ideas considering that morals are stance-independent.
Well, when we look at a sheet of data, I think we severely limit ourselves to the answers we can find every day. I don't think just because someone thinks morals are subjective, that inherently means that they are automatically going to I don't think that inherently means that we should say morals are arbitrary, right? So when we say morals are subjective, that would mean that sorry, I'm just trying to get my words so I make a coherent sentence. Sorry.
Gotcha.
So when we have someone who believes that morals are subjective, right? We could find something that we are claiming is a moral fact, that something is moral. People who are moral realists might be less likely to try and see nuance to something, and there's always something tucked behind something. There's always a statistic tucked behind something or another statistic, right? And so what if based on a current belief, something that serves utility to more people, right? So fucking hell, I'm probably way too tired for this shit. So let's say we have a group of people, and X thing serves a positive utility for this group of people. Let's call this group of people green people. Okay. Okay, and then we say that this thing that is positively affecting them is morally correct. Okay. And then we look at the other side of the coin, okay? And then we see that we have a group of red people, okay, X thing that had a positive impact on green people, let's say in this hypothetical, it has a negative effect on red people, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
For a moral, I think the beauty of having a moral subjectivist in the play is that we can come to a decision as to, or not necessarily come to a decision, but we can have a discussion which can then lead to the decision as to whether X factor is moral or immoral. Simply because anything that we do say is moral or immoral now, it could turn out to be completely untrue based on another discovery we could find at any point in the future.
I think you're just confused about what moral subjectivism is. It sounds
Yeah.
like you think moral subjectivism is
I don't
when
think
you can change your moral judgment. That's just not what it is. Moral it's the idea that what a moral statement is about not what we have impartial reason to do, but instead just what we have partial reason to do. Just what my preferences are, my subjective feelings of the matter. That's what moral subjectivism is. So if I was to say something like, even if I thought the rape was good, it would still be bad to do it. That would be like a moral realist statement, right? If I said that, if morals would change if I thought rape was good, that would be a moral subjectivist statement. You're just confused about the distinction.
Doesn't it take moral subjectivity to have countries that have different laws?
No.
No, people like, for example, math
Are
can
you
be
sure?
like true, and we can have two people who have different beliefs about what the answer to a problem is. Like that can be true as well.
I'm guessing you,
right.
like the vast majority of the population, right? You're a realist on math, right? You think that it's really the case that 2 + 2 = 4. And if somebody said 2 + 2 = 5, not like because they use a different language, right? But they really meant that concept of two-ness, and the concept of two-ness would get you 5-ness if you add them together, right? They would be wrong. Yeah. You would say they're really wrong.
Yeah, objectively, because math is a measuring tool. We use it to measure things that exist in our physical reality. Yeah.
And you still have huge swaths of people who fall for bad math, like the gambler's fallacy, right? You have people who are just wrong about math sometimes. It's not the case that
every other day, like a new tweet goes viral where people just fuck up the math repeatedly. Like it's.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you're a mathematical realist. Most people are mathematical realists. It's not the case that we can't have discussions about math. It's not the case that different people can't have different ideas about math. It's just that we just say that there's sometimes people are wrong about math.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes people are just outright wrong.
Yeah,
and I do agree that moral realism is very important. But moral having subjective opinions on what is immoral and what is not, because I don't think everything we've decided is a fact, whether something is moral or immoral.
That's not moral subjectivism.
You've just cut me off.
Yeah, I'm just confused about the terms you're using.
You're cutting me off. You were just like screaming at me earlier.
I'm cutting you off? Yeah.
You're interrupting.
Yes. And?
Spurg?
I'm sorry, is there like an issue with me interrupting? Do you think it's morally wrong for me to interrupt? Shouldn't be doing it?
I think if you're going to complain when I cut you off, you might be consistent and not try to cut me off when I'm speaking.
Do you think it's never the case that interruptions can be morally justified? Do you think it's like I'm like an interruption deontologist?
Real?
Do I think it's the case that it can be morally justified?
Yeah, I'm telling you it's justified to interrupt you right now because you made a mistake. I'm correcting you. Right? You're just confused about the terms again.
I wasn't finished with my
statement.
I wasn't finished with my statement. How can you outright know that I already made a mistake?
Because it's a conjunction. You know how conjunctions work?
My statement was not completed yet. I could have said anything afterwards to correct that statement.
Yeah, I know. You're not gonna say a conjunction then correct it afterwards. You know what a conjunction is?
You don't know if what I said was a conjunction.
Yes, I do.
The statement has to be finished for you to be able to make that assessment.
No, it doesn't. You know what a conjunction is? Go ahead and you tell me what a conjunction is, Como? You don't know? conjunctions
Dude,
are
I'm
when you
fucking
Shit,
tired and
probably
I'm
a shit.
fighting my sleep schedule. You're gonna ask
buddy,
me.
go to bed.
I don't pull 3-syllable
Go to
words
bed.
out of my ass when I'm.
conjunction. This is like the too big of a word for you.
A word used
We
to
learned this
connect
in, like,
clauses or
preschool.
sentences or
Yeah, it's
coordinates.
just fancy.
Dude, I got laid in high school. I'm sorry, man.
Did
I'm
you get
sorry.
laid in kindergarten? We were learning about what a conjunction was.
No, I got laid in high school, and I don't remember every single
Pussy,
3-syllable
didn't even
word
get-
I've learned in school. Okay,
Didn't
maybe I'll
even
remember it
get
again
laid
when
in
it. Maybe I'll
preschool.
remember when I
What
need it in
a
a discussion.
loser.
Conjunction.
Maybe I'll remember it when I need it in a discussion, but I'm not gonna just remember. I'm not gonna remember every single fucking 3-syllable word for its definition, like word by word for
It's
word.
just conjunction, right? I'm just saying you use the word
A word
and.
used to connect clauses or sentences or to coordinate words in the same clause.
Yes, used a conjunction. You didn't
Could
use a
you
disjunction.
quote my
you used a
statement? Could
conjunction.
you quote my statement word for word?
You used the word and. You said you gave
Okay,
an incorrect
and I said
account
I
of what
used
moral
the word
subjectivism
and.
was, and then you
I
said
used the
and.
I used the word
That's a
and.
conjunction.
I
Yeah,
used
that's what a
the word
conjunction is.
and, but did you know that the word but is actually a word that I use very
The
frequently?
word but
It's
wouldn't clarify. The word but wouldn't fix your misunderstanding of what moral subjectivism is. Now go ahead and prove me wrong. Okay, go ahead and give me the sentence.
Dude, you've already like cut me off and started a whole nother fucking argument. So I've already lost track of what I was saying.
Okay, I didn't lose track of what you were saying. What you said, you first started out by giving an account of moral subjectivism. It just wasn't how the term is used in the field, right? You just got confused about what it was. You said people having morals, having opinions on what morals are. That's what you said that was, right? We're not talking about that when we talk about moral
Where do we draw the
subjectivism.
line? Yeah, okay, just so maybe I have an understanding of how there's no way to have an opinion on morals, because that's just not how moral subjectivism is used. That's not how the term is used, right? Maybe you can explain this to me. I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to ask you a question. I hope you will answer it and then give me a further explanation. Okay. So if my understanding of the term is so misguided, right? And it is not just to have an opinion on what is morally correct and what is morally incorrect. So here's a great subject, right? Topic of pedophilia, okay? What is the line we draw where it is unacceptable for someone over the age of 18 to have sex with someone who is under the age of 18? What are the lines we draw? Where is it morally correct and morally incorrect?
You're asking me what the line I draw is?
Well, I mean, when we're talking about morality, there's an objective fact to it. So where's it wrong? Where's the line?
You're asking me where I think it's wrong?
Not where you think it's wrong. Where is it wrong?
Yeah, you are asking.
Yeah, where he believes it's, or where she believes.
Oh, where you? Well, I thought you said think. I want to know what you believe.
Yes, that's the same thing. That's what thinking is.
Well, I think I don't know. Think could be an opinion for all I know.
Yes, or that would be a type of belief. You're asking me what I believe is the case?
Okay. Yes.
You're asking what
yes, I'm asking you what you believe.
Okay. So what I believe.
line?
Yeah, what is utility maximizing? I said that earlier.
Where's the line?
It is when it's utility maximizing. That's the line.
When it's utility maximizing. No, I need a number.
That's not how it works.
I think that's how it works. I think we can have a number that maximizes utility.
No.
The best rule to go by would be whatever's utility maximizing, right? Like there could be situations like if there was a gun to somebody's head and they had to have like sex with somebody who was like a younger age, you know, it was like an 18-year-old. Whoa, okay, what the fuck? I'm literally like giving an example. Like just because it involves child rape sometimes, and it's always bad, right? It's a good example.
Do we have a counter on how many child rape analogies you've given today?
I'm literally getting grilled on the best set of analogies ever. Like I don't see the problem. People are like, oh, why would you bring up child rape? Because it's reprehensible, and I think it's bad in most situations, but it can be justified.
Yeah.
In most?
I think actually it's
yes,
a
it
good
can be
idea.
justified. That's what bad in most situations means.
Most people might have a hard stance on that subject. That is a good idea to make.
Yes, I think that lots of people agree that raping kids are bad, and that's why I use it as an example. Like it's the one thing people won't fight me on.
That people don't argue about. Yeah, no, you're right.
Except for the person who was here earlier, maybe they'd fight me on it. But when it comes to getting like if somebody's got a gun to like an 18-year-old's head, they have to have sex with them when he's like 14. Right? It might be like bad, but it's gonna be like utility maximizing for that to happen. To not have the person like fucking dead. You know what I mean?
Okay, but let's remove the factor of that gun being at that 18-year-old's head. Is it acceptable for that 18-year-old to have sex with someone under the age of 18? And what is the line we draw?
Of course. Yeah, of course. It's on a line. That's the whole point. The line doesn't exist around the age. It's not about the number. It's not about magic number. The line exists. Yeah, the line exists about what's utility maximizing. So an 18-year-old having sex with a 17-year-old wouldn't be immoral, but somebody who's like 45 having sex with a 17-year-old would be.
Well, why would it be? Why would we draw that line if we don't draw it for an 18-year-old?
Because we draw it around what's utility maximizing.
Right, but I don't see how someone who's 40 and someone who's 18 I don't see. You're not elaborating on how someone who's 18 is utility maximized and how someone's 40 is not utility maximized.
You don't see the difference between the two?
No, I do get the difference, but he's not elaborating. So I'm trying to speak his language. I could give you my explanation as to why I think it's why I also believe the same thing, right? But we're not. I don't believe we're speaking the same language. I don't think we're using the same terminology, and maybe I'm using words differently or even incorrectly, right?
Give me.
But generally, I believe I have the same belief.
Kumo. So I hope to God that you know the answer to this question. I think it's an easy question to answer. Why is it wrong to have sex with kids?
Fuck. Oh my god.
Yeah, I hope you fucking know. You know the answer.
Wow, hit me with a curveball. I believe it is wrong because they are still in a developmental phase and they're very subject to drastic change, and they're very vulnerable and subject to a lot of harm. And it is especially immoral for someone who has significantly more life experience and intelligence over that child. It is very wrong for them to take advantage of that child.
Perfect. Then you understand why a 40-year-old and a 17-year-old will be morally wrong, but an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old won't be.
Okay, an 18 and a 17-year-old, right? I can agree. An 18 and a 16-year-old, I think we're pushing our luck. So I hate to stray off, but this is actually a very intriguing topic. I might argue that an 18 and a 16-year-old. No. I mean, like, because I've been arguing with fucking.
It's an intriguing topic.
No, because I've had people. I mean, I've made my hard stance on the subject, and I've had people say,
"Oh, your stance is real fucking hard on this subject, isn't it, buddy? It's rock on."
Oh boy.
I mean, I've had people say, "Well, freshman senior relationships are normal. They happen. They're completely harmless, man." And I just have to completely disagree because a senior in high school typically, compared to a freshman in high school, have two different levels of life experience and intelligence. Typically,
this is perfect. You're like right. you're the best person on the planet to ever argue this with, because you said it yourself. What you're disagreeing about is what you're disagreeing about is the harm, the utility. I'm glad you understand. It's based on the utility. I'm glad you understand it's based on the utility. It's been that way the whole time.
Right, but again, I'm yet to understand how veganism is going to maximize utility for human beings.
Oh well, so one is for human beings is going to be irrelevant, right? But it does for that. It does for human beings too. If you want me to give the arguments for that.
Well, if we're talking just human beings, what other species do also gain a benefit? I don't care to ask you for a statistic. I think that'd be a little unfair in this discussion. But
I know it's gonna be that would be easy. It's not unfair, right? I've got all the ultra autism memorized. You can ask away, right? But the answer to your question about what other species is it beneficial for? Fucking all of them, every single one with no exception, including the ones that wouldn't exist. Including the ones that wouldn't exist.
Polar bears
stop existing. Yes, it'd be beneficial for polar bears especially.
So if we stop eating pork and beef and chicken, polar bears would benefit from that inherently?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, wait, hold on. You're injecting inherently into it. I'm saying instrumentally. In the real world. Yeah, it's not like a fucking magic. Not like the magic force dust moves throughout the universe and
Well, of course, realistically, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
I'm saying that one of the impacts of animal agriculture, is climate change, right? In the case of polar bears in particular, they're pretty impacted by this.
Because we have to chop down trees for farmland, right?
Oh no, not just because of that. That's part of the impact. the real fucking impact isn't the chopping down of trees for farmland so we can grow more crops for the cows and such. Literally, methane and CO2 emission directly from the cows. They're breathing in and out, right? The manure from the cow. All of those things have massive amounts of impact on net CO2 and methane emissions. And if you go look, I'm not fucking joking. It ends up being about 25% of global impact on CO2 ends up coming from animal agriculture.
Okay, I think I want to treat this
It's
like
33. It's about 33%.
I'd like to make I'd like to make a compromise because I'm not about to argue with you about like agriculture and like farming, like farm animals. Because I do agree that that's genuinely a terrible idea, and there's a lot more harm than good caused from that. But I also think that human beings, we've been hunting animals naturally ever since we fucking existed.
We've been raping people as well for a really long time.
Yeah, you know what? And I mean, I think if we just unlift the ban, more hard dicks would mean less unhappy people. Okay.
True. That's my position. No, I'm not fucking with you. That's my actual position.
No, but I'm saying like it's a natural thing for human beings and all sorts of other mammals and omnivores and carnivores to hunt other animals and eat them for their nutrition and for survival. I think that's completely acceptable. I do think mass producing domesticated animals or breeding animals with the purpose of domesticating them to be eaten, I think that is definitely a overall negative. But I do think that hunting, like if we were hunting for our food, first off, the animals would adapt to the change, and we would have to overcome those changes, or more of us would die.
That's not true.
And there would be a more natural. I believe this is how nature works, is it not?
No, it isn't. No, you're very mistaken. So no, if we were to hunt animals for all of our food, they'd do what's called going extinct. That's the technical term for it. Going fucking extinct. We've done that.
I can agree because of the factor of humans overpopulating. Yes, I can completely agree.
No, we're not overpopulated. It's a stupid practice. Just a dumb practice. It's very easy to sustain all of the human beings on Earth with the existing food supplies we already have. If we were to just stop doing animal agriculture, if we stop wasting calories, putting it into an animal who then uses up some of the calories in like daily life and then turns some of those into meat. Right? Instead of doing this weird roundabout thing, we just eat.
Is it immoral for polar bears to eat humans?
Is it immoral for me to eat humans?
Yeah.
What would that even mean?
If you're on an ice cap and there's a polar bear and you're with your friends,
has
right?
capability,
and he comes and he yanks you down and he drags you to another.
Yeah, without the whole like, I don't need the whole like
super
analogy. I was asking you, what does it mean for it to be immoral? Because I think it means. So what it means here is like, is it the best they can do? I can't imagine polar bears can do any better.
Well, is the best thing we can do to just stop eating meat?
Yes.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, that's my position. Yeah.
How so?
But how do you stop eating meat? You just don't put it in your fucking mouth?
No,
put it the fuck down.
No. Sorry. Maybe I should have asked the question better. How is not eating meat inherently going to be the best we can do?
Well, you're doing inherently. Instrumentally is what we're talking about, right? In the real world. So.
When I say inherently, I'm not actually in the literal sense insinuating that you're gonna wave a magic wand and everything's gonna be better. I mean, like, what are the benefits of not eating meat? Period.
Dog, hold on. And Isaac especially, stop, okay? Gumo. So the point is, right? It's not the case that it's inherent. It is instrumental, and the reasons why that's the case, the ones that I already listed to you, the pandemic risk, right? That's one of them that we just talked about. The extinction risk of the animals when we talk about the hunting shit. It's not good for the environment. It's not good for us. Got bad knock-on effect. Another one is climate change we talked about.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said the pandemic risk?
Yes, pandemic risk, climate change risk, hunting risk.
Let me make sure I understand what pandemic means completely, because I have an idea of what it means, but I want to make sure I
understand. Zoonotic diseases and antibiotic resistance.
Hold on. Okay, so prevalent or over a whole country or the world. Okay.
Oh,
How many of those pandemics
it's just like mass
were
disease.
foodborne?
Just think of like a mass disease. Okay.
Yeah, like a mass
Bubonic
disease. So how
plague.
many of those mass diseases were foodborne from these?
Oh,
From eating
zoonotic,
animals?
you mean?
Yeah. How many of these were zoonotic?
All three of the last major ones were zoonotic.
Okay. How many pandemics have we had?
We just got out of one relatively recently, like a couple of years ago.
Like
I mean,
ever?
we're kind of still
Like,
in
how many pandemics have we had ever?
probably hundreds.
Do we know? Like,
We
is
don't know
there
the
an
exact
answer to
number, but
that?
we know a bare minimum. Do you remember swine flu?
What do you believe the bare minimum? Yeah, it's from eating pork, right?
So, sorry, let me correct myself. It's the last 10 are all zoonotic. So every single one of the last 10 have all been zoonotic. So swine flu is one example. Avian flu is another example. The coronavirus is another example. We all remember these. They're in recent memory.
I'm trying to find out how many pandemics we've had, or at least that we've recorded.
Human history? A fucking lot. Whole
I
lot.
mean, at least how many we've recorded.
Hundreds.
All right, it says we have 249 pandemics throughout recorded history from 1200 BC up to COVID-19.
Yep.
Okay, and I want to know how many out of all of them were.
That's not gonna make the argument.
No, I just want to know. I just want to know how. No, well, you made a statement, and I asked for the information so I can like confirm it for myself, because I mean it.
Yeah, look at like the recent ones, right? It doesn't really matter like over time. Even if it was the case that like only recently has it become like a really large problem. We're not looking at like how over all of human history, what has been the cause of pandemics. What we'd be looking at is like what right now is causing death, right? You wouldn't look at like, oh, well, in all of human history, car crashes haven't been like a large thing. Car crashes have only been a thing for very, very recently, as far as it comes to all of recorded history. But also, you know, car crashes are important. Exactly.
Yeah, no, you're right. But when I ask you how many of those overall pandemics were because of us eating meat, right?
That's a very specific statistic.
Right, and I'm not necessarily looking for a specific, like the exact number, but I think we could at least
enough in
like,
recent
bring it down to a ratio.
Pretty concerning.
Right. So in recent memory, it's been a more prominent issue, and I can completely understand why people would want to get on top of that.
Factory farming gotten larger over the years. Antibiotic
I do think that our population is already way too fucking high.
No, it's actually population's fine. No, stop being so fucking weirdly anti-human. No, the population's not the issue.
You will never change my mind. I will always be anti-human.
Yeah, sure. Then Jesus Christ. Then I guess you should just like don't even worry about pandemic risk, right? Like go cause some climate change or whatever, right? But
no. Fuck all that.
Wait, if he's like, oh, it has to.
I think there.
Hold on,
there are creatures on this planet that are significantly more positive benefits than we are. Definitely, I think there's way more.
Yeah, your anti-human stance is like whatever, right? But I'm telling you that in the case of the impacts of these things, they all end up being really, really bad. Even if it was the case that these pandemics were like, we could imagine that instead of it being every single one of the last 10, like it actually is, instead of those being all the zoonotic diseases, and instead it was like one of the last 10, that would still be more. That would still be more bad than it's worth. In the case of humans being overpopulated, that's not the issue here. The issue is that we're eating things that causes risks. Instead of doing that, we could just eat things that don't. Fucking, there's no risk in plants.
I think we eat something. I think when we bring it down to a not a statistical level, but a lower level of understanding, it would take one person to get sick from eating an animal, and you could get sick from eating any sort of living thing on this planet. You can get sick from eating certain plants. Okay, there are foodborne illnesses that come from plants.
Who gonna stop me?
Okay. We're not talking about foodborne illness. We're talking about antibiotics.
You're cutting me off.
You said you paused. No, I'm not cutting you off. You fucking paused. You're just freezing, okay?
You can get a disease. You can get a disease from eating anything on this fucking planet.
Wow. It's almost like some things have higher risk than others.
Oh, right. And it's like some diseases we get from animals can be very contagious, and it doesn't matter how many people are eating animals. It just takes that one person. And when we have...
Yes, it does. Holy shit,
that's not how diseases work. We could have one person get a highly contagious disease, pass it on to so many people who will then pass it on, and because we are extremely overpopulated and there
Oh
are
my
people. We live in very close quarters in certain places of the world, right? And people travel all the fucking time to other close quarters in places in this world, right? It is much more likely
Oh,
for that
that's
one
quick
person
rambling.
who ate
Fuck.
the wrong
Just send us
fucking
off.
wrong slab of beef
Just ask
to
him
pass
the
on an
country
illness.
from which all 10 of those zootonic diseases came from. Ask him which country that also just happens to
Okay.
have
Oh
an
my god. The countries are
Is
irrelevant
it
here.
morally
Isaac, shut the
incorrect
fuck
to
up,
eat
Jesus
human
Christ.
beings?
So
because
Like,
they
back
don't
on
have
cannibalize.
the
topic. Jesus Christ.
regulations.
Hold on,
Also,
Isaac. Can you stop injecting your retarded arguments into this conversation? You're making Kumo's position harder to defend. Kumo came here because you failed to defend it. Kumo doesn't need you for backup. Okay.
He went through the exact same dialogue. Trevor.
I'm well aware he's gonna have the exact same argument. You guys are like NPCs, right? But he heard yours. He knew they were shit. I'm telling you, he doesn't need your backup. So
I think we've made similar arguments. I don't think they were the exact same. Definitely don't have the same values as him.
I'm glad. So if we're talking, yeah, you don't think it's, yeah, I think you wouldn't say that it's right to rape people if everyone else agrees.
Yeah, definitely not.
So
I'm not saying it's right to fucking farm animals like the way we do.
Yeah. So
you said everyone.
oh my god, hold on, Isaac. So back on topic, Kuma, right? Ignoring Isaac's shit. So the point is, the core of this is that when it comes to pandemic risk, when it comes to climate change, none of these risks of these other like plants or whatever are going to have nearly the same kind of impact that eating animals. And so we can say that like, yeah, there's a chance that like if I'm just sitting in my house doing nothing, that like a car could crash through my wall and kill me like that. But the chance of me dying in a car crash is a lot more if I'm driving my car around or if I'm walking through streets jaywalking like a nutcase than it is if somebody drives into my house and kills me. Me walking around jaywalking through streets, it's a lot more likely to get me killed from a car crash than me sitting at home doing nothing all day.
Okay, but
So
illnesses evolve and mutate, and so who's to say that like even if we stop eating animals, pandemics are going to stop? You know,
I didn't say pandemics will stop. I'm just telling you they'll be reduced.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
but
like
will they be
Well,
reduced?
I'll be the
will
one
they
who
be
stops
reduced
them.
so
I'm gonna
greatly
fight
that we're
pandemics and
maximizing
win.
utility by not eating meat for that reason?
Okay.
I mean, I'm not at all denying.
Yes.
I'm not at all trying to downplay the rest of the other factors you listed. I want to go over those individually, make sure I understand. Like, because you listed a bunch of them, I want to make sure I understand why each.
Let me just address your point. Fuck, you asked a question. You do this thing where you ask a question and you
go
start
on.
rambling, right? I just need to answer it. So, in the case of the fucking in the case of the diseases, yeah, it is the case that we'd reduce it enough to maximize utility. When we say maximize utility, that means to make as big as it can. Even if the reduction was very small, an improvement that's very small is still utility maximizing. So the issue in this case, though, is that it's not just a very small improvement; it's a very huge improvement. It makes it even worse. It's a massive improvement to stop doing a massive improvement to stop increasing the pandemic risk through the mass amounts of antibiotic resistance. Like the number that Phoenix gave to Isaac earlier was 68% of the 68%.
62.
62%, sorry. 62% of antibiotic usage is used in factory farms. It's on animals, not on humans. Right? That's bad for us because then we have diseases that are more resistant to antibiotics. We can't just use antibiotics on these diseases anymore. If you think about it, what are the pandemics, right? The last fucking 200, everyone on the list. Do you think a single one came from people eating the wrong kind of plant? Any of them? In recorded history, has that ever happened?
In recorded history?
Do you know of any?
I do know that there are some. I don't know about pandemics, but I do know that there were.
I'm talking about pandemics.
Some terrible diseases that were from.
No, I'm talking about pandemics, please.
Okay, I'm not well versed in pandemics, and I'd hope you are if you're asking me this question.
Okay, I'm telling you. Yeah, so I'm well versed enough to know the answer to that to know what the answer to that question was before I asked it. Right, rhetorical question. It's not the case. No, none of these are coming from somebody eating the wrong type of plant. Right. There are, however, ones that you know of. Even with what you say is a limited knowledge, right? There are ones that you know of that you know came from eating animals. Came from animals through zoonotic disease, animals that we eat. Swine flu is one of them.
Wasn't there a plague that we got from not eating animals, and it was because we had rat infestations?
It's another example of a zoonotic disease. Yeah,
but we weren't eating those animals to contract those diseases.
And?
Okay. So even if we aren't eating meat, then that risk is still run.
Okay, I think you're a little crazy right now, right? What I'm telling you is not that it's the case that we are immune to pandemics if we go vegan. That's not what I'm saying. Right. So we're immune to pandemics. I'm just saying there are a lot, and there are a lot of pandemics that we could avoid by not eating meat, by not having factory farming.
We don't know if there's a lot.
We do. We
Not
do.
logically.
What?
Yeah, we know that there are pandemics that have been caused by it. If it wasn't there, it would not have happened. That's what Lord caused means.
Hmm.
I don't know, it
But
seems pretty
logically, we don't know
obvious,
if the
right?
next pandemic we have is going to be because we were eating meat.
Yeah, the point is not about the
Inductively, we
next.
have a pretty strong case.
Yeah, we're not trying to argue about what can we predict the future and know if the next one's going to come from eating meat. Just that there's an extra risk for eating the meat. Extra risk, but there's not an extra risk if you switch to eating plants instead, because none of the pandemics have ever happened from plant eating. And you know, just from the last few, you know that there's a considerable portion of these pandemics, at least the last few, that are happening because of things like because of the consumption of meat. Swine flu, is an example.
What did the flu virus come from?
Swine flu? Pigs.
No, the flu virus.
The flu virus itself has
flu?
existed for a very long time.
Yeah. Okay. And
Yeah, flus have existed for a super long time.
those
No idea what the
typically-
first one was.
Those are zoo. What you call it?
Are they all zoonotic? No.
Are they all zoonotic? How many
No.
of them are zoonotic? Out of
Probably
all
the
of them,
majority.
The majority of them are zoonotic.
Yes, influenza, I think, is generally going to be zoonotic. Not always, but generally. None of them are coming from eating plants. There are zero cases of people getting contracting influenza and then forming a pandemic because of that, because of them eating the wrong type of plant.
Of the like just pandemics, right? There's like the swine flu was zoonotic. The Hong Kong flu was zoonotic. The Asian flu was zoonotic. The Spanish flu was zoonotic. The Russian flu was probably zoonotic.
So the Spanish flu is swine flu, right?
No, those are two different flus. The swine flu was in 2009. The Spanish flu was in 1918.
1918, yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the causes of these were, because you're saying, well, most of them were, and I don't know how many. I don't know which ones most
lot.
were, and I don't.
The
Do you
answer
want?
is- the answer
I
is
can
a
just
lot.
send you a source.
I'm just looking. Yeah, I'm looking for the source right now. I'm trying to do my own research to make sure I understand this before I continue the discussion.
Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm playing Doom Eternal.
Rather than calling me retarded, just give me a second so I can make sure I educate myself. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm
Did I
playing
call
Doom
you
Eternal.
retarded?
I called them retarded like 40 times.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't
You were probably
And that is
being
kinda
retarded. I
fucked
wasn't
up.
paying that much attention.
That was kind of fucked up. That's ableist.
real. I gotta stop with the ableist. language.
Ableism is kind of retarded.
Real.
real.
All right, chill. They deserve it. All right.
Whoa, true. True. That's so true. I should be able to beat up disabled people if I feel like it.
Look, I don't want to intrude in debates and stuff, but when you guys start talking positively about like fucking retarded people, I think it's time for me to jump in.
True.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the worst part is for Nicholas Dioria, the worst part is that we're talking positively about the retarded and negatively about eating.
That is actually really brutal, Nick. This is the
I
worst
wasn't talking about
conversation in
positive
Nick's
being
opinion.
retarded. I think it was very based how in ancient Rome they used to throw disabled babies that were visibly disabled.
That's
They used to
Sparta,
throw them
right?
in bonfires. Okay,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
Sparta.
amazing. Are those Sparta?
No,
That's
Sparta was
still
off cliffs.
fucking
Was it in
amazing.
bonfires?
I'm pretty sure it was
don't know.
bonfires, and then I know prostitutes used to like put fetuses in jars and store them under bathhouses.
I would do the same thing.
That goes hard.
That's only like a
Okay,
little story.
that shit was based.
Okay, wait, hold on. I should be able to go into this room. What the fuck?
All right,
the fuck,
pandemics throughout
dude?
history, abstract keywords. Fucking
Funk,
hell.
you didn't
If you
respond
just
to my
scroll down to
veganism
table one
theory.
on the thing I sent you,
now?
it'll show you that the last 5 have been those have all been zoonotic, and 8 of the last 10
There.
have all been zoonotic.
Where does it pathogens, vectors.
stand too close. Use a check.
If you just control F10 table 1, it'll give you the list of every pandemic since the year 541 AD.
Open in
And
separate window, I think, right?
what?
It gives me an option to open in separate window to look at
Dog,
it
you can do that
separate.
if you want to, I guess.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to figure out where you said left control.
You just fucking click it. Click
Just
the link,
control
dog. The link.
I did click the link, right? I'm hitting left control. I don't understand.
Oh my god.
Why are you hitting- no,
Control F. Control F.
Control F. Oh, okay. Hold
Like
on. Hold
control font.
on. Okay, hold on. Where is it?
Oh.
All right, you said zoonotic.
I mean,
Okay,
I bet
yeah, I
you
see.
it'll
It highlights every time it says zoonotic. It's been mentioned
That'll
about 25 in this entire page.
Yeah, but if you just go to table 1, it'll give you the list of every pandemic since table 1. You can see over time it becomes a lot more zoonotic. You can see that the last 5 have all been zoonotic, and 8 of the last 10 have been zoonotic.
I thought it was all the last 10.
It's like about. I said it was almost 10 in a DM to send.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
it's gonna be it's gonna be almost the last 10, the exception of 2, and depending on how you draw the line of pandemic, those would not even like fit in the top 10.
So these numbers aren't the number of recorded pandemics. These are just basically bullet points on the graph.
What?
Hold on, I'm trying to like look
Yeah,
at
what is that question?
I'm trying to make sure I'm reading this thing correctly.
See a graph. This is every pandemic since the year 541 AD.
Okay.
But with a minimum size cap as well. So these are like all of the very, very large pandemics.
Front microboil. I think I went to the wrong part. Hold on. It like dragged me all the way down. Okay, here we go. I'm looking at it and I'm on the first table and it's not highlighting anything.
Well, what do you mean?
Like so I know Control F, you type in the word you're looking for, right?
You typed in like table 1, right? Hit Control F table.
Yeah,
1,
I found table 1, but the word zoonotic is not in table 1.
It doesn't need to be. It says bats and pangolins. That means it's zoonotic because it comes from animals. And then it says bats, dromedary camels, which is also zoonotic. Those are animals. It lists the type of animals. It doesn't say that they're zoonotic.
Oh, okay. I see it. Hold on. Fleas associated to wild rodents. Okay. Contaminated water.
So those are the old ones, right? And then over time it becomes more zoonotic. 8 of the last 10 and the last 5 are all zoonotic.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we really shouldn't be eating bats. I can agree with that. Pigs. I think pigs are very intelligent creatures. We should totally stop eating them. I'm not seeing cows. I want to see another table.
I don't think that there are any in recent history that have come from cows. I think there are plenty of. There was like mad cow disease or whatever, right?
Yeah, but does that affect like humans? I don't think that affects Homo sapiens, does it?
Yeah.
Like we actually become fucking zombies.
So there aren't going to be any cow. Yeah, there aren't going to be any cow ones that are on this level. But this is just evidence that zoonotic diseases have made all of the biggest pandemics, right? So some form of factory farming has caused all of these. If we switched over from eating bats, if we switched over from eating pigs to if we stopped all pig consumption and moved entirely over to cow consumption, it's likely that instead we would see like the cow flu on.
What is Ivan? What is
avian?
Ivan?
Oh, you're eating avian.
Oh my god!
1 second.
Oh my bad. I'm sorry. I have my glasses
chicken.
on. I didn't even read that. Avian. Okay, that's those are poultry.
It's going to be birds in general, but most of those are going to come from chickens.
Okay. So from chickens, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, chicken's pretty dry. Turkey bussin' though.
You're actually fucking crazy for thinking that like chicken's drier than turkey. That's the opposite of the truth.
I'm sorry, I've never had dry turkey. I've had plenty of dry chicken.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you're also fucking crazy.
Okay, so according to this graph, I was right for not being a fan of chicken or bats. I mean, I've never ate a bat, so maybe I can't knock it till I try it, but I really wish, I'm sorry, but I really wish some of these pandemics would come from people eating dogs. That'd be a little bit of karma. Okay.
Why would that be karma?
Apparently not. Because dogs.
Oh, no. Kumo hates Asian people.
No, I hate Asian people that eat dogs.
So why? Sorry, why is it wrong to eat dogs?
Because dogs are companion animals and they serve their most.
Not if I'm eating them. They're eating. Oh my god, I'm eating them.
It's time for the chicken for days. Fucking.
They're most, but they're most. Sorry, they're most useful. They're most. They're most utilized to be companions and not just companions, but I guess even in a sense tools.
Bunk, I desperately want you to pull up the chicken for days clip from fucking Oh my god.
You
From
don't, wait,
fucking
so you don't
BoJack
think,
Horseman.
you don't look at a dog and you don't see, like, we're not, shit posting aside, you don't look at a dog and you don't see like a companion or like a protector.
No, I see a dog.
You don't see a loyal companion.
Dogs can
Or
be
the
loyal,
potential
so
for
can
loyal
pigs. We
companion.
sure as fuck eat those, don't we? At least you
Once
know.
again, man, I mean, bacon tastes good, but I think pigs are very intelligent animals, so it is kind of fucked up that we eat them. I don't think, however, that I've eaten dog, or enough people have eaten dog for it to be commonplace for us to say dog tastes fucking good. Because I mean,
So
even
if
Asians eat.
If enough
even
people ate
Asians
dog
eat
and liked,
pigs,
hold
they
on, yeah,
agree with
before you hold on, yeah, let's slow down, bud. So if enough people ate dogs, you think it would become morally justified to do so? Just like enough
I
people
don't think,
doing it?
personally, based on my bias, I don't think it would be morally justified.
Cool. I just don't understand.
Because the utilities, because dogs have served a completely different utility. Have you ever trained a
if we eat
pig to have you ever trained a pig to protect another pig?
Not if we eat them. If we eat enough of them, if everyone was eating dogs,
We
all the
have
time, you would think-
domesticated pigs.
Oh my god! Can you just think about the conversation we're having? If enough
We are,
people were
yeah.
eating dogs, you'd think it would be morally justified to do so, right? Because the argument you just made wouldn't apply if most people ate dogs.
I don't think we eat. I don't really think we eat. I don't think we eat that many
Answer the question.
cannibalistic animal. Not cannibal. Sorry, I don't think we eat that many carnivorous animals.
Dogs are gonna be omnivores.
Right, but they have sharp teeth.
And
Omnivores
Pigs
have a
eat
mi-
each
have
other too.
omnivores have a combination of sharp and flat teeth.
As do dogs.
yes,
Yeah.
dog.
What?
They
My
have-
dogs
they have,
don't
flat teeth. And they have flat teeth in the back, just like we do.
Yeah,
Do
they're
they?
molars.
Yes.
I don't think they're
A
that
close look
flat.
at the anatomy, behavior, and feeding preferences of dogs shows that they are actually omnivorous, able to eat and remain healthy with both animal and plant food stuff. First Google result. Real shit.
Sorry if I'm not mistaken. An omnivore has a mixed diet in order to sustain itself, right?
Yes.
It has a mixed diet.
Yes.
So is it wrong to eat? Is it morally wrong to eat eggs?
So well, hold on, we're pivoting, right? No, we're not gonna pivot away from the conversation we were having.
I'm sorry. We can. I won't use this. I won't use this in the discussion. I'm genuinely curious. If
I think it's
veganism
wrong,
is
right. I do think it's wrong.
Okay.
Right, but we're going back onto the topic we were currently discussing before you pivot over to the egg discussion,
Okay.
right? In the case of dogs, you think it's morally wrong to eat dogs. You would think it's morally wrong to eat dogs, even if everyone were to do it. But there's no good reason to think this if you can't also apply this to cows.
What utility do cows serve to nature?
If it was the case that everyone was eating dogs, the utility they'd serve would be the same as cows.
No. I'm saying in this question, let's say not necessarily hypothetical. Let's ignore the fact that we eat cows, right? In nature, what utility do cows serve? Because we have we have wild cows. Wild cows have existed.
Not the kinds that we have.
Right. No, but what utility do wild cows serve in
Same
nature?
as dogs do.
To be eaten?
No, neither of those.
To exist?
To have
Neither?
experiences.
Well, I mean, dogs are they're evolved from wolves because we've domesticated wolves for so long.
Evolved is a strange way to describe it. They're bred from wolves, right?
They're
bred from Canis lupus.
Okay, they're bred from canines. And I mean, I guess, what else do you call them? They're so far from actual wolves.
Correct.
Is it not
They're very
evolution?
far from actual wolves. The same is true of the cows that we have on farm. They're very far from cattle that naturally exist.
Right, but I don't think we can say that domestic cows are the same species as certain wild cows.
I have no idea why you're bringing this up, because it's not the case with dogs, right? Dogs are not a different species. Canis lupus. Canis lupus is the species. Dogs are Canis lupus familiaris. They're a subspecies, and they're all one. Right? They're all one subspecies.
Okay, so we're saying that canines are okay. That is true. I'm sorry, my bad. Wrong word usage. So canines are the general species, right? But we have different kinds of wolves and different breeds of dogs.
Canine lupus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we say canines the species, because I was thinking canis would be a part of the canines, but I'm not sure where you draw the line. Because I think the line that's used in
Canis lupus. Aren't bears Canis lupus?
no,
No.
nope,
No. What are they?
nope, that's the species. So no,
Sorry, I'm
bears
sorry. I
are
look
not.
up Canis lupus and wolf comes up. Maybe I'm retarded.
Yeah, that's because wolves are canis lupus.
Oh, okay.
Canis
Right.
lupus is the species, right? Gray wolves are the species. There are other species of wolves that aren't Canis lupus. The dogs in particular are a subspecies of Canis lupus called Canis lupus familiaris.
Subspecies of Canis lupus. Okay. What species are bears?
And to just continue the point, right? The way that canine gets used in biology is not to describe any species. It's not a species name. It's just
My bad. I
it's
thought
canis.
canine and Canis lupus sounded very similar.
They do. That's because canis is what makes it a canine, not being Canis lupus.
Uh-huh. Right, yeah, I thought canis was the grandfather term and canine was what we used to refer to them now.
Nope. Canis is just going to be the taxonomic rank of genus. That's going to be what that, or genus, right? That's what that is. G-E-N.
Okay, I'm gonna drag
Canis
everybody
for that.
into the live VC because this is
Base.
chaos. There are too many
Base.
people.
Okay.
Hold on.
So that's what Canis is going to be. It's just going to be like the
Oh shit.
What's
we're
up?
dragged.
So when we're saying that they are bred from that species, right? Once again, the wolves, they do serve their purpose in nature. They serve a utility in nature to be predators, to regulate the amount of herbivores and omnivores, just general prey in the ecosystem that they live in. I don't think just because humans are on a higher plane of thinking than other animals in certain ecosystems that we are immediately wrong in eating animals, because animals eat each other, animals fucking eat us, you know?
Yeah, but you said it was wrong to eat dogs.
Right. And so in a sense that when we're talking about you don't have to eat meat to survive, right? I personally have gone on a vegan diet.
Bakes.
Not vegan, but vegetarian diet before. I personally feel a lot better eating a mix of meat and vegetables.
Okay. Well, so
Just
the
for
fact
my
that
health, I feel significantly. I have less headaches. Generally,
you're probably just being bad at dieting.
Really?
Yeah, there's just no good reason to think that any kind of like headaches could be caused by the fact that you don't have, I don't know, like dietary cholesterol in your diet.
The fact that I swapped from eating a healthy mix of
you're probably just really bad at dietary
of different kinds of meats and vegetables, and then I just went straight to vegetables.
Then you're just super bad at dietary planning. I'm glad that I confirmed it, because you just said you went straight to vegetables.
I mean, I go from
eat some grains, dog.
Eat some grains.
I mean, eat some grains.
Do we not classify grains as vegetables? I'm pretty sure they come from plants.
No idea what you're calling a vegetable. You wait, no,
I call vegetables things that come from plants. My bad.
Okay, so fruits are vegetable base. That's wild. What is your name again? Kumo. So
wait, what did I?
It's wild that.
What did I do? What did I say?
I thought you were using vegetable in the botanical sense. If you're just saying
we
you're
are
just not
diddling
eating
animals here. Yes.
Yeah.
When I say vegetable, I mean it's not an animal. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know. Mineral supplements are vegetables, I guess. So.
I mean, it comes from a plant.
No.
Vegetable. I mean, you can get certain minerals from eating certain plants, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you okay, Kumo? Point being, right, to help you track the conversation, the point is the reason you had issues isn't because of veganism itself, because of
I'm not saying that that's the issue with my body. Well, I'm not saying veganism is the issue. I'm saying it just did not work for me.
I'm telling you that veganism isn't what didn't
what we're
work for you.
saying
It's
is
being bad at dietary planning didn't work for you.
It could work for you. You just gotta eat better shit, essentially.
Yeah, he's like, if you eat a bunch of garbage junk food and it just happens to not contain animals, you're not going to be healthy because of that.
No,
Like,
that's not what
sugar
I
is-
did.
okay, I don't know what the specifics of your diet are, but I can tell you that you're not going to be able to name a nutrient that you were like
I mean,
not
generally,
getting in your vegan diet, that you can't get in your vegan diet.
I already eat a lot of vegetables. Like, I mean, I'm not out here eating
Wow, epic. Just
fucking.
didn't ask about
I'm
it.
not out here. I'm not out here eating fucking animals like so much like that I'm like a major contribution. Like I think
Damn,
part
dog, I
of
didn't
what
ask
significantly.
about all that shit. But it's just irrelevant.
I'm gonna molest you if you don't shut the fuck up. Thank
I'm
you.
You're
gonna
just being
molest
a
you
dumb
back.
fuck, right? So let me clarify
I
for you.
want that,
I don't give a
okay?
fuck
Let's
about your
go.
like. I don't give a fuck about like with the specifics of how I don't know you like.
Right,
you
but
love
you're
eating
but you do give a
vegetables and you
fuck.
love
You do give
broccoli.
a fuck to immediately try and invalidate
Yeah, you're just,
my experience with veganism.
Yeah, I'm invalidating your lived experience about it. So in the case of nutrients, what nutrient do you think you're not getting in a vegan diet that exists in a meat-based diet? What nutrient were you lacking that's causing your headache?
Oh,
What was the
but you
what
didn't
was the
care
thing
about
you
the
couldn't
specific-
avoid
You didn't
either?
care about the specifics, though.
You don't know about the specific. You have no good reason
I
to believe
do know
it.
the
You
specifics.
just swapped
I do know
for
the
a dumb diet.
specifics. You immediately cut me off and said I don't care.
You didn't.
You
say
want to roll it
about-
back?
You weren't
Do you wanna
talking
roll
about
it
the
back?
specific. You weren't talking about the specifics, dumb fuck. You were rambling about like your lived experience. I don't give a fuck about your lived experience. What's the nutrient? What's the nutrient you were missing?
The nutrients I was missing. Okay,
Yeah.
so I know I was eating a healthy mix of fruits, vegetables, and grains. I know generally it was like oatmeal for breakfast. Maybe like I think occasionally there'd be like salad.
Spit out the
wasn't-
fucking nutrient. Stop wasting my time talking about all your
The
fucking meal prep.
nutrients. You can
For the
if you're
8th
so
time, yeah,
knowledgeable-
spit the
If you're
nutrient
so
out.
knowledgeable about anything and everything, then you should know what nutrients I'm getting if I just tell you what I typically ate on that diet.
I don't want to hear everything that you ate every fucking day and hear the entire list of shit you ate. Just tell me the nutrient you were getting.
I'm not giving you a list of everything I
Don't
every
ramble about
single thing I
oatmeal.
ate.
Give me the nutrient. Spit it out.
Debate? You don't, dude. The debate was earlier.
is-
The epic debate was earlier. Now we're talking after the debate. I'm trying to get more people.
was
It's more
talking to
people in the
chat.
debate. It's based. Okay, I'm talking to chat.
I'm not going to be able to, off the top of my head, give you a list of the exact nutrients I was consuming on my diet.
Do you think? Yeah. So
I don't know the
you weren't
exact
either 'cause I
nutrients
didn't
inside
do
of
your diet.
everything I ate.
Is there a macro you thought you were missing? Is there like a thing that
A
you think that only is
macro?
there a thing you think exists in meat
Dude,
that doesn't exist in other shit?
Do you think people they pull out a piece of paper and they make a chart of what nutrients they're putting in their body when they start a new diet?
Counting your macros?
Counting your macros? Have you ever been laid?
Tard, you understand people do count their
Tard.
macros, right?
Oh my god, what are these? What are these linguistics here? Tard, that's a new one.
Do you know?
Maybe that's not even a
do you
new
think
one.
that
Maybe
people
that's
don't
so
count?
old.
Are you insane? Do you think people don't count their macros? This is your argument.
People don't count their macros.
Yeah, plenty of people do. Anyone who cares about the healthy
People
diet,
don't- people
anyone who
don't
cares
count
about a
their
healthy diet,
macros.
counting the macros at least, right at the minimum.
Okay, maybe I'm not comprehending that. Can you translate count your macros from Spurg to English?
Okay, retard, Google it, dumb fuck. Look it the fuck up.
I know what a macro is
Then what do you need translated, dumb fuck?
because your terminology.
Do you not know what counting is?
Your terminology.
It's like when you take
is
2
not
and then you go to the next
generally-
number and it's 3.
Your terminology is not generally comprehensible. You're
Yes, it is. These are
You're genuinely
Holy shit.
speaking.
Counting macros is too obtuse for you?
too obtuse.
Are you alright? The weird laughing shit. You're just fucking keep the counter argument.
Macro is short for macronutrient. No, dipshit. Most people don't count those.
Yeah, yes, they do.
You
Counting
genuinely do not get outside.
Yeah.
Most
Oh my
people
God.
do not count
Oh my
what
God.
they eat.
You're
I'm sorry,
projecting so
do you
hard.
not
dog.
know that most people? Do you not know that most people get fucking?
You don't
they
think
get
most people-
lectured?
you know the
they get
thing-
lectured for
Dog,
not thinking about
dog,
what they put in
dog,
what
champ.
they put in their mouth.
Buddy.
You're like cutting me off.
yeah, I am
I'm not
cutting you
even.
off. Yeah.
I'm not spewing
Yeah, you're
misinformation. It
Yeah,
is
you-
such a
you are.
common thing.
Yes, you are.
It is such a common thing
You-
that people get lectured for it.
No,
I'm not
no,
incorrect here.
Dumb fuck, no.
People
I'm
get
telling you-
lectured for it all the time.
Stop talking, please. Fuck. I'm telling
You're
you,
trying to
Kumo.
lecture me for it now.
Yeah, I am lecturing for. Yeah, I am because you're an idiot. Yeah. So Kumo, with macros, it's extremely common to count them. Anyone who cares about their health has to do that. Do you know what protein is?
Yes, I know what protein is.
Have you ever heard somebody say, "I'm not getting enough protein in my diet"?
Okay,
Answer my question.
I'm not going to answer your dumb fucking question because I know how to do that.
Do you know?
When
You
use
count
terms-
your
when you
macros,
use
card.
terms- when you,
You
I don't
fucking
count them
retard, holy
individually.
shit.
I don't count them individually. I try to
That's
regulate
counting
them.
your
I
macros.
definitely try to regulate
That
them,
is
but I
count-
don't sit and do
That
my
is
math
counting your
about them.
macros, Kumo. Do
Okay.
you understand that's counting your macros? Saying
Right,
I'm
but
not getting enough
everyone's
protein in
going
my
to-
diet is an example
Not
of counting your
everyone is going
macros.
to eat balanced every fucking day.
I didn't say your diet's perfectly balanced. I never said
Right.
that.
Right.
Follow along.
Right, but
You're the
saying,
dumbest
you're asking
fuck
me,
to ever exist, but you have to try your best.
oh
You-
my
the-
god.
I don't think you understand this. The weird laugh affect you do after you get blown the fuck out on a point is not making you look good.
You're like actually spurging out. That's why
Just
I'm
give me the
laughing.
counter argument.
The counter argument. Okay, dude. I do not need to quote unquote count my macros to try and regulate and make sure I'm getting a decent combination of everything that an omnivore is typically supposed to consume, what is beneficial for them to consume. So right, you get
You're
your
not an
grains, you
omnivore.
get your fruits, you get your human beings are omnivores.
No, they're not.
Yes.
No, they're not. They're primates.
We have
Primates are generally frugivores, right? It'll be very rare. Primate has like the protein from like a bug or some shit in their diet.
you know
This is
there's
the rare thing that
primates
happens
that eat other fucking
primarily
primates,
herbivores.
smaller primates, smaller
I'm aware there are
subspecies
some.
of primates.
I'm aware there are some. Not in the great ape family.
Oh really?
Yes, really. Name one. Spit it the fuck out. Spit it the fuck out. Name one.
Are you saying gorillas don't have big fucking fangs because they just eat they eat all kinds of vegetation all the time?
Spit out the answer to the question. It's a completely irrelevant side point. You said that the primates in the great ape family said, "Oh, really?" When I said they weren't eating each other. Yeah, they don't eat each other. Correct. What gorillas use their fangs for isn't eating each other. It's defense, dumb fuck. Damn, you went
Alright.
silent there, didn't you? Got another smug laugh for me, champ?
Gorillas stick to mainly vegetarian diets.
Why are you raising your voice?
I'm not raising my diet.
You're making it hype. You're
My
making it
diet
high
fucking-
pitched for the mock.
I'm not
Wait,
raising
Your
my
voice is the
voice.
same
Did
pitch as
you-
mine is.
You are spurging so hard.
You just Googled gorilla diet, right? And found that the
Yeah.
World Wildlife said gorillas stick to mainly vegetarian diet and said it in a funny voice. Like you didn't
Yeah.
just read it.
What an embarrassingly stupid person. Kumo. If it's the case that animals were justified in eating animals because they don't have enough intelligence,
Dude.
we'd be justified in eating you. You are a dumb fuck.
I mean,
You're
would you be justified in
unironically
eating me?
sub pig intelligence.
Would
Sub
you be
pig
justified
IQ.
in eating me? You actually
Yes,
don't know.
I've
You
to-
actually don't
you
know
have
the
plant level
extent of my
IQ. I'm justified in
intelligence.
eating you. You're so
You
fucking
don't-
stupid it'd be vegan to
You
eat
don't
you.
know the extent of my intelligence. Are you suggesting that you did?
No, I
you just
figured
did
it
a
out from this
full-
conversation. You're real fucking
Are you
stupid.
suggesting that you just did a full evaluation on
Yes.
my overall?
This
intellect?
conversation is an IQ test. Yours is miserably low. You're like super stupid.
Okay, so that's a hypothetical of this conversation.
No,
was an
that's not
IQ
what a
test.
hypothetical means, dumb fuck. Hypothetical is something that doesn't actually happen.
So if this conversation was an IQ test, you would be dumb.
Why are you
fuck.
talking like the Joker?
I'm mocking you. That's how you sound.
You're mocking me by doing an impression of like Heath Ledger's Joker?
That's how you sound.
I think you're insane. You're like a crazy person. Look, it makes
You're the
sense
one-
that you're doing
you're
a
the
fucking
one
Heath Ledger
yelling and
Joker
frantic-
impression. Your ass just escaped
You're the
from
one
Arkham
yelling at
Asylum.
me,
You're like nut
frantically
casing out
calling me
in the fucking
stupid.
Discord VC. Yeah, you're real dumb, dog.
Real funny Batman reference. Let's fucking
Thank
go.
you. Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Just for bunk. Just for
Let's
bunk,
go.
Batman
I
reference.
wasn't even thinking of
Let's
Heath
go.
Ledger. I was just mocking him and how he sounds to me. But no, I cannot list a primate that eats meat off the top of my head because I don't sit on Discord with my dick in my hand and argue about this shit all day. I'm sorry.
There is
I did come here for a discussion, and I thought maybe there would be one, but it's clearly a blood sport where you're going to armchair psychologist. You're going to be an armchair
Not even calling you
psychologist.
stupid.
You're going to be an armchair psychologist, and you're going to call me. You didn't call me a schizo. You just called me a lunatic. Sorry, you said I was crazy.
Okay.
You're trying
I
to
said you're
assess.
stupid. You're stupid and you sound like a nutcase. Yeah, I don't think
You
that's
said I sound
armchair.
like a nutcase.
Sorry, I mean, calling you stupid is armchair psychologized.
Based on
Sorry.
this one discussion you've ever had with me, you're trying to evaluate. You're trying to evaluate
Yes,
me.
I've had one discussion with you, and I think you're a stupid nutcase. Yeah. I didn't like diagnose you with schizophrenia. I didn't say you had like bipolar disorder. I just called you a stupid nutcase. Sorry,
So
we got a
how am I-
PhD in psychology.
sorry,
You can't call me
I'm
stupid.
sorry. I'm sorry. In that case, kind of a common usage of the term is to
Proving you're
refer
not
to people
stupid by
who you think
stumbling
are-
through your sentences.
stumbling through your sentences. Okay, sorry, taking my time to speak to make sure I speak clearly. My bad.
Waiting.
The primate that eats
You-
the most meat is the capuchin monkey, and it eats small birds, and that's it. And it still eats mostly fruits and leaves.
Yup. Also not a member of the great ape family, like humans are.
Yeah, that's like just primates.
baboons, chimpanzees, troglodytes.
That's
I think
you.
those don't exist
Troglodyte?
anymore.
Wait, just to
That's you.
confirm, actually, real quick, Synth, before, because I'm 90% sure on this, but I want to run it by you. Aren't like all cows impregnated using rape racks? I don't think they can like reproduce
Yes.
on their own when they're domesticated.
Yeah, generally, yeah. I think that
Yeah.
I don't think there's any natural insemination that we use in the animal agriculture industry, or if we do it, it'd have to be like super rare because it's really inefficient.
Yeah, I'm not defending the agricultural industry. That's
Nah,
kind of
dog, you're not
retarded.
defending it. You're just paying for it, right?
Mm,
Lol.
you don't know if I do that, lol.
Yeah, you can't know nothing. Wow, great argument. bud.
you don't know if I do that. I mean, you're
You're
just
right.
making an
you
assumption.
Can't know any. Yeah, I
You're
made
making
I
an
made
assumption.
Yeah,
to
you're
a-
right. I made an
You're
assumption
making an
based on
assumption to a
evidence.
certain. You're trying to assert a fact based on.
Was I wrong?
Based on an assumption.
Oh, was I wrong?
Do I have? It's not your business whether. Like,
Was I wrong?
Whether I do
Go
or
ahead.
not.
Go ahead. Was I wrong?
It's not your business whether I do or not.
No, I think it is.
It really isn't.
It's relevant to the discussion.
It's not. No, it's actually not relevant.
Yeah, so
to the
I was right.
discussion.
Nice.
It's not.
You owe me with that one. I was
It's not relevant
dead
to the
fucking on.
discussion.
It's very relevant.
I mean,
Just-
just because I said it's not relevant to the discussion doesn't mean I'm saying I do.
It's kind of obviously the case.
Dude,
that
you don't know. I could be raising chickens in my backyard.
Real. You can't know anything. What if we're all living in a
can't know.
simulation, bud?
You can't know. What if I'm raising
What if
chickens
we
in my
can't know
backyard?
nothing? You can't know that we're not in the fucking Matrix, right? Like I don't care.
Right. No, but you haven't been given information about me to confirm your assessment, so therefore
Yes, I
you're
was.
just speculating and being a retard.
You know, there's plenty of information I have about you.
No.
Like the fact that you've been arguing why it's okay for people to eat meat for the past fucking while now.
Yeah, because it is.
You just
okay.
have a mess of a contradiction of positions. You can't.
It
the
is
idea
okay
that it's
for people
morally
to eat meat.
the idea
I
that it's
just
morally
read
wrong
off-
to yeah the
I
idea
just
hold on
Googled
the idea that it's
I
morally
just
wrong
Googled
to
the
eat
stupid
dogs but it's
counterpoint
completely
you guys
okay
tried to
to
make.
eat any other kind of animal is just insane to me.
Right,
Like, you're
right,
just
because they serve
arbitrary. It's the feeling.
You're apparently a utilitarian, and
Yes.
you would know that you should know that there are different utilities for different animals serve different utilities. So
Is that what? Can you name a utilitarian philosopher who says that? Okay. Yeah, I don't think there are not different utilities for different animals. There are different amounts of utility to
everything on this
experience.
planet. I think everything on this planet, including beings, serve a certain utility.
That's not what utilitarianism is, bud.
Sorry,
not
would
the
you
idea
like to? Would you
everything
like
has
to?
a-
Would you like to give me? Would you like to educate me?
Yeah,
And
I'll
would you like
teach you.
to
I'll teach you the
educate me
basics.
about what a
Give me shut the fuck up.
utilitarian is.
Yeah, I'll teach you what
Okay.
this. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with
Okay.
this mystical idea that everything has its rightful purpose. That's not what utilitarianism is. But the whole point of utilitarianism is just that things are good or bad in reference to utility, and by utility we mean how much how much happiness minus suffering, or how much preferences are being fulfilled, or something along those lines. That's what we mean. Not the case that we're
Right.
saying that that everything
Right.
has a special purpose in the world. That's not what utilitarianism is. That's like being a spiritual hippy dippy person or something.
That's nothing to do with spirituality or being a hippie. Generally,
It's pretty
something.
hippy dippy.
Generally, things on this planet have a purpose that they serve naturally.
No?
Yes. Have you ever heard of an ecosystem? You want to try and school me in like science? And
Yeah,
shit,
I'm down
and
to
you're
school you
trying
in
to deny
science
the
too.
premise-
Yeah, I'm
you're
down to
trying
school.
deny
Sorry,
the
school you in
premise of
science more.
Ecosystems.
Yeah, there's not a
what-
purpose there. Everything a purpose is.
They do have a purpose.
What is a purpose?
They contribute to a lot more than just their survival.
What is a purpose?
Bees, they pollinate flowers.
What is a purpose?
What do you mean? What is a purpose?
What does the word purpose mean?
You're actually such a spurg.
What does the word purpose mean? What does the word
Okay.
purpose mean?
Purpose means the reason
You keep
for
doing the
which
weird
something.
fake laugh. It's so incredibly strange.
Would you stop your
No,
spurg
I'm
and just
interrupting you whenever I feel like.
cease your incessant yapping and allow me to
Oh my
answer your
God.
question?
Just
All
go.
right, am I
Yeah,
speaking
you're
your
not
language now?
answering. You just called me a
speaking your
spurg
language?
and didn't
I
answer.
was
it for like 10 seconds in a
answering
row.
and you continued to ramble. You keep saying I'm rambling, but look at you. The reason in which something
You're rambling
is
right now.
done for. Go on. You done?
Yes, that was all I had to say. I can go more if you want.
I mean, clearly.
I'm just trying to get you to answer the
reason
question,
in
which is
which
what is the purpose?
something is done or created for which something exists.
Oh, you were stalling so you can look up what purpose means. Right.
I already had it pulled the fuck up, retard. You just kept
Dude,
spurting over me.
I'm glad you
I
didn't even know I
already
was
had it
Googling
pulled
it.
up.
Holy
I pulled
shit.
it up the moment you asked. You just kept spurting over
I know.
me.
I'm well aware
I
that the
tried to
moment I
read it
asked you, you had to
3
Google
times
for it
and
and
you
stall
just
for
kept-
time
you
while it
just
loaded.
kept, You're spurging. And I'm
okay?
like, bro, look at you.
Yeah, you're right. I'm definitely one spurging right now. So
Yes,
I need you to
are.
go. The definition of purpose was
The reason for which something is done or created. There you go. That's the second
done
time I've
or
read
created.
it out.
Sorry. So we agree that like nature before humans exist. Who do you think is doing things?
Nature.
Nature is doing it. You think nature's a person?
No.
Do you think nature has intent?
Yeah, to survive. To reproduce.
What? You think nature has intent?
To reproduce. Yeah.
Do you think that nature has a big collect? What do you? Okay.
What is
what do you think a reason is?
What does a germ do? Just without a conscious, what does a germ do?
What does it do is different than what is the purpose?
Germs eat each other to. Sorry, not germs, but certain.
Holy shit,
I think
dude.
they're.
Do you
I think that's the
understand
term.
that there's a difference between somebody doing something and that being someone's purpose?
Yes, that is their purpose to.
So the answer is no. You don't understand the difference.
Repeat your question.
Oh my God, the dementia is setting in. So the question I asked you: do you understand the difference between a purpose and a thing somebody does? Like sometimes somebody can do something that's not their purpose.
Purpose and an action.
Can I answer the question?
I'm asking you to clarify. You said a purpose and a thing someone does. So why one word when 50 more will do? A purpose and an action. Clarify.
That wasn't 50 words. That was one sentence, dumb fuck.
Oh, literally. Oh,
Sorry,
shit, you
there were
got me
too many
there.
words. There were too many words when I asked you,
I'm
do you
sorry
think
that you're
that
just
purpose is the
completely
same as
incapable
anything
of
someone does?
communicating clearly
That was
and
too big of a
quickly.
sentence.
It shouldn't matter how quickly you have to get your words out. If you have a decent enough vocabulary, it should not take you. It should not take
wasn't
you an
a long
entire
time.
sentence to describe a word.
It shouldn't take me an entire sentence. I'm sorry. Let me speak in fucking caveman broken English for you. Full sentences are too complicated.
I'm sorry.
You
Do
should
you
be.
know the difference between a purpose
I don't forget.
and something a person does?
Is that too big of a sentence?
Do you know the difference between a purpose and an action? Oh my god, you know how
Yes.
much shorter that is?
What? Was your goal in this conversation to make yourself look like a fucking idiot? Like just to look like a dumb fuck? Sorry,
I mean,
I didn't
if
shorten it
someone
from a
is
thing
supposed to
someone
look
does
like-
to inaction.
If
Sorry, that
someone
was
is
too
supposed to
complicated.
look like a dumb fuck here, then
Yeah,
I
it's you.
mean,
You
I
look
don't
like a dumb
think you're
fuck.
doing yourself any favors.
Can you go ahead and just answer the question? Now that you like reword
Yes, I know
it
the
6
difference
weeks under?
between a purpose and an action.
You think there's a difference between a purpose and something someone does?
Something someone does in action. Yes, there's
Yeah.
a difference.
Okay, without the weird fake laugh you have to do every fucking 10 minutes to remind
You're
yourself that
so
you're not as dumb as you think
retarded.
you
I
are.
can't help but laugh. You're just genuinely
Okay.
dumb.
Bud, it'll be okay, right?
I
We'll
said
go
a
on.
purpose and an action, and you like you're just insistent
sure that
on
you
like
understand.
on not.
So
You
the
don't
whole
need to
rea-
make sure I understand, dude.
The-
The only
there's a
thing
point.
you need to
There's a
do
point.
is make
Can
sure
you
you're
stop? Can you
communicating
stop?
clearly.
There's no way to
Speaking faster
I was
is not
communicating very
proficient.
clearly. It was very clear. You understood what I meant. You had to translate it into like, I don't know, whatever weird speak you want to use. But if you understand that those sentences mean the same thing, it's good enough for me. The whole point, the reason I phrased it
Reducing
the way I did-
multiple words
Stop,
down to one
stop,
word is
stop,
a translation
Stop.
into
Because
something
action,
weird.
Stop. Because action is different than just doing. So I think there's a difference between someone's purpose and something they do. I also think there's a difference between something's purpose and something it does. The purpose
fact
of
or
a shovel
process of
is to
doing
Can you
something,
stop talking?
typically
Fuck.
to achieve
The
an
purpose-
aim. Please
Yes.
stop calling me dumb.
Yes.
I actually,
You are
please
dumb.
stop
You're
calling me
super dumb.
Would you like my
You're
definition
incredibly
of
dumb.
action? Do you want the definition of action?
I want you to just stop
The
talking.
the words you use to
Oh my
describe
God.
action are literally
I
in the
want you to
definition that
stop
describes
talking.
action.
I want you to give me more definitions.
I want you to just genuinely learn your fucking place in this discussion, okay?
My place in this
You have your
discussion
pronouns
is
on
on
your
top of you.
Discord bio.
Yeah,
You're
so
not
sorry.
on
Do you want to talk
top
about
of
trans
me.
stuff next?
Yes.
Cool. We can talk about that right after this. So
Yes.
purpose and something that something does is different. A shovel's purpose might be digging holes, but the thing a shovel's doing might not be digging holes in the moment. It might be the case a shovel is not capable of digging holes. It might be a broken shovel. It might be the case
What
it'll
is
never
digging?
dig a hole. But the purpose of a shovel is to dig holes. So purpose and
what is
something
digging?
does is different.
What is
So
digging?
there's a difference between what nature is. Stop talking. There's a difference
is
between what
digging?
nature is doing and what nature's purpose
What
is.
is digging?
Nature does not have a purpose on its own.
What is digging? I don't need your monologue. What is digging?
How is it relevant?
What is digging?
When you make the dirt go from one place to the other.
An action.
Yes?
Answer the question.
What question?
Digging is an action.
Yes?
Okay. I know the purpose between I know the difference between a purpose
God.
and an action. Okay?
Yes?
The purpose of a shovel is to dig. An action is to dig.
God, you're retarded. There's no helping you. You're just too stupid. You're so smugly stupid. You did the smug laugh thing.
The purpose of the shovel. I don't understand how smug laughing at your spurging is like
Just
proving
make-
any sort of
You're
point
just
for
making
you
yourself
here.
look stupid over and over again. Like the arguments you're making are clearly retarded. You know they're dumb.
You're like speaking frantically and being very.
I'm sorry that I'm talking too
You're
quick.
being
Just
very
stop being a
passionate
fucking idiot.
You're being very passionate in your
I don't care about the
statements.
tone police, right? The fact that you have to like actively say the tone out loud to follow along is not important to me. Just keep it in your head.
I mean, I don't need to. I don't need to like follow.
So do
I
you
don't need to-
understand?
I don't need
do
to
you
conform to
understand?
your requests.
Do you understand the point of the nature doing something, not proof that it has that purpose, right?
That doesn't at all negate the fact that something has a purpose.
I didn't say that. Listen closely to what I say.
Then I don't understand what kind of imaginary argument you're making here.
I'm not sure if you think there's some
I
arguments you
don't
can pick up and
understand. I don't
hold.
understand what
All
kind
of them are imaginary. Oh,
argument
fucking
you're trying
they're
to
all in the
counter.
mind. Every argument's happen in the mind. Fuck. So it's not like
Oh shit! Taking things literally. Oh.
you just said what imaginary argument I make. So
Yeah,
what I'm
what
telling
argument
you
did I
is
make that
nature.
you're trying
Stop.
to counter
Fuck.
here?
Holy
Because it's
shit.
not consistent
Holy
with
shit.
what I said.
Holy shit. What I'm telling you is just because nature is doing something doesn't mean that that's the purpose of nature. Do you understand?
Right, things can happen in nature
Right?
that aren't necessarily their purpose.
that a right?
I never denied that.
Yes, you did. It's
I never
recorded.
denied that.
Yes, you did. It's recorded.
You go in the recording. I said things happen in nature because typically they have a purpose.
No, I didn't say they were typical. You
Pull
said
the
they happened
recording.
because that is the
Do you have
purpose.
the live stream pulled up right now? Please
yes,
play
you
it
can go
into
look
the
at,
microphone.
Then watch
if
it
you need
after.
to.
I'm not going to scroll
Play it
through
into
live
the
stream with.
microphone if you need to.
You had an issue with
Then
trans
don't
issues you want to
assert
talk about?
something. Do you want to talk about it?
Everyone watching was able to see it happen. You want to talk about trans issues next?
Everyone watching can go back and confirm or deny. I never said that. I never made the statement
Hell.
that I never made the
Oh my
statement
God.
once that something could happen in nature that isn't its purpose.
Yes. Okay. That's not what we're talking about.
It isn't a
confused.
human being's purpose to
Choice of something.
rape. Right? That shit happens.
Uh-huh.
It's nature though.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't
I'm
mean
glad
it doesn't mean it's our purpose.
Uh-huh.
No, but
So what is a purpose?
You're making this is like a very fallacious discussion we're having here. It's built on the
I'm
misconception.
aware that your argument's fallacious.
It's
Go ahead and
built
answer
on
my
the misconception that I said that something has to have a purpose to happen in nature. I never said that. That is like you're building it off of a misconception or misinformation right here.
What do you think a purpose is?
A purpose. Are we really going to go back down this road?
Sorry, you have to look it up again.
I
remember.
know what a purpose is. The
Spit it out.
reason for which something is done or created.
A reason for which something is done or created. A reason. Do you think
Mhm.
nature has reasons?
It doesn't have a conscious to come up with the reason. But
Answer my question.
yes, nature has reasons.
What are reasons? Why, stop smug laughing to stall for time and spit out the answer, retard.
I'm not stalling for time. You're just genuinely retarded.
Go ahead and answer them.
of a person having sound judgment,
Holy
fair,
shit!
sensible,
You looked at the Are you insane?
as much as is appropriate or fair, moderate.
Proving me wrong by reading out the verbatim Google definition. So what is? What do you think a reason is?
What's wrong with making sure I don't
You
pull
just said
my
you're
own
not stalling
personal
because
comprehension
you're
out of my
lying.
ass?
Because you're
I don't-
lying.
What makes you think I was stalling? Do you know if like I typed it up immediately when you asked?
Because of the fact that you did an autistic fake laugh and then typed.
I laugh every
read
time
out
you
the verbatim.
spurg at me. I'm
You-
not doing it to stall
Curious
for
how
time.
you,
It's every
curious
time
how
you
all the
start
times I'm
freaking
spurging at
out.
you happen to be when I'm asking you questions.
I want someone to go through this live stream later and
You
go
can
ahead
do
and
it.
let us know. Actually, Bunk, if you would be so kind, make a poll. How much more passionate have I been than this individual here?
I don't care that you're less passionate than I am. Like the fact that you care less about the topic makes your arguments better.
No, I never said that I care less about
I don't.
the
Yeah, then I
topic.
don't care, right? So if we talk about reasoning,
I don't need your validation.
if we talk about
Okay.
reasoning, right, then a reason is not going to be something that like nature doesn't do reasoning, right?
As much as is appropriate or fair, moderate.
Do you think that I don't even know what your argument here is? You're just quoting that part of the definition.
I don't have to make an argument. I'm stating that I know the definition of reason, and for something to reason does not necessarily mean that it has to have a conscious thought.
Didn't say that. Didn't say that was the case.
Okay.
Not the argument
Okay.
I'm
Then
making.
what is your argument?
The argument I'm making, made it over and over and over again. I think that's probably the case that it is. I think that probably is the case.
You
It's not the
haven't made
argument
it
I'm making.
over and over and over again.
I have. I've made it like several times. Stop
Go
speaking.
compile it and make
Stop
sense
speaking,
out of it.
please.
I'm not going
You
to
have
stop
to
speaking because you
have
told me
stop.
to. You can stop
You have to
breathing.
stop.
I don't have
Be
to stop
normal.
breathing because I told you
Look,
to.
I'm the one
Could you just-
spurging, for the
could you just
record.
interact with me normally.
There's no way to interact with you normally. You're an abnormal
There's
person.
actually
I'm
many
telling you,
ways to interact
stop.
with me normally.
Please be.
I don't.
Oh
think,
my
I'm sorry,
God.
I have very
guy-
retarded
this guy is, like,
conversations with Bunk,
deranged.
and Bunk has never interacted with me in the nature that you have.
I don't care that Bunk is nicer to you than I am. I don't know why you're bringing this
I
up.
never said Bunk was nicer. I said Bunk has never interacted with
I don't
me like
care.
this. You're clearly spurging.
Okay, Kumo. I'm really the one spurging while you eat your microphone, right? So I just need you to
Yes.
understand that when we're talking about
because
reasoning,
reasoning
reasoning is not something that
I don't need
nature
to talk
does. Nature doesn't reason, right? If I was raping something, that would be something nature's doing, right? But that wouldn't be something that that is my purpose.
Right, but did you have a reason to rape?
I don't think people generally have reasons to rape. Not ones that count enough in favor of it so that they should be raping.
But they still have a reason nonetheless.
They have more reasons not to rape than they do reasons to rape.
Whether it's just or not, they have a reason.
They have more reasons not to rape than they have to rape.
Well, yeah, because they would have deterrent, yes.
Cool. So this is an irrelevant side point.
Consequence. Yeah, you're the one who made this irrelevant side point.
No, you just brought that up.
I said rape happens in nature. You're bringing up that you could rape
Yes.
someone and that would be nature. Inherently,
yes, that's the same point as you.
Inherently, you're not going to mindlessly violate someone.
So Kumo, we agree that rape is something that nature does.
Right.
Okay. And nature doing it isn't the same as it being the case that that's the purpose in nature.
I never said everything nature does has a purpose.
So what defines what are the things that nature does that have purposes versus the thing that nature does that doesn't have a purpose? How do you know which one's
Reproduction.
Yeah,
Reproduction is a purpose. Reproduction is actually a common purpose found through.
Reproduction a purpose.
Why is reproduction a purpose?
Mm-hmm.
So that things that are living can continue to live, or can then change into, especially when we're talking about matter, can then turn into something else, whether it be life or not, that will then serve a purpose in an ecosystem. So like everything in the ecosystem has a purpose. I'm not begging the question.
You know what begging the question is?
Yes, I know what begging the question is.
What is it?
Oh my god, you're gonna make me elaborate on every.
Yeah, spit it out. Stop typing. I can hear you typing, dumb fuck. Just spit it out. You said you know what it was.
I haven't even touched a key yet.
Spit it out. What is it? What is it? Spit it out.
I don't need to answer you the moment you ask it. And
Yeah, because you want to wait to Google.
There's nothing wrong with me Googling something before I make a statement.
You said you knew what it was.
Yeah,
Just
I have
lying.
a general
You're just a
understanding, and I
disingenuous
want to
liar.
make sure. I have a general understanding, but I do not like
Weird
I do
laughing
not
at
like giving my personal interpretations of words.
Okay, so when you heard me say begging the question, you didn't know what it meant. That's why you're Googling
I don't know
it.
what it means word for word, but I have a general understanding
What
of
is
the
the general
universal
understanding?
usage of
Spit
the
out your
word.
general understanding.
Ooh. I'm not
Why are
going to
you
use my
making monkey
general
noises?
understanding in an argument. You're trying to trap me, and I'm not going to let that happen. So
I'm glad that you don't use
there's
your
nothing
understanding
wrong
in
with me.
Oh my
There is
god.
nothing.
Oh
There's
my
nothing
God.
wrong with me
Dude, you're
Googling something to make sure I
You're
don't
a
pull
fucking
something
idiot.
out of my ass.
Oh
Either
my God.
I don't. Maybe right. It's better that I make sure I know what I'm talking about before I start speaking. Okay. I don't understand how
you didn't do
Googling
that, though,
something.
did you?
I don't know.
You did. Yeah, you didn't do
I have a
that.
general understanding of the word.
Did you make sure that you were correct before
Of
you
the
said you
term.
weren't begging the question? Did you make sure you were
Okay.
correct before you said you weren't begging the question? Answer
Of
the
a
question.
fact or action, raise a question or point that has not been dealt with. Invite an obvious question. Assume the truth of an argument or proposition. Proposition to be proved without arguing. What did I? What in what? Where in what I said was I begging the question?
The thing that
So put the conclusion and the premise.
yes. When you said what we're talking about is what is the purpose, and then I asked you why is
Do I
that the
need to
purpose,
prove
and
to
then
you that-
can I go ahead and finish the answer to the question?
No, you can't.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
ask
gonna,
you.
I can just talk over you, Kumo. It's not hard for me
I
to do
can
that,
just
right?
mute you
So
and continue
you can,
speaking.
if you can't mute me, bud. If you mute me,
Yeah,
I can mute you back.
I can mute you and then
I can
continue
mute you back.
speaking, and then where do we get with
people
this?
on stream can still hear me talking when you mute me
Okay, and they'll
locally.
still hear me talking.
Okay, you know what? Actually, that's right. Guess what I can do, Kumo? You want to mute me? Which is a Mexican standoff. I'm hovering over the server mute button.
So
You want to do that gay shit? We can do that gay
I'm
shit.
going to ask you, right?
By the way,
I'm going to
non-homophobic
ask you.
invocation of gay shit. Just let the record state.
True.
I don't care. Where in what I hold on.
I was
Where
already
in what I
answering that
said-
question.
Sorry, no.
You already asked that?
My bad. So
Yeah, stop speaking.
What do I need
Yeah,
to
it is your
prove
bad.
to
Shut
you?
the fuck up.
What do I need to prove to you about when I say in
Oh my
nature things have purposes? So what do I need to prove to you that like an ecosystem, things in an ecosystem serve a purpose to better
Yes.
to better benefit everything else in that ecosystem? What do I need to prove to you about that?
Why is
Is that something you genuinely just don't understand?
What I don't understand is how nature has purposes, and that's what we're talking about. That's why I said you were begging the question, because I asked you why is this the purpose, and you said because that's the purpose. Can I finish my answer before you start?
It or not.
Yeah, you have no idea what my argument is.
I don't need to know what your argument is.
To refute it? Yeah, you do.
I'm not refuting it.
You can't refute it.
I'm refuting a previous statement you're making. You're
What
currently
statement did I
building on
make?
top of that statement. You're
What
saying
statement did
that
I
I
make?
was begging the question.
Yes, you did beg the question.
I didn't beg the question.
Prove it. You don't know.
Oh my god.
So when I say you're begging the question, I'm saying that when you said, and this is the fourth fucking time I tried to say this to you, right? I want you to hear this. When I'm saying you're begging the question, it's because you said the purpose, the reason that it has a purpose is because that's the purpose it serves in an ecosystem. And I'm telling you, that's begging the question because you're saying it has a purpose because that's the purpose it serves within a context. That's begging the question. You are one of the premises of the argument you're using to get your conclusion is your conclusion.
Something
That's begging the
becomes what
question.
it is. Something becomes what it is and does what it does to serve a purpose.
That would be begging the question, yeah.
That's not begging a question. Something becomes what
that is
it
begging
is
the
and
question.
does what it does to serve a purpose.
That is begging the question.
How does something serve a purpose typically?
The way it serves a purpose is relative to some ends.
Relevant to some ends?
Yeah, relative to some ends. Like, so, for example, the purpose of a shovel is to dig holes because I have the goal of digging holes. It's an ends.
Right.
The shovel is the means to that ends. That's what gives it a purpose. The ends are going to be defined not by nature, but by either abstract constructs like the ideas in the human mind, or by like just the preference of the human mind itself.
So are you denying the factual premise that something in nature, I love to bring it back to this, an ecosystem does not serve a purpose?
Yes.
You're denying that something in nature does not
doesn't-
inherently serve a purpose?
Not by nature. Nature doesn't have the purpose there. Humans have purposes that we give to these. We have
Animals,
a purpose, right?
don't animals have purposes?
And some animals do, some don't.
Which animals do?
The ones capable of rationality.
Does something have to be capable of rationality to serve a purpose or have a goal?
Not to serve a purpose, you're confusing it again, right? There's a difference between serving a purpose and having a goal, right? Or having some some idea of ways to imbue purpose onto things. So I go like a shovel has a purpose, right? It's not like a weird existential statement to say shovels have purposes. But the purpose is imbued onto the shovel by the person who uses the shovel. Do you understand? Is that complicated, Kumo?
When we have something that was created by a human being, right? When we have something like a shovel that was made to serve an intent, that was made to serve an intended purpose in mind.
Yes.
I'm not denying the premise that someone could use it for something that it was unintended for. There are people there's some people that use planted cacti as dildos. I'm not denying that happens, but a cactus is vegetation and it serves a purpose in an ecosystem, whether it be food, whether it be.
You're begging the question again.
I've not begged a question. I haven't begged a question. I'm explaining what a cactus does.
That's okay.
Explaining
Begging
the
the
purpose
question
of
is
a
not when you
cactus.
ask. Okay, you're confused, right? Begging a question is not when you ask a question.
No, I never said that's what it was.
Okay, begging the question is when you assert the premises when you assert the conclusion into the premises. That's what you just did again. You just said that it has a purpose. I'm telling you all of these other factors around it. If you say it has a purpose,
So why
you have
does
to tell me why.
Why does a cactus have pricks on it?
You need to tell me why.
Why does a cactus have
Because
needles
it's more
on it?
likely to survive in nature.
Okay. Would that mean that its purpose is to survive?
No,
Well, then what's the cactus's purpose?
I don't think cactuses have a purpose outside of the purposes that things with intent give to them.
Well, but what functions do cacti have?
They have many functions
Why do they have those functions?
to grow because it makes them more likely to survive. Do you understand the
Okay.
difference between like a reason and a
Why
cause?
does the cactus have to survive?
The cactus doesn't have to survive. Plenty of cactuses die.
Well, if a cactus didn't have to survive, then why would it have different functions to help it survive?
Just because something I think you're actually just so fucking stupid it's unreal. You need to survive, you have to survive. There's no way for you to not survive is very different from you would like to survive.
Why do plants have certain features?
Why do plants have generally because of the fact they cause them to be more likely to reproduce. Sometimes it's just because shit happens to them. Right, like sometimes a plant has like a feature of like one of its leaves being ripped off because some animal came by and ripped a leaf off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, but when I say certain
Cool, you want to talk about trans issues? You don't have arguments here.
I do. You're just like actually trying to dodge.
What am I dodging? What question have I dodged so far?
You're trying to dodge the answer.
Name
Okay,
one question I've dodged.
So are you going to deny that plants change and evolve?
No.
Shut up already. Are you going to deny that plants change
You are
and evolve
so
based
fucking
on
stupid. It's unreal.
based on
There was
trial
no
and
point to
error?
deny that in the conversation.
Are you going to deny that plants evolve and change based
Nope.
on? Okay, so you're not going to deny that based on what is best for their survival, they change.
What is most likely to lead to them reproducing more? No, I don't deny that.
Okay, then what's the plant's purpose?
Holy shit. You just loop back around. You're talking about a thing a plant
I didn't
does.
beg the question. I'm asking you what the plant's purpose is now.
You're the one arguing a
You're
plant's
the one
purpose.
dodging the answer. You know very
the
clearly
question.
what the answer to it is.
There isn't a purpose.
You know the answer to it. You're not
There
dodging
isn't
the
a purpose.
question. You're trying to give me an answer that does not satisfy my question. You're dodging the answer.
I'm giving you an answer that doesn't give you your conclusion. Yeah, because I'm correct and you're wrong.
You're
No shit.
giving me an answer that does not satisfy the
Oh my
question.
god.
Because
you
you don't want
actually
to
have
give
like
me
the
the
weirdest
answer.
approach to conversations. You just act like a retard the entire time.
Extremely disingenuous.
What question have I dodged?
How many times have you said that? How many times have you said that the plant does something to survive?
Several times.
How many times have you said that the plant does something to reproduce?
Several times.
Those aren't purposes, though.
Correct.
What are they?
Things a plant is doing. We talked about this
Actions.
earlier. Did you forget?
Actions? Okay, so the needles on a cactus, do they not have a purpose?
What do you mean by purpose?
Do they have a purpose?
What do you mean by purpose?
You know what purpose means. The general.
I know what I think purpose
universal
means. You don't know what it
understanding
means.
of purpose. I do know what purpose means. I read it
If
out
you
to
don't,
you
go ahead
earlier.
and say it.
I read the word purpose out to you earlier.
Yeah, you forgot what it was.
I didn't
No,
forget what
they
it was.
don't
I
have
want
a
you to answer
purpose.
the question.
They do. They don't have a purpose.
The reason
Nature
for
doesn't
which
have purposes.
something
They don't have intent.
the reason for which something is done or created,
Do
or
you
which
mean the
something
cause?
exists,
You mean the
or which
cause?
something exists.
Do you mean the cause? When you say the reason,
No.
do you mean the cause?
No.
Okay. If you don't mean the cause, then no, it doesn't have a reason.
Does
It has
something
a
have?
cause.
Does there have to be conscious thought for a reason to exist?
If by reason you mean something other than cause, then yes.
No.
Okay. What do you think reason means without Googling it?
Reason? I don't need to like not fucking Google something.
I would like to remind you guys this argument has been going on for about a couple of
I know,
hours
it
now, and
really
I've really
has been. This
enjoyed.
person
I really
is
enjoyed just sitting
so
here and arguing with
weird.
people on Twitter while listening to it.
I'm not
I had a
gonna
really
lie.
good ass debate today. I'm really enjoying the after show.
True, real shit. I can't believe we found somebody dumber than Isaac to jump in and defend the position.
Dumber.
You're
Dumber.
yes, dumber. That's a
Dumber.
word. Yeah, dumber's a word.
Dude.
Oh, you're gonna correct my grammar.
You're the one. I'm not trying to correct your grammar. You're already making assumptions. Bunk.
Yes, I made an
Can you give us the
assumption.
general universal understanding of the term spurg? What do we use to? What do we use
If
to?
you want to know the
slur
understanding of the term
against people who
spurg,
have
Kumo, look in a
Asperger's.
mirror.
It's a slur against people who have
Damn, I went to
Asperger's
the
syndrome.
bathroom and you just got
Remember?
more mad and more
typically,
retarded.
typically in
Real.
the vein that we typically use it, right? How do we assess that someone is spurging out?
We reference
Or
how
being a
similar they are to
spurg.
Kumo.
I'm not asking you. I think Bunk can answer themselves like a
We're the
big
same
person,
person.
a big they them.
Oh shit! What were we talking? What was the question I just asked?
So in the universal understanding that we have when we use the term spurg or someone is spurging, how do we assess that someone is spurging typically?
It's a slur
Universal?
against, yeah, we probably don't have a universal definition, but it's a slur
Right,
against
no,
people with
but the
Asperger's
universal
syndrome. When
understanding
they,
we have.
I guess it's like a term for soy. I suppose would be like my thing.
Oh, like soy. Okay,
Like you're
like soy.
it's being soy right now. Like it's the
What
same
does soy
fucking
mean?
word. I think it's a I think it's semantic primitive.
Right. No, but what
Oh,
would you
they-
typically? How would you use it personally?
As
Your
a semantic
semantic-
prime.
It's semantic prime. Whatever feels like a soy is soy.
Like base,
So
whatever
weird.
feels like is base is base. Yeah.
Yeah,
base,
exactly.
yeah.
Like, that's exactly the same.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
So Kumo, you had issues with trans shit?
Not necessarily that I have issues. I just have issues with certain ideas that are pushed.
Yeah, what issues do you have with putting pronouns in your bio or putting pronouns in your name?
I think that it is. I think it can be easily perceived as an argument that's just waiting to happen. Actually,
Yeah, why should I care?
I mean, I have preferred pronouns. Are they in my name or my bio? Do I have them on my shirt?
I have no idea. I'm guessing
Did
are
you,
yours
did
he,
you
him?
ask me my pronouns?
No, I did not. You
Did I
didn't
ask
ask
you
mine
your
either.
pronouns?
No.
Did I use any? Did I address you by any pronouns?
Yes.
Yes, over and over again, the wrong ones repeatedly, and I corrected you and you kept doing it.
Yeah, on kind of on
No.
purpose.
Could you give me a
Seemed
clip
like-
of that? Give me a
Yes,
clip of that?
you can go-
Yeah.
You can go watch
Give
it
me a
back.
clip of that.
You
Are
can
you
go
sure
watch
it was
it
on
back.
purpose? Actually, hold on. Are you sure it was on purpose?
Do I know it's on purpose? No, but do I know that you were
No.
corrected several times and kind of ignored the correction? Yeah.
Was I paying attention to the correction?
Yes, because
was
you
the
literally
correction?
said- yes.
Was the correction? Where's the collect?
Yes.
was the
Yeah, because you
correction
started
clear
using
enough?
they them after I said she.
Yeah.
You went
you-
from
I mean, I
saying
have.
he to they them.
And then you went back to he.
typically, I have a habit. I have a
And
habit
you-
of trying to refer.
yeah,
to
and you
everyone
and then
as
you,
they, them.
you
don't
then you
know.
looked at
You
the
don't
fact that I
know
had
if it was on
pronouns in my
purpose.
name
You
and
don't know-
insulted
you
me
don't
for
know-
it. Yeah, no shit, it's on purpose.
Oh, okay.
Weird fake laugh again.
On purpose. It was on purpose.
I think we have good reason to believe it's on purpose. I don't really care that
I
much. I want
don't
to talk
think
about the
you have
substance.
good reason to believe it was on purpose.
I gave
other
the
than
evidence.
other than to feel like a victim.
I don't
Oh
feel like
my
I don't
God.
feel like I've been victimized by you. I feel like it would be like
a reason
it would
for
be
which
like
something is
it
done.
would be
or
like if I was raping you to death and then you called me a tranny midway through. I don't feel like I'm the victim there.
Do I have a reason? Did I have a reason for
True.
misgendering?
If I
you?
was like midway through strangling you to death and like you blurred out like a slur or something at me, like blurred out the F slur or something, I'm not gonna feel like the victim. I'm just gonna feel like it was on purpose.
Did I have a reason for it? Did I state a reason for it?
Did you state a reason for it?
Yeah, I mean, why would you have
No,
reason to believe that I did it on purpose?
because we can induct about people's purposes and their intents.
Oh, really? Really?
Yes?
You can induct
Yeah,
about
really.
people's intents. Does that mean that
Yeah.
it is so, or is that just speculation?
That's what do you think induct means?
That it is
Sorry,
so?
Kumo has to Google that one too.
No, I'm not gonna Google it. Why don't you just explain it? Since you're just such a massive, you're such an
Oh no, you
intellectual.
must know.
You have such a massive brain. What does induct mean?
It's not hard to be smarter than you are, Kumo. What induction is when
I
we
never
take a look at
stated that I was
when we
more
take a look at the
intelligent.
evidence and we come to conclusions based on the evidence, right? That's inducting. Is when we have a look. We don't have like a deduction. We don't have like some first principles that we can then like logically follow things out from. What we
No,
do instead
there
is we
are
have
deductions.
a bunch of things that make it more likely to be the case that one thing is true than the other thing is true. That's induction. Then there's
There are
abduction, which is
deductions
when you
to
take
it.
a look at the most likely explanation. It's sort of like induction plus parsimony. So induction plus we look at whatever explanation is the most likely to be true.
There are deductions, though. You just refuse to acknowledge them because they aren't convenient enough for your belief.
What do you think? I don't think deductions are real.
No, but there are deductions to why. To your induction. Your induction. There are deductions. I'm sorry. There are deductions to your.
Serious?
There are deductions to your speculation. To your
Wow,
assessment.
are there?
You assessed that I did it on purpose. That would mean that I inherently had a reason to be doing it.
What is the deduction?
You also assumed that I was aware of your corrections of the pronouns.
Well,
right?
you were.
And you assumed.
No, I didn't assume that.
I wasn't aware until you just said that you corrected me.
Nope,
Okay.
you were. You want me to show you why I know you were aware?
Did I acknowledge them?
Yes, you insulted me for them, dumb fuck. That's why we're talking about this.
I don't believe I acknowledged them as they were made. I think I insulted you for it later when I noticed it.
Yeah, that means you noticed it.
Yeah, I noticed it later. Apparently after the correction.
and you continue. Yeah, no, you continue. And then you continue to use it, which is why I think it's on purpose.
Actually, you're contradicting yourself. The other individual here was saying that I started referring to
that's
you
not
with they, them.
myself, right? That me and Phoenix are different people, but also that wouldn't contradict. I agree with Phoenix.
But you're building off of their statements because you
I agree with their
them.
statement, right? I didn't contradict
Right,
myself for the
with them.
record.
You agree with them, but you're building off of their statements.
The reason that I agree
can
with
make
them
the
is because
statements
right
yourself.
afterwards, after Phoenix was like, she, you then started using they for a little bit, and you switched back. That's what I said earlier.
I didn't switch back.
You claim that you didn't do it at all. You claim that you used no pronouns from the discussion.
I personally try not to use pronouns.
You don't try very hard.
I mean, didn't you hear me earlier trying to refer to bunk as they as best as possible?
That's a pronoun.
I go by any all, but okay.
They are very vague pronouns.
Yeah, so
they
what
are.
do you think a
I
pronoun
don't
is?
think referring to someone by they is inherently misgendering.
I didn't say it was. What do you think a pronoun is?
Oh, okay.
I said you use pronouns.
Okay, but when I say didn't use pronouns, I mean in the sense that I wasn't gendering you. My bad. My fault too. I failed to communicate that properly.
Yeah, just because you're an idiot.
I
Back
try
on
not
topic. Why is it an argument waiting to happen to have she they pronouns in my name? Why is that an argument waiting to happen?
Because you don't need to assert your pronouns to someone before you are about to interact with them.
So you don't need to. I agree. Why is
You
it doing
don't need
something?
to.
There are plenty of things I don't need to do that aren't wrong
It is
to do
not
either.
necessary.
And what's your point?
It is not necessary. What do you mean? What's
your
my point? My point is it's not necessary.
Can we do things that aren't necessary sometimes and still be justified in doing them?
I don't.
Of course, dumb fuck. Of course we can.
If
you think it's necessary
if I say
to eat
yes
dessert?
outright, then if I say yes outright, you're trying to box me in.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to be deductive. Yeah, no shit. I'm trying to establish
You're
premises for my
trying
argument.
to box me into some. Yes, your argument.
called establishing the premises of the argument, bud.
You're being very bad faith. You're trying to box.
I'm
me
not being
into a
bad
statement.
faith. You're
Oh my
dodging
God.
questions.
Box me into a statement.
You're such a crybully. You're such a fucking crybully.
You're trying to box me into a statement by making me make a hard stance and give a
Is the
give a
statement
very
not
hard
true?
answer.
That is it not? It's not a trap.
It's not entirely saying yes is not an entirely accurate or true answer.
Do you think that the statement itself is
A yes or no, especially when it comes especially in response to a loaded question, is not an
How is the
accurate.
question? What was
Is
the
not
premise
an
loaded into my
accurate and
question?
sometimes even correct answer.
What premise do you think was loaded into my question is going to be entailed by it?
You asked, can you do something that is not necessary that can be justified? You can do things that aren't necessary that can't be justified, as well as you can do things that can
Yes.
be justified. But it can
Yes.
vary from It can vary from action to action.
That would mean the answer to the question is yes.
No.
Okay, if I asked
Oh
you,
my god, I'm gonna kill myself.
Kumo, if I asked you, can you drive your car?
Can
Yes.
you? Would
Yes.
you like to put emphasis on can you so that
Yes.
going forward there's no
Kumo,
confusion?
can you
Yes,
stop?
you can. Yes, you can.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you drive your car?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Can you not drive your car as well? Could you sit at home and not drive it?
You could.
Cool. So just because you can do other things doesn't mean you can't do something else.
Right. But
I'm
just
glad I
because
could
you
walk you
can
through that.
justify something, just because you can
Yes.
justify something that isn't necessary, right? It was the vein in which you were asking the question.
So then there's not an issue with it being the case that it's unnecessary to put. There's no issue with them being unnecessary to put my name on
What do you mean?
Discord.
What do you mean?
You said there was something wrong with it. I asked you what's wrong with it. This is the argument you gave.
What's wrong with it? It is inherently not necessarily provocative. I think that's a terrible word to use, but it is inherently you're practically looking for an argument.
So one, I'm not looking for an argument. I'm looking for people to not like misgender me. They don't.
Right.
Many people who would argue it are going to misgender me either way. But people who wouldn't argue about it are just going to see that and be like, oh, okay, she, they. I'm going to use the pronouns.
No.
Yeah.
There's another side to that coin.
I gave two sides, dumb fuck. Pay attention.
No.
No, you're not going to pay attention. Yeah, thanks, bud.
No, you might think that was two sides to a coin, but that's actually not. That's not all of it. There's also
there's a third side.
There's also the very.
Is it like a die now?
It's like a
Like a
six-sided.
six-sided-
There's another
I don't
side to
think
that
there's a
six-sided die
three-sided
of an
die.
argument.
There's another side to that six-sided die. Yeah, exactly.
There's dude out here rolling d20s. So
Oh my
whatever
God.
should I say?
So the other side to that would be that someone who isn't paying attention to your name, right, might misgender you or might not gender you at all. And you could have a problem with that. And whether you want to speak about it or not, because you have your pronouns in your bio, that might incite someone else who wants some internet brownie points or wants to feel special or feel like they're doing something good, right? That might incite them to then create a confrontation over the pronouns that are in your bio or username.
Mhm.
I'm gonna ask you a direct question. I want a direct answer. Did I, before you brought up my pronouns, did I correct you for misgendering me at all?
Apparently you guys did.
No, did I?
I did.
Did I do
Oh,
that, Kumo?
Did you? I don't recall.
Okay, I do recall because I don't have dementia or amnesia or whatever the fuck is wrong with you. I think I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
once.
Things that just genuinely don't fucking matter. They just don't matter enough for me to remember them like that. I'm sorry, man.
They just don't matter enough. Are you talking? I can't hear you.
No. Synth is not talking.
Oh,
That was fiery.
Their light's turning on. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Can you
I
hear me now?
I can hear him now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. That was my mic. I think my mic was just having issues, so I just like unplugged it and plugged it back in. But point being, Kumo, right? You don't care. It's not relevant to me. I don't give a fuck that you personally don't care. What I asked you was,
right.
did I correct you before you pointed out my pronouns?
I
that
don't
happen?
recall.
You don't recall? Okay, I
can't give
do.
you- I can't give
I
you a
do
faithful
recall. I'm gonna
answer.
tell you. I'm gonna
I
tell you.
can't give you a faithful answer because I don't remember. And
Cool.
whether you
Then
do or not,
cool.
whether you do or
I
not,
do.
think
I can.
need to see
Yeah,
it
hold on.
before I
Stop
can
talking.
actually
Shut the fuck up. You answered the
before I can
question.
actually
Enough. Stop
accept what
speaking.
You're saying.
Stop speaking. What I'm telling you, Kumo, is that I didn't. You started the argument, dumb fuck. You argued about this, not me. I'm not picking a fight with you. You picked a fight with me and then lost it.
I picked a fight with you and lost it. I poked at you
Yes.
because no, I poked at you because you said something about like you were dominating me in the conversation. And I said,
Yeah, you're
you
getting
have your
dominated by a
pronouns-
person with she,
I
they
said, you
pronouns.
have your pronouns in your username. I said, you have your pronouns in your username. That's ironic. You're not dominating anyone. I'm pretty sure I said something along those lines.
No, you just made you made a jab at my pronouns. You didn't say something along those lines.
I would have said
Different
the
jab.
same thing to someone with they, them, or he, they in their fucking bio.
Yeah, I don't
their
care.
username.
I don't care if you would say it to anyone with pronouns in their bio. You took an issue with
Yeah.
it. I didn't take an issue with it. You did. I'm reminding you. You said that I'm
When
bringing
you
up arguments.
introduce
You
yourself
are.
to someone, when you introduce yourself to someone in real life, and I'm being generous, assuming you ever introduce yourself to anyone in real life, do you state your pronouns before or after you state your name?
Depends on the context.
It was a yes or no.
No, it isn't a yes or no question.
Yeah, it was.
Are you asking, do I ever do it? Or are you asking, do I always do it? Because
When you introduce yourself to someone, do you state your pronouns before or after?
Every time or
but not-
sometimes.
Yeah, I'm just fucking clarify, dumb fuck.
No, the answer wasn't sometimes. It was yes or no. Do you?
It's not a yes or no question.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was. Do you or do you not?
You're insufferably fucking stupid. You should just I
Do you or do
don't
you not?
TOS bunk stream, okay? But the things you should do to yourself, Kumo, would be TOS to describe. You're too stupid to have conversations with. You should just you should quit speaking entirely. You should never introduce yourself to anyone. I mean, you don't. We both know you don't go outside. That's why you're like constantly projecting your like homebody demeanor onto me, right? But I'm telling you, Kumo, it's gonna be the case that sometimes I do,
End
but not always.
We have to end stream at some point.
Yeah, we can do that whenever you want, Bonk.
At such hours, I can't sleep because I can't stop listening. Dude, this is actually so entertaining, though. This is so entertaining. We're gonna go for 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna end stream because this is gonna be a large VOD to download. All right.
So
I don't want to
Kumo-
interject though. People are like, "Oh, but I'm not talking. Where's Bunk?" I don't want to interject and be like,
Bunk's
"This is
been
my
talking this whole
stream."
time.
Oh, true,
So you're saying you have your pronouns and your username because you want to avoid as many people misgendering you as possible, right?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
Yep.
And I said I made fun of you for that because that is completely unnecessary, and you're still going to be misgendered either way.
That's not true.
Really?
Yeah, there are some people
so?
that will misgender me either way, but there are some people that will see she, they in the bio, in the fucking the
Well, I
name,
mean, you could
not do
correct.
it.
I mean, you could correct them.
Yeah, I don't want to correct
Right.
people every time. That's a huge pain in the ass. We would have complained about me correcting
Right.
you if I had done that.
Well, then I gotta ask. Then why do you need to correct people so frequently if it's such a pain in the
didn't.
ass? Like
I
why?
didn't
No,
correct
no, no,
nobody.
no. I'm not. That's not the question I asked. I said,
Yes, it
if
is.
it's such a pain in the ass, and you're clearly you have to correct people so frequently without the pronouns. Why do you have to correct them?
Why do I have to correct people with the pronouns?
Yeah. Why?
Because people get them wrong.
Okay. Why do people get them wrong so frequently?
Because I sound masculine.
Oh,
It's
so
the same reason that people call you she, they,
so-
Kumo, is because of the fact that you sound feminine and I sound masculine.
I don't get called she, they.
I'm gonna call you she, they.
Okay. It's fine by me. I don't care.
Miss Kumo. Miss Kumo.
Okay.
Miss
My
Kumo.
dick is bigger than yours.
That's not true. You don't want to play that game with me, Kumo. Okay, it's like an unusually long.
Bunk nose. Bunk
Oh,
nose.
whoa.
We went,
Look,
we went to VidCon.
don't make me tag it. Don't make me tag someone. All right, Kumo.
Don't make me tag
would never-
Bunk on Twitter.
I would never be tagged in anything.
Look,
I'm-
Kumo.
Bunk-
Bunk
I have my own
nose.
opinions.
Bunk nose.
Real. Bunk knows that your dick is like a solid
nose.
5.25 inches. It looks really big inside those toddlers' hands.
True.
Mm-hmm.
No comeback. All right.
I don't need to.
Yeah, you don't. What you need to do
Yeah.
is to shut the fuck up.
I actually don't need to do that.
So what we're not gonna have is
I
that.
don't need to.
So what we're
actually.
not gonna. So what we're not
Who are
gonna
you?
have is that.
Oh wait, who are you?
So what we're not gonna have is that.
What? Who are you?
Who?
But who are you? Why do I need to shut up? Who are you? Why do I need to shut up? Who?
Cares.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, I don't. That's why, like, I keep asking.
Oh wow, that was
That's
an
why I've
epic
been
comeback.
repeating. I don't care.
Wow,
That's a
that was
great
an
one.
epic comeback. So Kumo, right, back on topic because I want to see if I can get a little bit out of you before the fucking 10 minutes is up. When you said you had an issue with the she they because I was provoking arguments, you're the one who provoked the fucking argument. You understand that. You were wrong about that. When it comes to people, other
I'm
people,
not inherently wrong.
yeah,
about
you
that.
you were wrong, yeah, because you
I'm not
provoked the
inherently
argument, dumb
wrong
fuck.
about that.
When you ask me
No.
why it's the case, you understand why it's the case now, right? Do you have any follow-ups? You have follow-up
No,
questions?
that's not. No.
You asked why is the case that people get it wrong. I told you why.
The people get it. People get it wrong because you sound masculine.
Correct.
Okay, so how is she they inherently the correct pronouns if you sound masculine and people are automatically assessing?
Okay,
that you have
there we
he-they
go.
pronouns?
There we go. The
You just
transphobia was in there somewhere.
Yeah, he's just trying.
How's it transphobic? How's it
He's holding it back.
transphobic?
I wonder why, Kumo. I wonder why. It's
How's that transphobic?
So
I'm asking you a question.
You know what? You're right, Kumo. It's either the case is transphobic or you're retarded. So maybe I'm being ableist, right? So Kumo, The
or
reason
you're just being extremely,
What do you
violent,
think?
rude, and
I'm
you're
being
probably
violent.
the last
Yeah,
person,
I'm sorry I'm being
you're
rude to
probably
you,
the last
Kumo.
person that anyone's going to see in the VOD and say that you're not spurging.
You want to go check the chat?
I don't care to see the validation of people with character limits.
You just said, yeah, okay, so do you think when the character limit's not there, their opinion's gonna flop? They're all gonna go from like shitting on you to loving you.
I don't care what people who were.
You just appealed to them, dumb fucks. You just said the people in the VOD will see.
Okay, and?
Are you insane? You just said.
How did I appeal to them? I said in the VOD they'll see.
Oh my god.
Yes.
In the VOD they'll see. They'll see that. They'll see.
That's appealing to
It doesn't
them.
mean that they have to be honest.
Okay, so true. I don't know. What else?
CK.
What, do you
CK,
have?
You know what, CK? You're brown. Okay, that's all I have to
Wow,
say.
So I'm just trying to figure out like what's the counter argument.
What do you mean counter argument?
I'm just trying to figure out like what's the issue.
What do you mean? Oh,
You asked me a bunch of questions.
You're talking about. Oh yeah. Okay, we're actually getting back on topic, right?
Yeah, you asked me a bunch of questions.
And
follow
you
up.
never. I don't believe you answered though. I don't believe you answered my question.
What question did I not answer?
I said if people are misgendering you and calling you he they, and you said it's because that you sound stereotypically masculine, then how is it that they are misgendering you?
So the reason they're misgendering me is because it's not about the pronouns that I use. The same reason I'd be
those aren't your
misnaming you if I
preferred
called you
pronouns,
Dumbo
so that
instead of
means
Kumo.
So because they're misgendering you because those aren't your preferred pronouns?
That's not the pronouns I go by. Yeah.
Okay, they aren't the ones you go by.
Yeah, in the same way I'd be misnaming you if I called you Bunk instead of Kumo.
I mean, yeah, you might stir some confusion. Yeah, for sure.
Glad you understand now. Any follow-ups?
Right, but you call me Bunk instead of Kumo, despite you can see the person who's talking currently has a green circle lighting up around their name, indicating that Kumo is the one talking. And whenever Bunk is talking, it's actually the latter.
Just like you can observe, just like how you can observe the pronouns in the bio. That's fucking crazy.
Wow, it's almost like the green circle also lights up next to my name that has my pronouns right beside it. You're complaining about.
But the point of that, right, is that you would be calling me Bunk and him Kumo to incite a reaction.
Yes, just like you're doing that with pronouns.
Because you clearly made the assessment, right? Because
if somebody does it on accident, are they misnaming
Bunk and I have two. No, wait. And if you got our names mixed up, right.
Right.
If you got our names mixed up, would we correct you?
Probably.
Yes.
I wouldn't care enough to correct you. You'd probably figure it out on your own.
Most people would.
It might be funnier just to listen to you get it wrong.
When people mistake me and Bunk in a VC, I'll be like, well, I'm
You guys do have similar mannerisms.
I agree.
No, that's not true at all.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Bunk makes more analogies about raping babies.
That's true. That's my thing. That's a me thing.
So then it is the case, right? There are plenty of people who get like, if somebody confuses their names, a normal person would be like, oh, my name's not that. Mine,
No, a normal person
oh my god,
would
just keep
not create a
going.
confrontation
I can't
about
get a
it.
single sentence out with you. Just shut up. Just shut the fuck up.
I don't care to hear I don't care to hear your sentence.
All right, like I don't know, Bunk. What do we want to do with this guy? This retarded Kumo guy? Do we want to like keep going? I can go for like 30 more minutes if you want.
I need to work out before I go to sleep tonight. I have work in the morning. I have a 9-hour shift in the morning. I need to go to sleep.
All right, that's fair. Kumo, you need to sterilize yourself. Bunk, you need to go to sleep.
I need to work out and then I need to go to
and
sleep.
thrown in a cage
I'm going to kill
until
myself.
you're ready to come back into society and function properly.
Epic roast, banger roast to end the stream on.
Yeah.
One day you'll come up with like funny roast. It'll hit and people will laugh once.
Oh well, I don't really need the person the roast was directed towards to laugh to validate.
Yeah, but nobody else is laughing either, dog.
I don't care for their validation either.
Look, nobody's laughing.
I don't need them to laugh for it to be
True.
funny.
You don't need any validation.
Yeah, I don't.
So true.
My jokes aren't made for laughing.
Yeah, my jokes aren't made for laughing. They're
I
made
know,
so
you're
I
one
can
of them.
establish social dominance.
You're one of them. You'd probably be upset if someone laughed.
One of
at some
what?
your jokes. One of your jokes.
I'm one of my jokes.
Yeah. One of your many jokes, right?
It makes no sense.
I think it makes plenty of sense. You just don't.
Oh
you can't
my
think
God.
three-dimensionally.
No,
Isn't
I'm
it
sorry. I have
crazy
to like I have
that the
to
person
exit
who's
to a higher
deprived
a higher plane of existence, higher dimension to understand your humor. It's like 4D chess, Rick
thinking
and Morty type
three-dimen-
humor.
is thinking three-dimensionally that complex
Look,
that you can
Miss
still
Kumo-
call me
Miss
retarded
Kumo?
and ask me to define specific
Kumo?
words
Calm down, Miss Kumo. You're having a woman moment. You gotta be a certified woman moment, Kumo. Where you talk too much, okay?
Oh, really?
Look, if I
That was very
wish
misogynistic of you. That was how
that's
rude.
that's the joke. Who cares?
I care.
Oh.
You said I'm she, her now.
Yeah, you are she, her.
What if I want to identify with those pronouns and now you're like being misogynistic to a woman?
Oh, as opposed to misogynistic to a man?
Can you be misogynistic to a man? I thought misogyny.
Yeah, shut up, bitch.
Yes. For real.
Let's go.
If I'm being entirely honest, I
literally on her
actually don't-
period right now.
If I'm being entirely
So real.
honest, I don't care about your fucking pronouns. I just wanted to stir shit up.
Yeah, you don't care about the argument you're making at all.
No, I don't.
Yeah, no.
What a convenient
I
thing
literally
to
asked
realize
you-
right after you're blown the fuck out.
Well, right after
Plunk and I have had this
saying that
conversation time
your
and time
issue with the
again.
pronouns was that they were asking for an argument. You just
Bunk and I
admitted
have had
that you
this
just wanted to
debate
make an
time and time
argument. You just
again.
wanted to have an argument.
Yeah, I did. I actually just wanted to fuck with you. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna say a
really
slur.
you really trolled everyone else by
I
getting
really do want
upset.
to.
Oh my god. Okay. That was an intense conversation. A very, very intense conversation. I enjoyed it. The first conversation was super fun. Okay, I got someone to unironically bite the bullet that it would be okay to rape babies if everybody else was okay with you raping babies. I got someone to unironically bite that bullet today. I'm super happy. That was a super entertaining conversation. I'm gonna be the one to edit that one because I can get so many of those fucking good clips where this guy gets pressed super hard. I'm gonna throw those all together. It's gonna be a great intro segment. It's gonna be a fucking fantastic piece of content. The debates with Synth were also pretty fucking interesting. I didn't really have to do that much for that content, to be honest. I enslaved Synth. I made Synth just pretend to be me and debate people on this channel. With that being said, I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed what we did here today. And I really appreciate the gifted members today. That was fucking insane. Thank you very much to Ghosty. I'm a big fan of money. I really like it when people give me money. You all in chat should give me your money. That's what I want to get at the end of the day. Give me your money. With that being said, I'm going to go work out. I need to do that today. Peace, motherfuckers.